A word from Kelly Armstrong.
Some series begin with a grand, sweeping plan. Others with a single story. In my case, that single story was Bitten, which I wrote as a standalone novel, perhaps to be revisited in a few years with a sequel, but certainly not intended to launch a series. When the possibility was raised, I was thrilled by the opportunity to spend more time with those characters.
But I couldn't foresee a long-running series centered on my werewolves. Having my pack face an annual threat would get very old, very fast. The solution was to expand my fictional universe.
Not only would I bring in other supernatural types, but I'd spin off to new narrators, weaving a world that widened with every book.
It sounded like a great idea.
Little did I realize that by the time Stolen came out, my readers would be happily settled in, wanting to follow Elena Michaels and her pack on countless more adventures. They didn't want me changing narrators, especially not switching to Paige, the overconfident young witch they met in Stolen. Dime Store Magic got off to a bumpy start, but I feel it was actually the book that truly launched The Otherworld as a series. It brought in a fresh crop of readers who were more comfortable with witches than werewolves. Most of the original readers stuck around, too, once they discovered that Paige wasn't as bad as they feared. By the time I returned to Elena in Book 6, Broken, I could see where I wanted the series to go. I could also see where I wanted it to end. So I began tipping in clues. It was another 5 books before I launched the endgame with Waking the Witch, continuing it into Spellbound and, finally, wrapping it up now with 13. While some would say it would have been fitting to return to Elena for this final story, I've always had another plan. Back in Stolen, I introduced 12-year-old Savannah, and I dreamed that the series might run long enough for her to become an adult narrator. And so Savannah grew up in the series, wending her way through the lives of all the other characters, slowly maturing until, with Waking the Witch, she was ready to begin the journey that would, with 13, cement her place as a true woman of the Otherworld. And yet I haven't forgotten where it all began, and with whom. So before we begin the final journey, I'd like to take you for a quick trip into the past, back to Elena, to the prologue that launched the Otherworld series.
Bitten. The prologue. I have to. I've been fighting it all night. I'm going to lose. My battle is as futile as a woman feeling the first pangs of labor and deciding it's an inconvenient time to give birth. Nature wins out. It always does. It's nearly 2 a.m., too late for this foolishness, and I need my sleep. For nights spent cramming to meet a deadline have left me exhausted. It doesn't matter. Patches of skin behind my knees and elbows have been tingling and now begin to burn. My heart beats so fast I have to gulp air. I clench my eyes shut, willing the sensations to stop, but they don't. Philip is sleeping beside me. He's another reason why I shouldn't leave, sneaking out in the middle of the night again and returning with a torrent of lame excuses. He's working late tomorrow. If I can just wait one more day. My temples begin to throb. The burning sensation in my skin spreads down my arms and legs. The rage forms a tight ball in my gut and threatens to explode. I've got to get out of here, I don't have a lot of time left. Philip doesn't stir when I slip from the bed. There's a pile of clothing tucked underneath my dresser, so I won't risk the squeaks and groans of opening drawers and closets. I pick up my keys, clasping my fist around them so they don't jangle, ease open the door, and creep into the hallway. Everything's quiet. The lights seem dimmed, as if overpowered by the emptiness. When I push the elevator button, it creaks out a complaint at being disturbed at so ungodly an hour. The first floor and lobby are equally empty. People who can afford the rent this close to downtown Toronto are comfortably asleep by this time. My legs itch as well as hurt, and I curl my toes to see if the itching stops. It doesn't. I look down at the car keys in my hand. It's too late to drive to a safe place, the itching has crystallized into a sharp burn. Keys in my pocket, I stride onto the streets, looking for a quiet place to change. As I walk, I monitor the sensation in my legs, tracing its passage to my arms and the back of my neck. Soon. When my scalp starts to tingle, I know I have walked as far as I can, so I search for an alley. The first one I find has been claimed by 2 men squeezed together inside a tattered big-screen TV box. The next alley is empty. I hurry to the end and undress quickly behind a barricade of trash bins, hide the clothes under an old newspaper. Then I start the change. My skin stretches. The sensation deepens and I try to block the pain. Pain. What a trivial word, agony is better. One doesn't call the sensation of being flayed alive painful. I inhale deeply and focus my attention on the change, dropping to the ground before I'm doubled over and forced down. It's never easy, perhaps I'm still too human. In the struggle to keep my thoughts straight, I try to anticipate each phase and move my body into position, head down, on all fours, arms and legs straight, feet and hands flexed, and back arched. My leg muscles knot and convulse. I gasp and strain to relax.
Sweat breaks out, pouring off me in streams, but the muscles finally relent and untwist themselves. Next comes the 10 seconds of hell that used to make me swear I'd rather die than endure this again. Then it's over. Changed. I stretch and blink. When I look around, the world has mutated to an array of colors unknown to the human eye, blacks and browns and grays with subtle shadings that my brain still converts to blues and greens and reds. I lift my nose and inhale. With the change, my already keen senses sharpen even more. I pick up scents of fresh asphalt and rotting tomatoes and windowpod mums and day-old sweat and a million other things, mixing together in an odor so overwhelming I cough and shake my head. As I turn, I catch distorted fragments of my reflection in a dented trash can. My eyes stare back at me. I curl my lips back and snarl at myself. White fangs flash in the metal. I am a wolf, a 130-pound wolf with pale blonde fur. The only part of me that remains are my eyes, sparking with a cold intelligence and a simmering ferocity that could never be mistaken for anything but human. I look around, inhaling the scents of the city again. I'm nervous here. It's too close, too confined, it reeks of human spore. I must be careful. If I'm seen, I'll be mistaken for a dog, a large mixed breed, perhaps a husky and yellow Labrador mix. But even a dog my size is cause for alarm when it's running loose. I head for the back of the laneway and seek a path through the underbelly of the city. My brain is dulled, disoriented not by my change of form but by the unnaturalness of my surroundings. I can't get my bearings and the first alley I go down turns out to be the one I'd encountered in human form, the one with the two men in the faded Sony box. One of them is awake now. He's tugging the remnants of a filth-encrusted blanket between his fingers as if he can stretch it large enough to cover himself against the cold October night. He looks up and sees me. His eyes widen. He starts to shrink back, then stops himself. He says something. His voice is crooning, the musical, exaggerated tones people use with infants and animals. If I concentrated, I could make out the words, but there's no point. I know what he's saying, some variation of nice doggy, repeated over and over in a variety of inflections. His hands are outstretched, palms out to ward me off, the physical language contradicting the vocal. Stay back, nice doggy, stay back. And people wonder why animals don't understand them. I can smell the neglect and waste rising from his body. It smells like weakness, like an aged deer driven to the fringe of the herd, prime pickings for predators. If I were hungry, he'd smell like dinner. Fortunately, I'm not hungry yet, so I don't have to deal with the temptation, the conflict, the revulsion. I snort, condensation trumpeting from my nostrils, then turn and lope back up the alley. Ahead is a Vietnamese restaurant. The smell of food is embedded in the very wood frame of the building. On a rare addition, an exhaust fan turns slowly, clicking with each revolution as one blade catches the metal screen casing. Below the fan a window is open. Faded sunflower print curtains billow out in the night breeze. I can hear people inside, a room full of people, grunting and whistling in sleep. I want to see them. I want to stick my muzzle in the open window and look inside. A werewolf can have a lot of fun with a roomful of unprotected people. I start to creep forward but a sudden crackle and hiss stops me. The hiss softens, then is drowned out by a man's voice, sharp, his words snapped off like icicles. I turn my head each way, radar searching for the source. He's farther down the street. I abandon the restaurant and go to him. We are curious by nature. He's standing in a 3-car parking lot wedged at the end of a narrow passage between buildings. He holds a walkie-talkie to his ear and leans one elbow against a brick wall, casual but not resting. His shoulders are relaxed. His gaze goes nowhere. He is confident in his place, that he has a right to be here and little to fear from the night. The gun dangling from his belt probably helps. He stops talking, jabs a button, and slams the walkie-talkie into its holster. His eyes scan the parking lot once, taking inventory and seeing nothing requiring his attention. Then he heads deeper into the alley maze. This could be amusing. I follow. My nails click against the pavement. He doesn't notice. I pick up speed, darting around trash bags and empty boxes. Finally, I'm close enough. He hears the steady clicking behind him and stops. I duck behind a dumpster, peer around the corner. He turns and squints into the darkness. After a second he starts forward. I let him get a few steps away, then resume the pursuit. This time when he stops, I wait one extra second before diving for cover. He lets out a muffled oath. He's seen something, a flash of motion, a shadow flickering, something. His right hand slips to his gun, caressing the metal, then pulling back, as if the reassurance is enough. He hesitates, then looks up and down the alley, realizing he is alone and uncertain what to do about it. He mutters something, then continues walking, quicker this time. As he walks, his eyes flick from side to side, wariness treading the border of alarm. I inhale deeply, picking up only wisps of fear, enough to make my heart pound, but not enough to send my brain spinning out of control.
He's safe quarry for a stalking game. He won't run. I can suppress most of my instincts.
I can stalk him without killing him. I can suffer the first pangs of hunger without killing him. I can watch him pull his gun without killing him. Yet if he runs, I won't be able to stop myself.
That's a temptation I can't fight. If he runs, I will chase. If I chase, either he'll kill me or I'll kill him.
As he turns the corner down a connecting alley, he relaxes. All has been silent behind him. I creep from my hiding place, shifting my weight to the back of my footpads to muffle the sound of my nails.
Soon I am only a few feet behind him.
I can smell his aftershave, almost masking the natural scent of a long day's work. I can see his white socks appearing and disappearing between his shoes and pant legs. I can hear his breathing, the slight elevation in tempo betraying the fact that he's walking faster than usual. I ease forward, coming close enough that I could lunge if I want to and knock him to the ground before he even thought to reach for his gun. His head jerks up.
He knows I'm there. He knows something is there. I wonder if he will turn. Does he dare to look, to face something he can't see or hear, but can only sense?
His hand slides to his gun, but he doesn't turn.
He walks faster.
Then he swings back to the safety of the street. I follow him to the end and observe from the darkness. He strides forward, keys in hand, to a parked cruiser, unlocks it, and hops inside. The car roars and squeals from the curb. I watch the receding taillights and sigh.
Game over. I won. That was nice, but it wasn't nearly enough to satisfy me. These city backstreets are too confining. My heart is thudding with unspent excitement. My legs are aching with built-up energy. I must run.
A wind gusts from the south, bringing the sharp tang of Lake Ontario with it. I think of heading to the beach, imagine running along the stretch of sand, feeling the icy water slapping against my paws, but it's not safe.
If I want to run, I must go to the ravine. It's a long way, but I have little choice unless I plan to skulk around human-smelling alleyways for the rest of the night. I swing to the northwest and begin the journey.
Nearly a half hour later, I'm standing at the crest of a hill. My nose twitches, picking up the vestiges of an illegal leaf fire smoldering in a nearby yard. The wind bristles through my fur, chill, nearly cold, invigorating.
Above me, traffic thunders across the overpass. Below is sanctuary, a perfect oasis in the middle of the city. I leap forward, throwing myself off. At last I'm running. My legs pick up the rhythm before I'm halfway down the ravine. I close my eyes for a second and feel the wind slice across my muzzle. As my paws thump against the hard earth, tiny darts of pain shoot up my legs, but they make me feel alive, like jolting awake after an overlong sleep. The muscles contract and extend in perfect harmony. With each stretch comes an ache and a burst of physical joy. My body is thanking me for the exercise, rewarding me with jolts of near-narcotic adrenaline. The more I run, the lighter I feel, the pain falling free as if my paws are no longer striking the ground. Even as I race along the bottom of the ravine, I feel like I'm still running downhill, gaining energy instead of expending it. I want to run until all the tension in my body flies away, leaving nothing but the sensations of the moment. I couldn't stop if I wanted to. And I don't want to. Dead leaves crackle under my paws. Somewhere in the forest an owl hoots softly. It has finished its hunting and rests contented, not caring who knows it's around. A rabbit bolts out of a thicket and halfway across my path, then realizes its mistake and zooms back into the undergrowth. I keep running. My heart pounds. Against my rising body heat, the air feels ice cold, stinging as it storms through my nostrils and into my lungs. I inhale, savoring the shock of it hitting my insides. I'm running too fast to smell anything. Bits of sense flutter through my brain in a jumbled montage that smells of freedom. Unable to resist, I finally skid to a halt, throw my head back, and howl. The music pours up from my chest in a tangible evocation of pure joy. It echoes through the ravine and soars to the moonless sky, letting them all know I'm here. I own this place. When I'm done, I drop my head, panting with exertion. I'm standing there, staring down into a scattering of yellow and red maple leaves, when a sound pierces my self-absorption. It's a growl, a soft, menacing growl. There's a pretender to my throne. I look up to see a brownish-yellow dog standing a few meters away. No, not a dog. My brain takes a second, but it finally recognizes the animal. A coyote. The recognition takes a second because it's unexpected. I've heard there are coyotes in the city, but have never encountered one. The coyote is equally confused. Animals don't know what to make of me.
They smell human, but see wolf, and, just when they decide their nose is tricking them, they look into my eyes and see human. When I encounter dogs, they either attack or turn tail and run. The coyote does neither. It lifts its muzzle and sniffs the air, then bristles and pulls its lips back in a drawn-out growl. It's half my size, scarcely worth my notice. I let it know this with a lazy get-lost growl and a shake of my head. The coyote doesn't move. I stare at it. The coyote breaks the gaze lock first. I snort, toss my head again, and slowly turn away. I'm halfway turned when a flash of brown fur leaps at my shoulder. Diving to the side, I roll out of the way, then scramble to my feet. The coyote snarls. I give a serious growl, a canine "now you're pissing me off." The coyote stands its ground. It wants a fight. Good. My fur rises on end, my tail bushing out behind me. I lower my head between my shoulder bones and lay my ears flat. My lips pull back and I feel the snarl tickling up through my throat, then reverberating into the night. The coyote doesn't back down. I crouch and I'm about to lunge when something hits me hard in the shoulder, throwing me off balance. I stumble, then twist to face my attacker. A second coyote, gray-brown, hangs from my shoulder, fangs sunk to the bone. With a roar of rage and pain, I buck up and throw my weight to the side. As the second coyote flies free, the first launches itself at my face. Ducking my head, I catch it in the throat, but my teeth clamp down on fur instead of flesh and it squirms away. It tries to back off for a second lunge, but I leap at it, backing it into a tree. It rears up, trying to get out of my way. I slash for its throat. This time I get my grip. Blood spurts in my mouth, salty and thick. The coyote's mate lands on my back. My legs buckle. Teeth sink into the loose skin beneath my skull. Fresh pain arcs through me. Concentrating hard, I keep my grip on the first coyote's throat. I steady myself, then release it for a split second, just long enough to make the fatal slash and tear. As I pull back, blood sprays into my eyes, blinding me. I swing my head hard, ripping out the coyote's throat. Once I feel it go limp, I toss it aside, then throw myself on the ground and roll over. The coyote on my back yips in surprise and releases its hold. I jump up and turn in the same motion, ready to take this other animal out of the game, but it scrambles up and dives into the brush. With a flash of wire brush tail, it's gone. I look at the dead coyote. Blood streams from its throat, eagerly lapped up by the dry earth below. A tremor runs through me, like the final shudder of sated lust. I close my eyes and shiver. Not my fault. They attacked me first. The ravine has gone quiet, echoing the calm that floods through me. Not so much as a cricket chirps. The world is dark and silent and sleeping. I try to examine and clean my wounds, but they are out of reach. I stretch and assess the pain. 2 deep cuts, both bleeding only enough to mat my fur. I'll live. I turn and start the trip out of the ravine. In the alley I change, then yank my clothes on and scurry to the sidewalk like a junkie cut shooting up in the shadows. Frustration fills me. It shouldn't end like this, dirty and furtive, amidst the garbage and filth of the city. It should end in a clearing in the forest, clothes abandoned in some thicket, stretched out naked, feeling the coolness of the earth beneath me and the night breeze tickling my bare skin. I should be falling asleep in the grass, exhausted beyond all thought, with only the miasma of contentedness floating through my mind. And I shouldn't be alone. In my mind, I can see the others, lying around me in the grass. I can hear the familiar snores, the occasional whisper and laugh. I can feel warm skin against mine, a bare foot hooked over my calf, twitching in a dream of running. I can smell them, their sweat, their breath, mingling with the scent of blood, sneers from a deer killed in the chase. The image shatters and I am staring into a shop window, seeing nothing but myself reflected back. My chest tightens in a loneliness so deep and so complete I can't breathe. I turn quickly and lash out at the nearest object. A street lamp quavers and rings with the blow. Pain sears down my arm. Welcome to reality, changing in alleyways and creeping back to my apartment. I am cursed to live between worlds. On the one side there is normalcy. On the other, there is a place where I can be what I am with no fear of reprisals, where I can commit murder itself and scarcely raise the eyebrows of those around me, where I am even encouraged to do so to protect the sanctity of that world. But I left and I can't return. I won't return. As I walk to the apartment, my anger blisters the pavement with every step. A woman curled up under a pile of dirty blankets peers out as I pass and instinctively shrinks back into her nest. As I round the corner, 2 men step out and size up my prospects as prey. I resist the urge to snarl at them, but just barely. I walk faster and they seem to decide I'm not worth chaz ing. I shouldn't be here. I should be home in bed, not prowling downtown Toronto at 4 a.m.
A normal woman wouldn't be here. It's yet another reminder that I'm not normal. Not normal.
I look down the darkened street and I can read a billet on a telephone post 50 feet off.
Not normal.
I catch a whiff of fresh bread from a bakery starting production miles away.
Not normal.
I stop by a storefront, grab a bar over the windows, and flex my biceps. The metal groans in my hand.
Not normal. Not normal.
I chant the words in my head, flagellating myself with them.
The anger only grows. Outside my apartment door, I stop and inhale deeply.
I mustn't wake Philip. And if I do, I mustn't let him see me like this. I don't need a mirror to know what I look like, skin taut, color high, eyes incandescent with the rage that always seems to follow a change now.
Definitely not normal. When I finally enter the apartment, I hear his measured breathing from the bedroom. Still asleep.
I'm nearly to the bathroom when his breathing catches.
Elena?
His voice is a sleep-stuffed croak.
Just going to the washroom.
I try to slip past the doorway, but he's sitting up, peering nearsightedly at me.
He frowns. Fully dressed? He says. I went out. A moment of silence.
He runs a hand through his dark hair and sighs.
It's not safe. Damn it, Elena. We've discussed this. Wake me up and I'll go with you. I need to be alone. To think. It's not safe. I know. I'm sorry.
I creep into the bathroom, spending longer than necessary. I pretend to use the toilet, wash my hands with enough water to fill a jacuzzi, then find a fingernail that needs elaborate filing attention. When I finally decide Philip has fallen back asleep, I head for the bedroom.
The bedside lamp is on. He's propped on his pillow, glasses in place. I hesitate in the doorway.
I can't bring myself to cross the threshold, to go and crawl into bed with him.
I hate myself for it, but I can't do it. The memory of the night lingers and I feel out of place here.
When I don't move, Philip shifts his legs over the side of the bed and sits up. I didn't mean to snap, he says.
I worry. I know you need your freedom and I'm trying.
He stops and rubs his hand across his mouth. His words slice through me. I know he doesn't mean them as a reprimand, but they are a reminder that I'm screwing this up, that I'm fortunate to have found someone as patient and understanding as Philip, but I'm wearing through that patience at breakneck speed and all I seem capable of doing is standing back and waiting for the final crash. I know you need your freedom, he says again.
But there has to be some other way. Maybe you could go out in the morning, early. If you prefer night, we could drive down to the lake. You could walk around. I could sit in the car and keep an eye on you. Maybe I could walk with you. Stay 20 paces behind or something.
He manages a wry smile.
Or maybe not.
I'd probably get picked up by the cops, the middle-aged guy stalking the beautiful young blonde.
He pauses, then leans forward. That's your cue, Elena.
You're supposed to remind me that 41 is far from middle-aged.
We'll work something out, I say. We can't, of course. I have to run under the cover of night and I have to do it alone.
There is no compromise. As he sits on the edge of the bed, watching me, I know we're doomed. My only hope is to make this relationship so otherwise perfect that Philip might come to overlook our one insurmountable problem. To do that, my first step should be to go to him, crawl in bed, kiss him, and tell him I love him.
But I can't. Not tonight. Tonight I'm something else, something he doesn't know and couldn't understand. I don't want to go to him like this.
I'm not tired, I say.
I might as well stay up. Do you want breakfast? He looks at me.
Something in his expression falters and I know I've failed again.
But he doesn't say anything.
He pulls his smile back in place.
Let's go out. Someplace in this city has to be open this early. We'll drive around until we find it. Drink 5 cups of coffee and watch the sun come up. Okay?
I nod, not trusting myself to speak.
Shower first? He says.
Or flip for it, dot.
You go ahead.
He kisses my cheek as he passes. I wait until I hear the shower running, then head for the kitchen.
Sometimes I get so hungry. Copyright.
Published by Hatchet Digital.
ISBN 9780748115303.
All characters and events in this publication, other than those clearly in the public domain, are fictitious and any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Copyright 2012 by K.L. Frick Incorporated.
All rights reserved.
No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted, in any form or by any means, without the prior permission in writing of the publisher. Hachette Digital. Little, Brown Book Group. 100 Victoria Embankment. London, EC4Y, 0DY. www.hachette.co.uk. Contents. By Kelly Armstrong. A word from Kelly Armstrong. Bitten, the Prologue. Copyright. Prologue. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Jamie. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Elena. Chapter 26. Page. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. Hope. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Chapter 41. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Eve. Chapter 46. Chapter 47. Chapter 48. Chapter 49. Chapter 50. A final note from Kelly. Acknowledgements. About the author. This book goes out to all the readers of the other world. For those who discovered it with Bitten a decade ago, to those who just discovered it a month ago. You took a dream and you made it real. Thank you. Prologue. Typical guy. You fight through hell, literally, hacking through legions of beasts and zombies and demon spawn to sneak home and spend a few stolen minutes with him, and he's not there. Eve grumbled as she paced around the tiny houseboat, multi-hued blood dripping from her sword. Where the hell are you, Chris? Her angel partner, Seal, couldn't cover for her much longer, and she'd really wanted to check in with Kristoff. He'd been keeping an eye on the living world for her, watching as his sons and their daughter got caught up in this mess. There really wasn't much a ghostly father could do to help, but the check-ins made them both feel better. He wasn't at the houseboat, though. Nor was he at the courthouse. Eve had gone there to find the Justice Building shut down. The guard on duty had muttered something about magical wards needing repair, just regular maintenance. Which was bullshit. Afterlife Court was closed because the higher powers were racing around commandeering forces to put out fires both on Earth and in the afterlife. But they weren't telling the Shades that their world was on the brink of war. No, that wouldn't do at all. Just pretend everything is fine. And if you see a monstrous beast racing down Main Street, it most certainly is not a hellhound that escaped its dimension. But you should probably notify Demon Control anyway. Eve walked into the bedroom and looked around. Their bed was made, the sheets drawn drum tight. Kristoff had grown up with maids and cooks and housekeepers, and though he'd happily shed all those trappings after his death, he kept his world here just as neat and orderly as if he still had staff. Eve wiped her sword on the gazillion-count Egyptian cotton sheets. For a moment, they were smeared with a satisfying rainbow of blood. Then it evaporated into the white cotton. She sighed and sheathed her sword. Fine, I'll leave a proper note. She conjured paper and a pen. Dear Chris. Heaven and hell are being torn asunder as angels and demons battle themselves and each other. In the living world, supernaturals continue to barrel toward a war between those who want to reveal themselves to humans and those who know such a revelation will destroy all we hold dear. The veil between the realms grows thinner with each passing moment as we plummet toward catastrophe. Hope all is well with you. Hugs and kisses. Eve. She just finished when she heard a patter behind her and wheeled to see nothing. Another patter sounded on the polished hardwood floor and she looked down to see a white rabbit. It rose on its hind legs. Eve Levine, the rabbit squeaked. Mighty daughter of Balaam, lord of darkness and chaos. I prostrate myself before you. The rabbit attempted to bow gracefully, but its body wouldn't quite complete the maneuver and it flopped onto its belly.
When it looked up at her, its pink eyes glowed with an unearthly light. Eve concentrated hard and a second shape superimposed itself on the rabbit, that of a toad-like lump with jutting fangs and eyes on quivering stalks. She blinked and the bunny reappeared. "Nice choice of form, imp," she said. "I considered a kitten, but that seemed unwise when meeting a dark witch. Witches don't kill cats.
Especially not witches who've been recruited to angelhood."
She grasped her sword and lifted it.
"Rabbits, however? Rodents. Vermin. Nothing in the manual against that." The rabbit backed up. "Please, my lady. Balaam has a legion of imps scouring every dimension for you. He is most eager to speak to you." "Is he? And what could my lord demon father want from me?"
She gasped in feigned surprise.
"Wait. Does it have something to do with this big reveal I've been hearing about?"
"Yes, yes." The rabbit thumped a back leg with excitement.
"You have heard of the glorious plan, then?"
After centuries of hiding, supernaturals have finally found the willpower to reveal themselves and take their rightful place as rulers of the human world.
"About time." The rabbit leaped up. "I knew you would agree. You will help your father, yes?
You will join the fight here and you will persuade your earthbound daughter to do the same."
"Savannah?" Eve tried to keep her voice calm.
"Of course.
She is a mighty spellcaster." "Mighty indeed."
"And very well connected in the supernatural world. Lord Balaam has approached her himself, but she has refused his generous offer."
"Balaam went near my..." Eve stopped short as her sword glowed blue, infused with her fury. But the rabbit imp didn't seem to notice. She took a deep, steadying breath. "Foolish girl. Of course I'll speak to her. She listens to her mother. First, though, you'll need to tell me everything you know about my father's plans, so I can properly explain them to her."
The rabbit told her everything and she thanked it most graciously, then lopped off its head, which flew into the hall at the very moment the houseboat door opened. A tall, broad-shouldered figure filled the doorway. As Christophe Nass stepped in, the rabbit's head bounced off his polished Italian loafers.
"Eve?"
he said, peering at his feet as she walked into the main cabin. Then he saw her and smiled.
"If there are decapitated rabbit heads flying, there's only one explanation. Eve is back."
He stopped as he saw her expression.
"What's wrong?" "It's Savannah," she said. "She's in trouble."
"Well, bigger trouble."
"We need to." Light flashed. Christophe disappeared.
The houseboat evaporated and Eve found herself in another dimension, surrounded by misshapen beasts, Seal at her side, her sword still in hand. "Oh, hell," she muttered as the beasts charged.
1.
I led my half-brother Bryce away from the rubble of the exploded lab, ignoring his protests, and ignoring Adam, who was sticking close and wincing every time Bryce coughed.
I couldn't blame Adam for worrying.
The supernatural liberation movement had injected Bryce with something called a vaccine against mortality, which sounded lovely, until you figured out that meant it contained DNA from vampires, zombies, and God only knows what other creatures the gang had rounded up for their experiments.
So I really didn't want to catch whatever Bryce had either.
Before we'd escaped, the woman who'd injected him had suggested it was transmittable.
I had to trust they weren't crazy enough to make it easily transmittable. And if they were? Well, then, I was already screwed.
The only way out of the lab had been to drop into a pit of water connected to an underground sewer. Bryce was so weak he'd almost drowned and I'd had to help him. I'd stopped short of giving him mouth-to-mouth when he woke on his own, but we'd had plenty of contact.
So I could be infected.
But that was a concern for later. Right now, I was just happy to have survived, especially when the whole place had come down on our heads as the liberation movement blew up their own lab. I'd never been so glad to be tramping wet, smelly, and dirty down a New Orleans alleyway.
Or to see Jeremy Danvers, the werewolf alpha, or Janie Vegas, his necromancer girlfriend. Or Adam. Most of all Adam. Bryce might be my half-brother, but I've known Adam since I was 12. Bryce? Well, let's just say we aren't close.
We'll turn onto the road up here, Jeremy said.
He was scouting the way, limping from the blast. We should be far enough from. He stopped and tilted his head, werewolf hearing picking up something we couldn't. When he frowned, Adam moved up beside him and whispered, "Trouble?"
I can hear a police radio. They're looking for 2 men and a woman seen leaving the blast site.
2 guys covered in dust and bruises? Adam said. And a girl who looks like she went swimming in a sewer? Jeremy nodded.
I looked down at my soaked clothing. The only unscathed one was Jamie, who'd been blocks away when the building went up.
Jeremy said, Anita Barrington set off an alarm, meaning there will be members of the Reveal movement looking for all of us.
You're going to need to hole up until Jamie finds us clean clothing. I'll go with her while she does. Jamie began, then cut herself short. As a necromancer, she had no innate defensive skills. As a 47-year-old on the celebrity circuit, she didn't have any acquired ones either. All she usually had to deal with were hecklers. I need backup, but I don't think it should be you, she finally said to Jeremy. Bryce needs a guard with super hearing and super strength.
I just need someone to watch my back. Savannah can do that. She isn't battered and bruised.
Her jeans are black and won't look wet from a distance.
Janie gave me her jacket, a cute leather one that we'd bought on a trip to Milan. It was a little short, she's 5'5" and I'm nearly 7 inches taller, so on me it looked fashionably cropped. With the help of her brush and scarf, we tied my wet hair back and I stopped looking like a drowned rat, even if my sneakers sloshed with every step. We found the guys a quiet spot to wait.
Then we set off. The Supernatural Liberation Movement. I gave them a vowel and called them SLAM. Their mission was to reveal the existence of supernaturals to the human world. There was a very good reason we hadn't done this already, because it was stupid. Every time the world found out about us, heads rolled our heads. Even if we could argue that this wasn't the Middle Ages anymore, we weren't just different in gender, skin color, religion, sexual orientation, or any other equality issue. We had powers. Often deadly powers that gave us an advantage over humans. You can bet your ass we wouldn't be welcomed with open arms, except maybe by military research facilities.
So why was this movement gaining traction? First, the majority of supernaturals are not as tuned into our world as I am.
Through the cabals and my connection to the Interracial Council, I had the advantage of seeing things from a global and historical perspective. Second, there are a lot of disaffected supernaturals out there, especially young ones who don't understand why the hell they shouldn't flaunt their abilities. For most of my 21 years, I'd have agreed with them I had power, so I used it. All these young supernaturals needed was a man with a plan. And they found him in Giles Reyes aka Gillis de Rice, a charismatic leader who'd convinced them that a bunch of unusual events in our world, including me, a sorcerer/witch hybrid, fulfilled some kind of prophecy that declared it was time for the big reveal. It didn't hurt that Giles claimed he was really a 15th century French nobleman who'd stumbled on immortality and had, after centuries of experimentation, found a way to grant it to all his followers. That was the vaccine he'd given Bryce. I thought of my brother, who was ready to keel over.
Apparently it hadn't quite been perfected yet. Now, because of us, Giles's vaccine had been destroyed before it could be perfected. He was going to be pissed.
I really wished I could stay to see that, but we had places to go, things to do, a world to save.
When police cars zipped past, sirens wailing, Jamie caught my arm and gestured wildly, laughing, as if sharing a juicy bit of gossip.
We were nearly to the commercial district when a police cruiser whipped around the corner, cut us off, and slammed on the brakes.
"Play it cool," Jamie whispered. I hadn't planned to do anything else.
"Hey guys," Jamie said as the officers, a slender, middle-aged woman and a stocky young patrolman, climbed out of the car.
We heard the sirens. What's going on? A bomb was detonated a few blocks over. Seriously? Jamie's eyes rounded as she scanned the rooftops.
Where? I have a blog, and if I could get photos, that would be.
Bomb, Jamie? I cut in. Normal people run the other way.
Because normal people don't have a Twitter feed with 100,000 followers. She took out her cell phone and propped up her shades.
Do you know the address?
I can Foursquare it now, then tweet photos after we get there.
We are not going to a bomb site, we are going to your interview.
I turned to the officers, mouthed, Hollywood, and rolled my eyes.
Can we see some identification? The woman asked.
Absolutely, Jamie chirped, then giggled. But the date of birth is between us, right? Gotta say this, Jamie has the ditzy C-lister routine down pat. The male officer seemed ready to hop back into the car, but his partner insisted on the ID.
Jamie showed her cards and offered to send autographed 8x10s.
She explained who she was, Jamie Vegas, renowned spiritualist, as formerly seen on the Kenny Bales show and more. The male cop said he'd heard of her and that his sister-in-law would love a signed photo.
That's an interesting way of making a living, said the female officer, Medina, according to her badge. You're free to go on to your interview, Ms. Vegas.
It's your friend here who needs to come with us.
What? Jamie screeched. No.
She's not my friend. I mean, yes, of course you are, dear.
A pat on my arm.
But she's my publicist.
I need her for the interview.
Then you'll have to reschedule, because she's coming with us.
She was seen entering the bombed building before the blast, then leaving it shortly after. Wouldn't I need to have left before the bomb, considering I'm still alive? Medina's look warned me not to be a smart ass. We just want to speak to you. Then speak here. Miss, we have multiple eyewitness reports. That's enough to arrest you on, but we'd like to give you the chance to talk to us first. Provide some insight into your co-conspirators. Co-conspirators? I waved at Jamie. This is the only person I've been conspiring with today. Does she look like a criminal mastermind? You were seen in the company of 2 men. 2? Jamie swatted my arm. Oh my God, you're so selfish. What did these guys look like? I asked. The officers exchanged a look. The woman cleared her throat. We have preliminary descriptions, but we're hoping you can add to those. It will certainly help your situation if you can. In other words, the only description they had was the one Jeremy heard, 2 guys covered in mortar dust. Whatever they had on me was bullshit. Yes, I'd been inside that building, but I'd gone in through the roof, meaning no one had seen me enter. I'd exited through the sewer. I had a feeling their witnesses were members of Slam. If anyone saw me near this building, there's an explanation. But I'll come downtown if that helps. I turned to Jamie. You go on, do your interview. Absolutely not, she said. This young woman is my publicist, and you can't treat her like a terrorist. I came here to check out venues for a possible charity appearance. That's right, charity. New Orleans has been through hell, and if you want tourists coming back, you can't arrest them on the street. She continued her diva rant as Medina started leading me toward the cruiser. It's okay, I said to Jamie, trying to shut her up. You stay here. Let Adam know I've been delayed. He'll have to postpone the interview. I won't be long, Anne. Take your hands off her. Jamie yelled at the cop. She's not touching me, I said. Listen, Jamie. She aimed a kick at Medina's shins. It didn't come close. Intentionally so, the one thing Jamie can do is kick with the precision of a stiletto-clad kung fu artist. The younger officer, Holland, grabbed her. Cut that out, he said. Or you'll be going to the station with her. Jamie wrenched free. Don't you dare lay your hands on me. She feigned another kick and lost her balance, stumbling. You tripped me. Get her in the car, too, Medina said. As Holland muscled her toward the car, Jamie put up little resistance. Once in the back seat, she slid over, making room for me. What the hell? I whispered as Medina shut the door. You're my backup and I'm yours, she said. If they take one, they take both. While I appreciated the support, I'd rather she made sure Jeremy and Adam got Bryce to a doctor. Before I could protest, the officers climbed into the front seat, and we pulled away. Jamie handed me her cell and whispered, "Call Paige." I didn't. I called Lucas. After he'd answered, I leaned into the gap between the front seats. I'm calling Jamie's manager to cancel the interview. That's okay, right? Medina looked ready to say no, but her partner nodded. Just keep it short. Lucas was waiting patiently, having realized from my comment to Medina that something was up. Hey, I said to him. Can you call Adam at the Daily and postpone that interview and photo shoot? Jamie and we kinda got ourselves arrested. Adam's waiting for us with the photographer. Bryce something or other. Dare I ask what's going on? Better not. Seems someone thought they saw me near an explosion, which is total bullshit. I've been babysitting, I cast a quick glance at Jamie, who faked a scowl. Keeping Jamie company. Anyway, it's a big misunderstanding that I'm sure will amuse everyone at the office later. I'm hoping this will be cleared up soon, but tell Adam to wait no more than 30 minutes. I know he has important things to do, but... All right. Lucas paused, then asked, Are you both okay? We're fine. We didn't embarrass ourselves too badly, so no emergency intervention required. Another silence on his end. Really, I said. Medina twisted to look back at me. A short call. Gotta go, I said. All right. Let me know if you need legal help. I'm sure we won't. It's just questioning. Medina signaled for me to cut it off. I said goodbye and handed the phone back to Jamie. 2. As we drove out of the city, I realized these were state cops. I suppose I should have noticed sooner. It seemed odd for an outside department to be involved in a big city case, but maybe even years after Katrina, New Orleans was still in a state of bureaucratic upheaval. We pulled into a small station on a regional road surrounded by forest and swamp. Medina got out of the car as Holland made a note in his book. She opened my door.
As I started to climb out, Holland opened Jamie's door, then stopped dead.
"What's that?" he said.
I turned to see some kind of black powder smeared on my seat.
"Damn it," I muttered. "Did I sit in that?" I went to wipe off my butt, but Medina grabbed my hands and yanked me into position so fast I barely had time to snap, "Hey!" before I stood spread-eagled against the cruiser. Jamie yelped, genuine now, and tried to get out, but Holland pushed her back in and slammed the door. "Is that what it looks like?" he asked as Medina patted me down. "Something from the bomb?" "Could be," she said. "It wasn't. Whatever ripped that building apart wasn't some low-grade blasting powder."
But showing any familiarity with what had caused the explosion, or bombs in general, seemed unwise.
Medina patted my back pockets. "Only thing in there is my wallet," I said. "But go ahead and check." She pulled out the wallet.
Then she reached into the other back pocket, stopped, and waved Holland over.
"What?" I said.
I tried to twist and look, but she slammed me against the car again. I craned to see, being careful not to move anything but my head. She was holding a folded piece of paper and a crushed cardboard tube sprinkled with black powder.
"That wasn't."
She shoved me against the car again, then unfolded the paper.
Holland leaned over to read it. He swore. His gaze lifted to mine, lip curled in disgust. "So you knew nothing about the bombing? Then why is the address in your pocket?" "What?" "No. That wasn't in my pocket. Not the paper or that powder. Look at my wallet. Notice anything odd? It's soaked. Like my pocket. That paper and tube are dry, meaning it couldn't have been in there." "Okay, so how did you get wet?" Holland asked. It's kind of embarrassing, okay? I fell in a puddle. Landed on my ass." "Yes, that is embarrassing," Medina said. "But not as embarrassing as the truth." "What do you mean?" "Your wallet was in your back pocket. It probably fell into the toilet. I lost a cell phone that way once." "No, my jeans are soaked." "Then I guess that bathroom accident was even more embarrassing."
"Or maybe you put these things in your pocket after you got them wet."
"I'd been sitting on them, in wet jeans, they'd at least be damp." Medina gave me another shove, hard enough that my chin hit the car. My teeth caught my tongue and I tasted blood. Holland took over, holding me still as Medina tugged my ID from my damp wallet. "Savannah Levine," she said. "You're under arrest for."
Medina arrested Jamie, too, despite the fact that they had no evidence to suggest she was involved. That's when I really knew this wasn't kosher, especially when Holland seemed surprised by Medina's decision.
He didn't argue.
She was the senior partner. But when we got inside and someone yelled that there was trouble with a guy in the holding cell, Holland volunteered to help and got out of there fast. Medina called over a second officer, a guy barely old enough to be shaving. He took charge of Jamie, who hadn't said a word since we left the car. When I glanced at her now, she was blinking hard, eyes unfocused.
"Jamie?" I said. She managed a weak smile. "I'm okay." She didn't look okay.
The officer had led her halfway down the hall when I heard a clatter and turned to see her doubled over, emptying her stomach onto the linoleum tiles.
"Oh, God," she said. "I can't believe I did that."
Her voice came out thick, words slurred.
"Partying a little early today, were you?" Medina said. "WH what?"
Jamie struggled to look up at her, eyes refusing to focus.
I tried to get to Jamie, but Medina yanked me back. "Your friend is fine.
She just needs to lay off the booze."
She called to the young officer. "She's one of those Hollywood types. Probably spent the night on Bourbon Street." "What?" I said. "No, Should I send the mugshot to the tabloids?" The young officer asked with a grin. "No, that's exactly what these people want. There's no such thing as bad publicity. I'll handle the processing. Just stick her in the drunk tank." "Is that the charge then? Public drunkenness? For both of them?" Medina nodded. I opened my mouth, but her look made me shut it. She pushed me into the next open doorway and shut the door behind us as the other officer led Jamie to the cells. "What the hell is going on?" I said, spinning on Medina. "First you question me about a bombing. Then you arrest me for it. Now you've switched to public drunkenness? Would you rather the bomb charge?" "There is no bomb charge." "There still might be." She cuffed me to a chair, then sat across from me and took out her cell phone.
After a minute, I realized the beeps I heard weren't from texting or emailing, she was playing a game.
I yanked on the chair. You aren't processing me. Do you want me to?
Part of me wanted to insist she charge me, just to see if she would, so I could confirm what I suspected was happening.
But the rest of me said that was a very stupid idea.
So I seethed and writhed inside while she played her game. I want to make a phone call, I finally said.
You did. That wasn't my official call. You're holding me, so I'm entitled to.
You're entitled to a call if I charge you.
I closed my eyes and concentrated.
Find the core of stillness, then focus all my energy on casting. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Medina said.
Do what? Whatever you're doing. I leaned forward. And what would that be? I met her gaze.
Oh, wait.
You know, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Just as I suspected. Who are you working for? The moronic liberation movement that bombed their own building?
Her head jerked up.
Are you accusing me of being a terrorist, Ms. Levine? Is that what you think they are? Good, then we're on the same page. Either way, holding me is a very bad idea. I'd suggest you reconsider and let me cut you a deal with the Cortezes.
Her eyes narrowed.
Are you trying to bribe me? If that's what it takes.
She leaped up and slammed me in my chair against the wall. As she shoved, she grabbed my shoulder, fingers digging in as she leaned down to my face. I don't know who the hell these Cortezes are, but I can promise you that I'm not afraid of any gang.
They can't buy me and they can't threaten me. Neither can you.
I was giving you a break, Ms. Levine. Holding you on a lesser charge until I could consult with my superiors on the evidence we found in your back pocket.
But if you want that charge. No. I don't.
I made a mistake.
A very big mistake.
She shoved me again, the chair clattering against the wall.
And it's not going to help your case.
Since you don't seem to like it here, let's see if you prefer being in the drunk tank with your friend.
3.
I found Jamie curled up, shivering and pale, in a corner of the holding cell. I tried to rouse her, but she wouldn't open her eyes. When I said I was going to call a guard, she managed to murmur, "No.
Don't, 'cause more trouble. Just give, minute. Food poisoning." I glanced around. The cell looked like, well, a cell. About 8 by 8 feet. A typical spot in a small station for holding people awaiting charges or the onset of sobriety. From the looks of it, more cells were needed. This one now had 5 occupants. Like Jamie, 2 were lying on the floor. Drunk, I guessed. At least they were quiet. There was one bed, currently occupied by a chick with the kind of tattoos that scream, "I got this once when I was really drunk." Except that, judging by the quantity, it was more than once. A lot more, which might suggest it was complete lack of taste rather than serial drunken stupidity. Her blonde hair was frizzled at the ends, as if she'd overused her straightening iron. She wore cutoffs with several rolls of pitted cellulite hanging out below. Her upper half hung too, tank top screaming for a bra. In short, she was not the sort of person I was in the mood to deal with nicely. Still I tried. "Hey," I said. "My friend's really sick. Do you think she could take the bunk?" "Go to hell, you skinny-assed bitch." All the frustration of the last hour flared, and when I grabbed her, my hands glowed white. The woman shrieked. "You're burning me. You bitch, you're." I pushed her off the bed and she landed on the floor, half on top of an elderly homeless woman. I apologized to the old woman, but she seemed beyond hearing me. The biker chick scrambled up and charged. I raised my fists. She put out her claws, scratching and spitting and yowling. A blow to the stomach stopped her before I got my hair pulled. When she staggered back, I downed her with a kick. "You're going to regret this," she whined from the floor. "I know people." "Men, you mean?" "Big, ugly men who ride big, ugly bikes." I loomed above her. "Word of advice? If you're going to trash talk, get your ass off the bitch seat and learn to fight for yourself." She whined and hissed a little more, then shut up. Beside her, the old woman straightened. "Did someone call a lawyer?" she asked. I turned to the bars. No one was there. "Is that your lawyer?" she said. "Can he help me? I need to get out of here." I followed the old woman's gaze to the middle of the room. Still no one. Jamie moaned. I hurried over and helped her to the cot. Before she lay down, she glanced at it. "I'm not sure I want to touch that," she said. "You're washable," I said. But on second thought.
I pulled off my jacket and wadded it up for a pillow, so her hair wouldn't connect with whatever critters might be living on the mattress.
Thanks, she said. How much trouble are we in? I crouched beside her. We haven't been charged with the bombing, but something's fishy. That powder and note weren't mine, obviously. Neither of us were processed. Neither of us have been charged. But we're locked up.
Medina works for someone, Jamie said, her words coming slow, as if it hurt to speak.
The movement or a cabal? I thought so, too.
I called her on it, and now she's convinced I tried to threaten her with a gang called the Cortezes.
Maybe, but...
She stopped and cocked her head.
A frown.
Then she peered around the cell and at the empty hall beyond.
Ghost? I said. I'm not sure.
I thought I heard, she trailed off, shook her head, then paled, as if the movement made her stomach churn.
Oh, God. What did I eat? Just a pastry and a coffee hours ago. A latte. Must have been the milk. I feel like... Did someone call a lawyer?
The old woman warbled again. I turned to see her staring at an empty spot with a look I recognized from all my years hanging around Jamie.
She was seeing a ghost. It happens sometimes with the mentally ill. Is it my father? I said to Jamie. Is that who you think you heard?
She nodded, eyes still closed.
Can you look? See if he's here? A faint, pained smile. If it was your dad, I'd hear him loud and clear.
Christoph Nast does not allow himself to be ignored.
He took off to hunt for you after the explosion.
She frowned and opened her eyes.
I didn't hear back from him.
She blinked, then stared at the same empty spot as the old woman.
Oh, she said. He's there? Yes, but faint. Something's wrong.
She pushed up and struggled to listen.
Then another, oh. What's he saying? I asked. He's barely coming through. Maybe because I'm sick.
Jamie tried her best to communicate, with no success. When she started getting frustrated, I stopped her and said, You rest.
I may have a second avenue of contact today.
I nodded at the old woman, who'd been following our efforts placidly.
Not sure that's such a good idea, Jamie said. She's crazy enough to see ghosts, but that also means she's not exactly coherent.
Well, no offense, but you're not doing so hot yourself.
Rest and I'll see what I can get.
The biker chick scuttled away as I sat down beside the old woman.
Are you going to get me out of here?
The old woman said, staring up at the blank space above us.
You can see him, right? I said. She nodded. Good, I said. So now he's going to talk and you're going to tell me what he says. I want out.
Which he'll do, as soon as you've helped me talk to him. She turned her dark eyes to me.
So you can't hear him? No. She smiled. Then I have him all to myself. She looked up and said, Get me out of here. My father managed to trick her into passing on a message, telling me to demand to call Lucas, but after that, she caught on. She whined at him that she wasn't stupid and he was supposed to help her, with me. Then she started to wail. Ignore her, Jamie croaked as I tried to calm the old woman. I can hear him better now. I got up and went over to Jamie. My father must have followed, because the woman let out a scream of frustrated rage. She flung her hands out and shouted something I didn't catch. Then she smiled and lowered herself to the floor and started mumbling to herself. Shit, Jamie muttered. She's not crazy. Or not only crazy. She's a necromancer. What? She just banished your father. Without vervain? She used a nastier method. One I've never learned because I don't want to be tempted to use it. It knocks a spirit through dimensions. Shit. I leaped to my feet and looked around. Don't worry, Savannah. Your dad will find his way back. Or your mom will track him down. Can you let her know? She shook her head. Not now. When she's on assignment, I can't call. I wanted to argue that this was an emergency, but I trusted Jamie wouldn't let my father suffer unnecessarily. Okay, she might, but only if my mother wouldn't find out about it, which in this case, she eventually would. All right, I said. My father was telling me to go ahead and demand my phone call. I'm not sure I like the sounds of that, but he wouldn't suggest that if it wasn't safe. So go ahead. Try to flag someone down. The hall had been empty since I'd arrived. I walked over and leaned against the bars, but couldn't see anything. I started casting a sensing spell, then stopped.
I shouldn't automatically reach for a magical solution when mundane methods would do the job. Now that I was the spell-powered equivalent of a 12-year-old, I had to conserve all the juice I had. And, I suppose, it was a good rule in general. So I called for a guard. When no one answered, I shouted. When still no one came, I started the sensing spell again. Stopped again. Walked over to Jamie. "Do you have a mirror?" I asked. They took my purse and patted me down. I stood there, waiting, until she sighed and pulled a necklace from under her blouse. It was a locket. I popped it open. On one side was a tiny picture of Jeremy. On the other, a mirror. I shook my head. With some people, it's hidden weapons. With you, mirrors. She pulled a face. "Watch it," I said. "Or I'll make you look in it." "No, thank you," she muttered, raking her fingers through her tangled hair. I angled the mirror to look both ways down the hall. "I see a desk," I said. "But it's empty. Looks like pages scattered on the floor. Make a ruckus." "You're good at that." I yelled again for a guard. Then I grabbed Jamie's shoes and climbed the bars like a B-movie convict. I looked again at those dropped pages someone had left in a hurry. I remembered the biker chick shrieking during our fight. Then the old woman screaming when my father ignored her. If no one had come for that, they sure as hell weren't coming for my clanging. I crouched and studied the lock. "You gonna pick that with your hairpin, sweetheart?" The biker chick sneered. "No, I'm going to pick it with hers." I walked over to Jamie and held out a hand. She plucked two from her hair. "See, you do come ready for trouble," I said. "Mirrors, stilettos, hairpins. I get the feeling you've been in jail before." She flipped me off as she lay back on the cot. I hunkered down by the lock again. Of course, there is no way in hell you can escape a jail cell with a hairpin. But it made a good cover story while I worked at the door with an unlock spell. 2 days ago I'd been told by some mysterious otherworld entity that my spells weren't actually gone. My power supply had just been cranked way down. Like a neophyte witch, I could build power through practice, and so I'd been practicing. I'd been able to successfully cast simple things like a light ball. And that flare of magic with the biker chick had reinforced something I'd experienced once before, that if I tapped deep enough into my power, I could cast on emotion, without even reciting a spell. That was serious mojo. If this temporary power drain meant I could reach that level someday, then it was worth it. But right now, I needed all the juice I could get. I was determined to open this door, however much time and concentration it took. It took a lot. 20 minutes later I heard a little click. Finally. I stood and pulled on the door. It moved about a quarter inch, then caught something inside grinding. "You can't open a cell with a hairpin, you stupid twat," the biker chick said. I turned to snarl at her, then gathered that frustrated anger and flung it at the door instead. Another click. When I yanked, it gave a little more, but still wouldn't open. "You're getting there," said a voice behind me. I turned to see Jamie, wobbling slightly. She squeezed my shoulder. "You're getting it. Just keep." The door at the end of the hall flew open, a cacophony of shouts blasting through before it closed again. Silence. Then the thud of heavy boots. A moment later, a man came into view. He looked like a stereotypical cop, right down to the mustache and lantern jaw. He wasn't wearing a uniform, though. He was wearing blood. Bare-chested. Skin dappled with red. More blood dripping from his hands, which were dangling at his sides, his fingers stubby, nails thickened to claws. There's not much I'll back away from. A werewolf partway into his change is one of those things. 4. I backed up into Jamie, my arms wide to shield her. She started around me, her chin going up, mouth firm, lower lip quivering slightly. I can handle this," she said. "Jamie. He won't touch me." "I'm the Alpha's," her voice dipped, uncertain, then came back stronger. "I'm the Alpha's mate. He wouldn't dare touch me. Under normal circumstances, I'd agree. But I don't think this guy cares." The werewolf stopped in front of the cell. If those partially changed hands didn't confirm something was wrong, his eyes did. Pupils so huge his eyes seemed black. The whites suffused with red. His breathing came hard, ragged. "Drugged," Jamie whispered. "Who's stupid enough to drug a?" "Hello, ladies," the werewolf said, his voice a deep rumble, almost a growl, as if his vocal cords were changing, too. So was his face, nothing drastic, but the planes and angles were off-kilter, making him look disfigured. "What's wrong with him?" The biker chick quavered. The woman who'd been silent so far, a 30ish blonde in a suit jacket and slacks, had risen to her feet. "Shut up," she hissed to the biker chick. "Don't we have some pretty ladies here?" he said, his gaze tripping over Jamie and me. "Pretty ladies in a cage."
"Which is locked," I said. "If you want in, you'll need to get the key." "Yes."
Jamie stepped closer to the bars and raked back her hair.
"If you want to visit us, you need to find the key." "Are you fucking?"
The biker chick screeched to a stop.
"Frozen. Caught in a binding spell." "Nice one," Jamie whispered. "That wasn't me." The blonde stepped up beside Jamie and flicked open the top button on her blouse. "Go find the key," she said to the werewolf. "Then we can play."
He inhaled, nostrils flaring, then lumbered off. When he was gone, the blonde whispered.
"You know what he is?" "Canis lupus," I said. "Human variety." "And you are?" "Savannah Levine." "Save?" Her eyes widened. Then she nodded. "Good." "Not so good. My mojo is on the fritz, so we're going to need to rely on you." "What about?" She looked at Jamie. "Wait. I know you. You're good on a stage," Jamie said. "Lousy in a fight. We've got another necro." She nodded at the old woman. "And I'm guessing one reasonably innocent bystander." A glance at the biker chick, now huddled on the floor.
"Kieran Corville," the blonde said.
"My mojo's not much better. Been sick as a dog since they brought me in. Drugged, I think." "Shit." I looked at Jamie. Not food poisoning after all. Either Medina or Holland must have injected her somehow. My money was on Medina. So we had 4 supernaturals in a cage, 3 probably drugged. A drugged werewolf on the loose. What the hell was going on? "You ladies fighting over me already?" a voice asked. We all flinched as the werewolf sauntered back into view. "You need a key," I said. "Fuck the key, can't be bothered. I want in now." He grabbed the door and yanked, neck tendons bulging, and the door snapped open. I stepped in front of Jamie. "Okay, big guy," I said. "You know you're in serious shit right now. That blood tells me someone's dead. And considering this is a police station, that someone is a cop, meaning." He grabbed me by the shirt front. "You like to use that mouth, bitch? I'll show you where you can use it." "Let me guess?" I said. "Here?" I need him in the groin. Yes, it's a cheap shot, but I wasn't really concerned with fighting fair right now. Or with preserving his ability to procreate. He dropped me on my ass. And he should have dropped himself, because it was a hell of a blow. But he only snorted, then came at me as I scooted back. "Hey, handsome," Jamie called. "Forget the little girl. I've got something you want." He looked from me to her, then lumbered toward her. Kieran hit him with an energy bolt. "What was that?" The biker chick screeched as the werewolf fell back, a scorched spot on his side. I launched a fireball, well, more like a firefly, but my aim was good and it hit him in the eye. He bellowed louder than he had when I'd gotten his crotch. That shot of rage jump-started his stole change. His brow and jaw receded, mouth and nose jutting. Thick, black hair sprouted from his chest and back. "What the hell?" The biker chick shrieked. "What the fucking hell? Is that a werewolf?" The old necromancer said. "I've never seen a werewolf." He charged her. I cast a binding spell. It didn't work. Kieran launched something and maybe it did work, but it didn't stop him. Didn't even slow him down. He grabbed the old woman by the hair and wrenched. Her neck snapped. He threw her across the cell. She hit the wall and collapsed like a rag doll. The biker chick started to scream. Really scream. A high-pitched wail that caught the werewolf's attention like the squeal of a rabbit. He turned on her. I tried another binding spell. When it failed again, I grabbed Jamie and shoved her toward the broken cell door, waving for Kieran to follow. As we tumbled out into the hall, Jamie glanced back. Her eyes widened and she stopped. I pushed her along the hall, and she didn't struggle, just wrenched her gaze from the screaming woman and the werewolf and didn't look back again. I didn't look back at all. Didn't dare, because if I did, I might go back and try to save her. If I tried, I'd lose the opportunity to get us out of there. So I didn't. The biker chick didn't scream for long. The door into the main part of the station flew open. I stopped short, arms flying out to keep the others back. Medina shot inside, followed by Holland.
Both were staring over their shoulders.
Medina shut the door quietly, then leaned her forehead against it. Holland's gaze stayed fixed on the door.
His hands fluttered in front of his chest. It took a second to realize what he was doing.
Crossing himself. "It's okay, Rory," Medina murmured, face still against the door. "We're safe now."
Holland kept crossing himself and closed his eyes. I motioned for Jamie and Kieran to be still, then crept forward and slid the gun from Holland's holster.
I had it halfway out before he noticed. He grabbed for it, but I yanked it free. Medina's head snapped up.
She went for her own weapon, but her holster was empty. Her lips parted in a curse. When Holland opened his mouth, I motioned for silence, using the gun for emphasis.
I waved for Medina to open the door.
She shook her head. I stepped forward and whispered, "Open the goddamned door or I'll."
"I can't." Jamie shouldered past, grabbed the handle and pulled. The door didn't budge. "It's a time lock," Medina said. "It'll open in a few minutes." "But you don't want to go out there," Holland whispered. Medina nodded. "We'll be safe in here." Just
a sickening crunch from inside the cell.
Then a grunt.
Medina went still, then snatched the gun from my hands and headed for the holding cell.
I could have warned her. But I figured she already knew something was going on.
And she was a cop. Serve and protect the taxpayers.
I was a taxpayer.
In front of the cell, she stopped dead.
"Oh my God. Oh my God." A grunt. A snort. I ran for Medina. Didn't mean to. Jamie and Kieran even tried to grab me. I ran anyway.
The werewolf was on all fours, back humped, for still sparse, a nightmare version of a wolf. The biker chick was dead.
And no longer in one piece.
The wolf was over her, bloody froth and other bits dripping from his jaws.
He growled, fur on end, his drug-hazed eyes fixed on Medina. "Shoot him," I whispered. The bullets.
"They aren't," she swallowed.
"They aren't silver."
"Oh, for God's sake."
I reached for the gun. She yanked it away from me and stumbled back. "No, you'll only antagonize."
The wolf ran for the cell door and I slammed it shut. It was broken in wooden lock, but the beast lacked hands, meaning sliding it open would be impossible. The wolf hit the door. The whole wall shuddered. He took a bar in his jaws and yanked. "The gun," I said, wheeling.
"Give me." Medina started to run toward the time-locked door. I caught her by the leg. She went down. The gun flew. She twisted, trying to throw me off as the wolf. 2 staccato shots. I looked back in time to see the wolf collapse. Jamie stood there, gun clutched in her hands. "I see Jeremy's lessons are paying off," I said as I got to my feet. "When you're the alpha's girlfriend, you need to know how to stop those guys." She was spelling it out for Medina's benefit, putting a little extra emphasis on alpha and sliding her gaze the cop's way. Sure enough, Medina paled. "Seems she does know something about our side of the universe." "Fancy that." I walked over to her, still huddled on the floor. By that look on her face, though, she doesn't know nearly as much as she should. Like exactly who she was taking into custody. And who's probably on his way right now, tracking down his girlfriend, very pissed off about the situation and about to be even more pissed off when he sees that. I pointed toward the dead wolf in the cage. That's the problem they were having in lockup when we arrived, wasn't it? You weren't just stupid enough to imprison her. I glanced at Holland, still standing by the door, in shock. I had no idea how much of this was penetrating, but I shouldn't take chances. A guy like that, but you drugged him, too. Intentionally released his inner animal. No, she scrambled up. I just arrested him. That's my assignment. From the liberation movement? Yes. I bring in people like us. Like us? What are you? ACEs, she said. A vision-enhanced half-demon, very mild powers. They give me sedatives, then someone comes to bail the prisoners out and takes them to the lab. Sometimes I find the subjects on my own. Sometimes I'm tipped off. That's what happened with you. I got a call. My contact didn't tell me who you were, he just described you and where to find you. The sedatives have always worked. She glanced into the cell and swallowed. It must be the latest batch. Everything was fine. Yes, just fine. All you were doing was kidnapping our kind on false charges, then selling us as guinea pigs in horrific experiments. She bristled. Those experiments will save us. They're benign. Benign?
I clenched my fists so hard I heard the faint pops of my knuckles cracking. Tell that to the subjects they dumped into a watery pit. Before they were dead. Those benign. I lifted my hands for emphasis and sparks flew everywhere.
Jamie caught my elbow. How about we skip the blame game? Jeremy will find me eventually, and this is something he shouldn't walk into blindly.
She was right. Most werewolves can't follow a scent when you've traveled by car, but Jeremy wasn't your average werewolf. He had an extra boost of kitsune blood, which helped him find his family when they were in danger.
Jamie was family. He'd be on his way. Am I drugged? I asked Medina.
She shook her head.
I only had enough left for one more. You seemed compliant enough.
She gestured at Jamie. She was the one who was fighting.
When you came in here, what were you running from?
She pointed to the cell.
There's nothing else?
She shook her head. So the werewolf had been on the loose, and she and her partner ducked in here to escape it, only to trap themselves with it. Which I'd say was fitting, except that they weren't the ones who died for her stupidity.
So as soon as that lock opens, we're free to go? Kieran asked. Medina nodded. Holland lurched from his stupor. And no.
There's paperwork.
We have to do the paperwork. People can't just walk out of.
He looked around, then caught sight of the blood sprayed across the hall floor. He stumbled toward the cell, Medina grabbing for his arm to stop him.
Too late.
Holland saw what was in there, doubled over and threw up. He was still retching, Medina at his side, when the time lock on the door clicked.
Kieran grabbed the handle. I jammed my foot in the way, stopping it. Kieran glowered at me. I'm leaving, okay?
I don't care what the council says about this mess and my duty to help clean it up. I was just going to say to be careful.
I pulled my foot away and she slipped through.
I was about to follow, but Jamie caught my sleeve.
Not so fast, she murmured.
She slid one stiletto into the door opening, then put her ear to the gap.
Medina marched over.
She'd pulled her partner away from the carnage in the cage and left him sitting, slumped against a wall, head on his knees. She grabbed the door. When Jamie made a move to stop her, she snapped, "You stay here, until I make sure the witch is okay."
As Medina went through the door, Jamie gave me a questioning look.
Hell, no, I murmured.
I've had enough of playing hero. We didn't send them out as bait.
Their choice.
Might as well take advantage.
We could hear Kieran's pumps receding along the hall, then the softer thumps of Medina's loafers. A murmur of voices as Medina caught up.
The click of a door. We waited for another 10 seconds. No screaming yet, Jamie said. Always a good sign. We slid out. 5. We crept down the hall.
There were 2 doors at the end. The left one headed to the interrogation room, the right to the main office.
I cracked open the door on the right and listened.
A week ago, I'd have been ashamed of myself for being so cautious, called myself a frightened little witch mouse. A week without powers has taught me that the only reason not to take that extra second was ego. When we heard nothing, I eased open the door and went through first.
Everything was silent and still.
I turned to give Jamie the all clear.
Then I stopped. Silent and still. In a police station that's just been ravaged by a werewolf.
"What's up?"
Jamie whispered.
I lifted a finger to my lips and pivoted, straining to hear. Jamie tapped my shoulder and I jumped. "Let's just go," she whispered. She was right. If losing my powers had made me careful, it had also nudged me to the edge of paranoia. A werewolf had just rampaged through an isolated police station where I'd only seen 4 officers, including Medina and Holland. The other 2 must be long gone. Or dead. Judging by the blood on the werewolf, I suspected option 2. That would explain the silence. We passed a quad of cubicles. Something crunched underfoot and I looked down to see a broken pencil. Pens were scattered off to my left. Papers blanketed the floor around the desks. Crimson blood dotted the pages. Only drops, though. Someone wounded in getting the hell out, scattering office supplies in his wake. I took another step and heard the slam of a car door. I pictured a survivor sitting in the parking lot, gun drawn, waiting for someone or something to come out those front doors. I turned back to Jamie. "We should look for a side exit," I whispered. She nodded. In front was the reception area. To our right, another door hung partially open. As we headed for it, I noticed more blood streaked on the linoleum. Still wet. From the werewolf, I presumed. I steered around it and kept going.
More blood ahead. Lots more. Smeared in front of the partly open door. Lines ran through it. Drag marks. Was the werewolf the only thing responsible for those blood trails? I wasn't sure enough to go through that door. Other way? Jamie whispered behind me. I nodded. As we crept back in the direction we'd come, I kept glancing back at the blood smears by the door. What if someone was in there, wounded? I shook it off. As I'd said, I was done playing hero. While I was sure that Paige and Lucas Foster's self-sacrificing side of me would erupt again, it wasn't popping out while we had a dead werewolf in the back room. We had to escape. This was Medina's mess. Let her deal with it. Or let the pack do it after we got to safety. Hello? A man's voice called from the reception area. Is someone here? Jamie stopped and looked back at me. I want to file an accident report, he called. Hello? I motioned for Jamie to follow and we backed up to a block of filing cabinets. As I tugged her behind them, I caught a flash of something across the room. Jamie gasped. I wheeled. There was nothing there. Jamie had her eyes half closed and was taking deep breaths. What did you see? I asked. Just a ghost. Some kind of another deep breath. A residual, I think. It startled me. Sorry. A residual was a spectral image, usually the replay of a gruesome death, meaning Jamie had every right to look like she was 5 seconds from puking. But why had I caught a flicker of it? The guy in reception called out again. I plastered myself back against Jamie. My heart kept thumping. I tried to calm down. It was just a guy. At worst I could play receptionist and get rid of him. Yet the self-talk didn't help because it wasn't the guy making my heart race. I kept thinking about that flash. A niggling doubt in my gut told me to look again. I peered out and jerked back so fast I elbowed Jamie. What? She began. I clamped my hand over her mouth. My heart was thudding so hard now I could barely draw breath. She tugged my hand away and mouthed, "You saw it?" I nodded. What had I seen? I didn't know. My brain was throwing out bits and pieces like a jammed movie camera. Not human. No, not humanoid. That's what had my mind stuttering, because it wasn't human and it wasn't beast, and that wasn't possible. I lived in a world of monsters, but they were all recognizably human. Only werewolves could change form. This wasn't a werewolf. Eyes. I'd seen eyes. Cold, unblinking, reptilian eyes scanning the room. Looking for us. Forget what it was looking for us now, and when it found us. Blood. I'd seen blood and gore dripping from misshapen jaws. I stared at the smear on the floor and now saw more than drag marks. I saw claw marks. Hello? The man called. Jesus Christ. Someone's gotta be here. A creak. The door opening. A growl. An inhuman cry, half shriek, half snarl. I leaped from my hiding spot. The thing flew at the man. Literally flew, leathery crimson wings billowing out. Its beak-like snout opened and it let out another horrible cry. Holy shit, the man said. Holy fucking. I hit the beast with an energy bolt. Or I tried to. What came out was a spray of harmless sparks that showered the thing. It gave a screech, more annoyance than pain, and reared back. 4 taloned feet flashed. All 4 grabbed the man. Grabbed him and ripped. Blood sprayed. An arm landed by my feet. The man was screaming. All that blood, and that arm lying at my feet, and the man was still screaming. Jamie had to drag me a couple of feet before I snapped out of it. I pushed her along ahead of me as we ran for the second door. My sneakers slid and squealed on the blood. A grunt from across the room. The beast. The man had gone silent now. Thank God, he'd gone silent. But that meant the beast had heard my shoes. Jamie wrenched open the door. We tumbled through. I yanked it closed. The beast hit it with a thud, the wall shuddering. I held it shut with both hands, my feet braced. It threw itself at the door, over and over, shrieking. Jamie grabbed my shoulder. I lifted my hand to brush her off, then realized she was holding out a steel baton. We jammed it into the handle. The door rocked twice more. Then stopped. Talons clicked on the linoleum as the beast retreated. I glanced at Jamie. She didn't ask what that thing was or how it got here. Right now, it only mattered that it was here.
It's looking for another way in, Jamie whispered. Which means we need to find another way out.
I turned. We were in an office. The chief's office, I was guessing.
Big, spacious, filled with natural light, all coming from skylights overhead.
Barred skylights. No other exit.
There was a shout.
Then an ear-splitting screech.
I spun toward the door.
Holland. I said. We forgot about. A scream cut me short.
The same kind of horrible scream I'd heard from the man who'd been torn apart.
Jamie gripped my elbow.
Too late, she said.
We need to find a way out.
I stood frozen as the scream was replaced by wet smacking and grunting as the creature devoured the young officer.
Then everything went quiet. I pressed my ear to the door. Jamie tugged me back.
It just remembered there's a bigger meal in here. I took a step, and nearly landed on my ass. I looked down at what I'd slipped on, the extension of the blood trail that came through the door. It continued past the massive desk. I took 2 steps and leaned around to see what looked like rope on the floor.
Another step. Not rope. Intestine, stretched out from what remained of a torso clad in. Medina, I whispered, seeing the nameplate on her uniform shirt. That was the only way I would have recognized her.
Her legs and one arm had been ripped off. As for her head, it was still attached, barely. Where her face should be, there was a bloody crater. Jamie stepped around the desk.
I blocked the sight.
There's someone behind her, Jamie whispered.
I looked behind the desk. There were bodies there. 2, maybe 3. It was impossible to tell.
One face stared up from the pile. The blonde witch, Kieran.
Okay, Jamie said, taking a deep breath. She looked around. Phone. We need to find the.
Her eyes rounded. She lunged forward.
Savannah. Cold steel pressed against my throat. 6. I'd say, nobody move? Said a raspy male voice.
But I think the knife makes that redundant. I started whispering a spell.
The blade pressed into my windpipe.
I'd call that moving, he said.
Another word and you won't be speaking. Or breathing. There's a thing out there, Jamie said. Some kind of beast. Demon, he said. Demonic, at least.
I was testing out a particularly tricky new spell. A sorcerer. One who knew witch magic, which explained how he'd appeared from nowhere.
Cover spell. Who are you? Jamie demanded, as if reading my mind.
He continued as if she hadn't spoken. That beast wasn't quite what I hoped to summon, but I've sent it back now. With a full belly, apparently.
Pity about Jackie Medina. A nice person to work with.
So dedicated to the cause. So gullible.
She wasn't drugging us to make us more compliant, was she? Jamie said.
The drugs were supposed to drive supernaturals crazy.
Why? Is this the point where I explain my master plan? No. Thanks, but I have more important things to do.
Like cleaning up this mess, I muttered.
That's not on my list either.
I'm sure either the council or the cabals have a crime scene cleaning team on speed dial.
And avoiding fallout. He chuckled. Definitely not part of the plan.
As for the plan itself, let's just say it underwent a serious change when Ms. Medina called me and said she had Jamie Vegas and Savannah Levine in custody.
The fates must be smiling on me. Well, not the fates, maybe, but someone is.
I wanted a chance to test my spell, and you gave me a better one than I ever could have imagined.
Now, Ms. Vegas, could you do me a favor and call Eve Levine? I know you have her on speed dial.
I can't, Jamie began.
Yes, you can.
He gestured at the knife against my throat.
Being told to call my mother or I'd die? Serious déjà vu. First Leah O'Donnell, the half-demon who came back from hell. Now this asshole. Everyone wanted Mom.
Which meant, while part of me said I should be scared, I was really just annoyed. And impatiently waiting for this sorcerer to get caught up in negotiations with Jamie and relax his grip enough for me to escape. You can call her, he repeated. And you will, because if you don't, I'm going to slit her daughter's throat and leave her on this pile of bodies.
You don't understand, Jamie said. Eve is out of contact. Someplace I can't reach her. You mean she's off on an angel assignment? Jamie let out a squeaky laugh. No. Trust me, Eve Levine is no. She's an angel. Ascended angel. Celestial bounty hunter.
I looked at Jamie and waited for a real laugh, not that nervous titter. Her mouth opened. Closed. She swallowed. She looked at me and blushed.
Angel? My mother was an angel? I wanted to laugh.
Only I couldn't, because it made sense to me, as much sense as the concept of my dark witch half-demon mother as a divine agent could. Leah had said my mother was on her tail.
That mom could keep her from going back to hell. Who could do that except an angel?
When my mother came for Leah, I'd seen her faint outline. I'd also seen something glowing at her side. Something she'd used to slice bloodlessly through Leah's host body and send her soul back to hell. What could do that except a celestial sword? Cimmerian, a demi-demon who'd been helping us, said Leah must have gotten divine aid to escape her hell dimension.
He claimed it was a collaboration between the angelic and the demonic.
Then he'd asked about my mother.
That's why Leah wanted her.
That's why this guy wanted her.
Because my mother had a direct line to the celestial. I felt confused.
Then that fell away, and what took its place wasn't fear or pride.
It was hurt.
Hurt because this son of a bitch knew my mother was an angel, and I didn't. Hurt because I trusted Jamie, trusted her since I was 14 years old, and now I realized she'd kept something about my mother from me, something important. Finally, Jamie said, "If you know what Eve is, then you understand that she's not always at my beck and call. 6 months of the year she's an angel.
I can't summon her. I'm forbidden. You can't? He said. Or it's forbidden? Those are two different things.
If Eve Levine finds out that her daughter died and you didn't have the guts to try calling her, she'll reach through the dimensions and rip those guts out through your belly button."
I can't.
The blade slid across my throat.
I felt the skin split. Felt blood run down my neck. Heard Jamie yelp.
Tried to turn, but the blade was still there, cutting in deeper, his other hand wrapped around my hair now, wrenching my head up.
Mom! My eyes bulged as I gasped for breath. I found it. Somehow I found it. I could still breathe. Blood oozed down my neck. But it didn't spurt. I stopped struggling.
"Good girl," the sorcerer whispered.
"Ms. Vegas, the ball is in your court."
She was already saying my mother's name, the words spilling out as she yanked off my mother's silver ring and clutched it.
"Eve, I need you, please, Savannah needs you, .
She paused for breath, and he dug the knife in again, and I gasped, eyes rolling in pain, a scream caught in my throat, not daring to let it out, barely daring to breathe for fear it would press my throat harder against the blade. The sorcerer was murmuring something.
A spell? M.O. I stopped the thought. Squeezed my eyes shut. Don't call her. Don't call her. Are you crazy? There's a knife. I can't call her. I won't. My mother was an angel. A goddamned angel, and if people knew I could summon an angel, I'd have a knife to my throat every week. I had to trust Jamie. I think she's coming, Jamie said. I feel her, Anne.
Tell her to cross over there.
He pointed.
I tried to look, but the knife wouldn't let me.
I don't under.
Tell her to cross there.
Into the circle. Circle? I didn't need to look now.
It had to be something for binding a spirit.
No, I said, wheezing. Jamie, don't you dare. The knife bit in and I yelled. Couldn't help it, even if it made the blade dig in all the more.
I could barely see Jamie through a haze of red. But I glowered at her, pouring every bit of rage and betrayal into that glare.
Don't you dare let him bind an angel, Jamie. Don't you dare.
I can't tell her where to cross over.
It's not like that. Eve.
His voice rose to a shout.
I'm sure you can hear me. You're going to cross into that circle or your daughter is going to die. I closed my eyes and concentrated as hard as I could. Do not cross into the circle.
I had no idea who this guy was or what he was up to, but he wanted to harness an angel, and with everything that was going on in the Freedom Group, the immortality vaccine, we couldn't let it happen.
I'd tricked Leah. I could trick him, too. I just needed enough time.
The sorcerer restarted his incantation, shouting the words now.
I didn't recognize the spell. Didn't even recognize the language.
Not Hebrew or Greek or Latin.
Something older.
As his voice rose, he pulled the knife away from my throat, tightening his grip on my hair. He flicked the blood-covered blade to the left. Toward the circle. My fist went up, spell on my lips, but he slapped the blade back so hard my knees gave way, only his hold on my hair keeping me upright.
He yanked me to my feet. The circle, Eve. he shouted. Cross into the. He stopped. And he laughed, a low, rasping chortle. Yes. That's it. Thank you. The knife eased on my neck enough for me to look over at the circle and see. My mother. I saw my mother. Not a faint image or a shadowy apparition. I saw my mother, as real as she'd looked 9 years ago, when she'd left our cell to find us a way out of the compound where we'd been trapped. She'd never returned. Eve, the sorcerer said. She pulled something off her back. A 4-foot-long sword, the metal glowing blue. Jamie? Tell him he has 5 seconds to drop his blade or I use mine, she said, her gaze fixed on him, dark eyes blazing. I could hear Mom. Why could I hear her? But he could, too. His knife hit the floor with a clatter. He released me and I fell to my knees, hands going to my throat. Good, she said. She kept walking toward him, but lowered the sword. I stared up at her. I can see you. And he can see you too, can't he? Why can? My gaze dropped to the floor where my mother was leaving a trail of boot prints. She shouldn't be able to leave boot prints. The hell beast. He'd summoned a hell beast and it had materialized. It had crossed the dimensions and physically entered ours. What had he said before he started the ritual? I'm testing out a particularly tricky new spell. There, he said to Eve. I've let Savannah go. I just wanted to bring you here, Eve. We have very special plans. My mother lifted her sword. Ready to send him to hell, as she'd done with Leah. She swung the blade. One clean, effortless cut through the torso. The sorcerer's eyes bugged. His mouth worked. Then his upper half slid to the floor, blood spurting, the shriek dying in a keening gurgle as his legs fell over and he lay there, blinking, mouth still open, any noise he made drowned out by Jamie's screams. What the hell? Mom whispered. She backed up, sword held out, gaze fixed on it as if it had come to life in her hand. She slid on the blood and looked down at the floor. What the hell? She stared at her jeans and blouse, soaked with the sorcerer's blood. What the hell? I stood there, watching her and trying hard, very hard, not to look at that horrible, bisected body. My mother blinked. Then she leaped forward, sword raised, and stabbed the still blinking sorcerer through the heart, releasing him to death. Jamie stopped screaming. At least, stopped audibly screaming, fist jammed into her mouth, eyes closed. Then she went rigid. Her eyes flew open and fixed on something I couldn't see. You called her, she whispered. I don't know what you did, but. She flinched and I knew she was talking to the sorcerer's ghost. My mother jumped forward, but Jamie lifted her hands. It's okay. He's gone. Jamie looked around. I don't understand. I do. My voice came out soft, barely audible. Then I turned to my mother. You're real. I mean, you're here. I stepped forward and reached out. My fingers touched her sleeve. The fabric dimpled under them and then I was touching her. Horror. My mother. Oh, God. My eyes filled and she reached for me. I swallowed. Fresh blood trickled down my neck. She stopped short, yanked at her shirt, and wheeled on Jamie. First aid. Find a kit. Now. Mom ripped her shirt off, buttons popping, and pressed it to my throat. Then she led me over to a chair and made me sit. All I could think was it's Mom. My mother is here. I can see her. I can hear her. I can reach out and touch her. I sat there, feeling no pain while she and Jamie tended to my throat. In shock, I guess. I dimly heard my mother say the cut was shallower than it looked. The sorcerer knew what he was doing, inflicting minimal damage while making it look serious. I didn't care. My mother was here. Right here. I kept trying to process it, but my brain refused. They taped me up. No one said much. I think we were all in shock, even Mom, who kept looking over at the bisected corpse as if she expected it to magically mend. How did he do it? I whispered. That's not possible. I looked at Jamie. Is it? She shook her head. Zombies, yes. A ghost inhabiting a living body, yes. Bringing back a ghost in corporeal form? It doesn't happen. Can't. Just like you can't manifest a hell beast, I said. But he did. No one answered me. We need to go, Jamie said finally. We can figure all this out later. For now, we have to call. She glanced at the phone, then at the bodies. No calls, I said, snapping out of it.
Or the first person the cops will track down is whoever received a phone call post-carnage.
Careful, baby, Mom said. You probably shouldn't talk. Baby. How long had it been since I'd heard that?
Fresh tears made the room swim. I swiped them away as she leaned over, ignoring the blood as she hugged me tentatively, then tighter, when I didn't evaporate at her touch.
It's okay, she whispered. Everything's okay. Only it wasn't. We were in a room with dead people.
Dead people who'd been carved up and ripped up and chewed on, and at any moment someone was going to come through the station door and find blood and entrails decorating the chief's office.
Jamie was right. We had to get out of here.
And, yes, that meant that after 9 years, I couldn't stop to hug my mother, even though she might disappear back to the afterlife at any moment.
But that's how it was. Life isn't fair. Not when there are bodies to dispose of. It took about 30 seconds to realize that we couldn't do it.
Hiding the bodies was useless, given the sheer amount of blood. All we could do was take the first aid kit, which we'd touched, look around and determine that we hadn't touched anything else except the batten in the door.
Take that, too. Smear our footprints in the blood. Hope that my blood would go undetected.
Pray we hadn't shed hairs, rather, pray they weren't found. Really, in general, we just prayed that the Cortezes could cover this up.
Could even a cabal cover it up? I wasn't so sure. Didn't want to think about that.
Next, we went into the locker room to find clean shirts for Mom and me.
We grabbed a blouse and a gym top from Medina's locker. Jamie changed into Medina's sneakers. They weren't a great fit, but they'd do, though she insisted on taking her heels, too, they were her favorites. My jacket was back in the cell, remarkably clean.
My wallet and Jamie's purse were in the front room.
Mom found our processing papers hidden inside Medina's desk. We took those, too. Last and maybe most important was video surveillance. But we got lucky there.
The camera was an old tape one that only monitored the reception room.
We'd never been in there. I grabbed the tape anyway.
Before we left, I borrowed Jamie's phone, which had been in her purse, and texted Adam.
A simple "we're fine, don't come after us." Last thing we needed was to have Adam and Jeremy show up right as the authorities discovered the bloodbath within. I didn't even have time to put the phone away before he texted back. Can you call?
Mom leaned over to read the screen and shook her head.
Later. I texted back soon. 7.
As I noted earlier, the station house was on a regional highway surrounded by swampy fields.
So no easy escape. If a vehicle went missing from a house near the massacre scene, the cops wouldn't rest until they found it.
That meant heading back toward New Orleans on foot, through marshy fields of thigh-high grass, our shoes squishing in the mud. The sun beat down and humidity rose from the moist ground like a steam bath.
When we made it to a strip of moss-laden cypress, I called Adam. "Are you okay?" He said in lieu of a greeting. "I'm fine. How's Bryce?" "Holding up. The jet's almost here."
"He's going to Miami, at least temporarily."
"But about you?"
"Yeah,
sorry for the cryptic text, but we wanted to make sure Jeremy didn't try to track Jamie down." "He hasn't yet. Lucas called and said you two had been arrested and that he didn't want us going after you. He was very calm about the whole thing. Lucas is very calm about everything." Adam chuckled. "Yeah, well, I wasn't. Even Jeremy was getting antsy.
But Lucas insisted we hang tight until there was a cause for panic."
"So everything's okay now? You guys are out?" "We are. As for okay." I stumbled over a vine. Mom caught my arm and whispered, "Watch your step, Savannah." "Who's that?" Adam said. I looked at my mother. "Long story. Anyway, yeah, about the jail. You broke out?"
Not exactly.
The officer who arrested us said we were free to go. After the rampaging werewolf episode." "Rampaging werewolf?"
"He was drugged."
"Which explains everything." Adam took a deep breath. "Okay, full story later. Short version, rampaging werewolf and impromptu jail release.
Which will take some counsel work to fix, but the main point is that you're out and
there's more." A pause. "Do I want to know?" "Probably not."
The werewolf wasn't the only one snacking on cops. There was this hell beast. I didn't get much farther into my story before Adam had me on speakerphone, so Jeremy could listen, with Lucas conferenced in from Miami.
I put Jamie's phone on speaker, too.
When I got to the part about the pile of corpses and the hell beast slavering at the door, Lucas said, "That's..."
Did I just lose the connection or are you actually speechless? I said.
I think he's trying to figure out if you got some of those drugs, Adam said.
I didn't. Jamie? Jeremy said. You're all right? Are there lingering effects from the injection? I presume it was an injection. I'm fine, Jamie said.
But really, under the circumstances, that's not our first priority.
It was his, though, closely followed by the dead werewolf.
As for the rest, that ball was in Lucas's court.
Can the Cortezes clean this up? I asked. Hold on, Adam said. I'm still stuck on the part about a demonic entity manifesting in our world. That's next to impossible.
There are accounts of it, but none less than 200 years old, meaning none that have been verified.
Are you sure, Dot? That the creature with bat wings, a beak, and butcher knife talons wasn't just a really ugly police dog? No, I just mean. You said it was a spell. Maybe an illusion. Like a sorcerer's tripwire. Those things are enough to scare the shit out of anyone. But they don't rip the shit out of anyone.
It tore a guy apart, Adam.
Right in front of Jamie and me.
Ripped him limb from limb.
Jamie looked ready to be sick again, so I stopped. I'm sorry, Adam said. That wasn't clear and I had to be clear.
You're the research guy.
I know. Lucas cut in. Right now, I need to mobilize forces. Give me all the details you can. Did you notice the station number or address? My mom whispered it, which I repeated.
When I'd finished, Lucas stayed silent.
There's someone with us, I said. Yes, I noticed. For a moment, it sounded like a long pause. Never mind. That address again. The person with us, I said.
You were going to say she sounds just like my mother.
Silence. It is, I said. Silence. It's my mom. That hellbeast the sorcerer brought over?
It was a test run for what he really wanted to do, which was summon my mother.
You mean she's? Adam began. Right here. In the flesh. More silence. At last Jeremy broke it, saying, "Hello, Eve."
"Hey, Jeremy," Mom said with a smile.
"Long time no see."
"Well, I've seen you plenty of times, but maybe we'll finally get a chance for a face-to-face now."
Adam began. I don't understand. How? We aren't sure on the how, Mom said. But we have a pretty good idea why I was brought over. I'm not your average ghost. She paused. Jeremy, can you explain it after we sign off? I glanced over at Jamie.
She didn't tell him, my mother murmured to me.
He figured it out.
She raised her voice.
Jeremy will tell you why I'm such a valuable commodity.
Now, we really should let you guys get to work on cleanup duty.
Savannah is, she glanced at my bandaged throat. She really shouldn't be talking so much. What? Adam said. I thought she was okay. Savannah? Mom winced. She's fine, Adam. Just a blow to the throat. It'll be sore for a few days. Blow? He swore under his breath. Okay, tell us where you are. We'll be right there. We can't do that, I said. We need to lie low until we're sure no one links us to this thing. Then we'll lie low with you. If you're hurt, Jeremy should check you out. Mom took the phone and clicked it off speaker.
Hey, Adam, she said, as she put some distance between us. I know you're worried about Savannah, but I promise she's fine, and she's right, we need to lie low. Her voice trailed off. After a few minutes, she came back and handed the phone to Jamie.
Adam isn't happy, but Lucas agreed with us. He's recalling them to Miami on the jet that's coming for Bryce. We'll follow as soon as we can.
As we trudged through the forest after making the call, it finally hit me.
Really and truly hit. My mother was here. Now. With me. I could hug her. Talk to her. Except I couldn't. Not really. I could talk and I could touch, but not the way I wanted to.
I wanted to take her hand and find a place for us to sit down and say to her, tell me everything.
Tell me about your new life. How did you become an angel? What's it like? Are you happy? How's my father? What was it like getting back together after all those years? Are you happy? That was the big one, are you happy?
Of course I could have asked her that anytime Jamie contacted her for me, but I never did because I wouldn't trust the answer unless I could see her face.
Now I could. And I still couldn't ask. It wasn't the time or the place. How many times had I fantasized about this moment?
When we'd been in that underground cell together, and she'd figured a way out, she'd made me stay behind until she was sure it was safe.
I remember sitting in my cell. Waiting.
Then our captors came and told me she was dead, and I thought they're lying. They'd caught her escaping and they were keeping us apart to punish us. But as days and nights passed in that tiny cell, I'd had to face the truth. If my mother was alive, she'd have moved heaven and earth to come for me. So she had to be dead.
Yet I indulged the fantasy.
After I went to live with Paige, there were plenty of nights that I'd lie awake and imagine the door opening, my mother there, come back for me. Now she had, and it wasn't anything like my dreams.
Yes, she'd come back for me. Yes, she'd saved me. But I wasn't a child anymore.
I didn't need my mother now to rescue me from a hellish life.
My life was fine.
It had always been fine. My issues with Paige had been ideological clashes and teen angst, long since worked out. But this was still a dream come true.
Maybe even better, because I didn't need anything from her now. I just wanted to be with her. Spend time with her.
Private, quiet time, completely impossible under the circumstances. So I trudged along through the woods and snuck glances her way, reassuring myself she was still there, and watching her do the same to me.
Keep moving forward. That was all we could do.
That and pray that the fates would let her stay long enough for us to have some time alone together.
The forest trek wasn't easy on Jamie, even in sneakers. Werewolf partner or not, she didn't spend a lot of time in the woods.
I did plenty of camping and hiking trips with Adam.
And Mom was holding up fine.
I kept expecting her sword to snag a tree, but she dodged and sidestepped obstacles, as if it was part of her anatomy. When we get to town, you need to get rid of that, I said finally, pointing at the sword. It was slung on her back. Just slung there, stuck on a thin cord, as if magnetized. Physically impossible to do with a hunk of metal that big, but I guess the rules of physics don't apply for celestial gear.
She can't, Jamie said. Big no-no in the Angel Corps. Under the circumstances, I think they'd make an exception, I said.
We needed to take it out of the station, because it was a murder weapon.
But now we're heading for civilization, and that ain't a pocket knife. You need to get rid of it. I know.
It's just, she nodded and stopped walking.
I'll try.
As she pulled it from her back, I stepped off the path and found a shallow gully filled with dead vegetation.
She plunged the blade in sideways.
When she covered it, I could still see a glimmer. I waded in and reached down to push it under.
Mom grabbed the back of my jacket and yanked me back. Baby, she said.
You're not touching that without oven mitts.
Industrial oven mitts.
She pushed it down farther, covered it with more debris, then dragged a huge fallen branch over it. Seemed like overkill, but I left her to it. When she was done, she walked backward away from it, murmuring, so far, so good, but.
It's fine, I said. If you have to return for it, it's marked. Now.
A tremendous crack had me diving for the ground, arms over my head.
As I dropped, I saw what looked like that massive branch sailing into the air, broken in two.
A whirlwind of dead vegetation swirled up, then exploded, wet and stinking of rot. I clawed it from my face and looked around. Jamie was crouched 10 feet away. My mother stood where I'd left her.
On her back, the sword glowed blue, so bright I had to look away.
Damn, she said.
I was really hoping that wouldn't happen.
She helped me up and brushed the dead leaves from my clothes.
So you can't leave it behind, I said. Literally can't. That's inconvenient.
Jamie stood, picking leaves from her hair. You can hide behind a blur spell when we aren't alone.
Probably a good idea.
You're so used to being a ghost, you're liable to walk into walls and plow down old ladies. That wasn't an ideal solution. Mom couldn't stay under a blur spell for very long at a stretch.
We didn't tell Jamie that. We'd figure things out when we had to. We set out again, and I fell in step beside my mother. So how long have you had the sword? You mean, how long have I been an angel? Her voice dropped. I'm sorry. I know this is a big shock. One that could have been avoided.
I glanced back at Jamie, trudging behind us. No, Mom said sharply. She shook her finger at Jamie.
Don't give her that look and don't apologize. Jamie began. You feel bad and you shouldn't. Mom looked back at me. She couldn't tell you, Savannah. Couldn't. She would have been bleeped. Bleeped? Cosmic interference.
Yes, maybe she could have found a way around that, but if she tried, the fates would have decided I couldn't be her spirit guide anymore.
And no one wanted that, right? Right. I glanced at Jamie. Sorry. She nodded. Still looked guilty, though. So how come that sorcerer wasn't censored? I said. He told me what you were. No idea. Same as I have no idea how he got me to materialize. It was a spell. I heard him doing the incantation. I didn't recognize the language, though. She kicked aside a branch and murmured, I find it hard to believe such a spell could even exist. Way too dangerous. Which could mean it's not just an old spell he dug up, but something. She shook her head. We'll work it all out later. If you're still here, I said. When the fates realized what happened, they'll recall you, won't they? You could disappear at any second. That's what I meant. I couldn't say it, though, as if putting it into words might make it so. I don't know, she said. She stopped. Maybe we shouldn't be in such a hurry. We're far enough away from the station. Let's take a rest. Let's rest. Let's talk. Let's just be together while we can. God, how I wanted that. But I knew we shouldn't, and from her expression, she knew it, too. We'd left a massacre behind, one that reeked of the inexplicable and the supernatural. We'll have time, I said, and resumed walking. I'm sure we will. She reached up and ruffled my hair, then laughed. Not as easy to do that now, is it? I nodded and my throat tightened. She put her arm around my shoulders, gave me a squeeze, and we carried on through the woods. 8. We made it as far as the first motel, still a few miles from the city, and decided that was good enough. The place was a dump. But the desk clerk was happy to take $60 cash and didn't ask us for ID, credit cards, or even a name. He probably took one look at Jamie and me, and decided we were working girls. I didn't tell Jamie that. Her ego might not have survived. After being drugged and sick, seeing people torn to pieces and cut in half, then tramping through swampy fields for miles, she was not her usual glamorous self. I was worse. I don't even want to think about how the motel clerk figured I'd hurt my throat. My mother hid behind the building while we checked in. We found her leaning against the wall, looking far more cool and collected than either of us. Medina's shirt was too small, mom's a fraction under my 6 feet, but the Levine women aren't blessed with curves, so it fits snug and short. She'd come from the afterlife in a very unangelic pair of worn jeans and leather boots. Her straight dark hair hung to her mid-back. She looked exactly as I remembered her, which I suppose made sense. Ghosts don't age. But she looked, well, let's just say that seeing her now, I realized why everyone said we looked alike. I had slightly shorter hair and blue eyes. Better fashion sense, too. I was also partial to jeans and boots, but my tastes were more Fifth Avenue than Walmart. Other than that, it was like walking toward a mirror. She was gazing over the field, frowning slightly. See something? I said. No, just, she glanced at Jamie. I'm surprised Chris isn't pestering the hell out of you by now. He must have gone straight to the fates to plead my case. Actually, no, Jamie said. He was around before you came, but there was a problem. Come on inside and I'll explain. Mom tried not to be freaked out about my father's situation. He'll find his way out. Eventually. The man is brilliant, but he has the worst sense of direction. Once, he promised me a trip to the beach and teleported us to the Sahara. It has sand, I said. Exactly what he said. To be honest, I had more fun there than I would ever have had at the beach. But if he has a bad sense of direction, that just means he gets lost a lot. Meaning he has to get unlost a lot. Her fingers tapped the bedspread. Then she said, more emphatically, he'll find his way back. Okay, kids, so the next step is resting, Jamie said. Please tell me it's resting. To rest, you need to actually sit down, I said. You've been standing there since we arrived. The beds are reasonably clean. Just pull back the spread and keep your clothes on. Please, Mom said. For once, keep your clothes on. Jamie made a face at her. Mom tugged back the cover, then reached over and dragged Jamie to the bed, hard enough that she fell onto it. Jamie rolled her eyes, but stayed put, and they bantered for a few minutes as Jamie got comfortable. Watching them was odd. I knew Mom had been Jamie's spirit guide for years, and I guess I knew they were friends, too, but seeing them together, so comfortable with each other. Was I envious? I don't know. But it did make me feel odd. My mother once called me the center of her world. That wasn't maternal hyperbole. I really had been the center of her world and she'd been mine. We'd moved from city to city, never staying in one place for long. She had contacts and students,
but I rarely saw them and they never saw her outside of business. Even her friends, she kept at arm's length. This relationship with Jamie was different. I was happy for her, though. Okay, we'll rest first, then call a cab and get a real hotel, Jamie said.
There, we have a plan.
Well, Mom said, as much as I hate to argue with my elders.
Hey, no age jokes. You're only 2 months younger than me. Did I mention I paid a visit to the big OL Hall of Records in the sky? Seems there's a slight discrepancy in your accounting.
If there is, blame my mother.
I never lie about my age.
I never give it unless necessary, but I never lie about it either.
When Mom didn't respond, we looked over to see her holding Jamie's cell phone. Hey, how'd you get?
Shit, these have changed a lot in a decade, Mom said.
Don't worry, I won't send dirty text messages to Jeremy. You do enough of that anyway. I never. Ghost, remember? I can see you even when you can't see me. She paused. That doesn't sound good.
Let me clarify that I never stick around when it goes beyond texting. She pushed a few buttons. I wonder how many heart attacks I could cause by calling up a few folks, reminding them that they owe me favors?
They'd think it was Savannah. Damn. Back to the topic at hand, I said. We can't rest, at least not for long. That's what Mom was about to say before she got distracted by the shiny 21st century technology. Oh, yes, we can rest.
Jamie reclined on the bed and shut her eyes.
Look, I'm doing it right now. It's so relaxing.
You guys should try it more often.
We
just escaped a bomb, incarceration, a werewolf, a hellbeast, a sorcerer, and Eve's really sharp sword.
We have earned a break. Or I have. You guys can play along. We need. Does it involve running? Fighting? Slaying? Not for the next, she checked the bedside clock, 6 hours. 1. 5. 1. My mother laughed. Jamie glowered at her. You think that's funny? Of course, you do. You raised her. She turned to me. 4.5. 2. Fine. 2 hours. During which time we will do or say nothing. We need to discuss what happened and plan our next steps. If you want to rest instead, I'm sure a few blankets will make the bathtub very comfy. Fine. Talk. Star. We started by piecing together what happened at the police station. Or a reasonable guess, based on what we knew. Medina had been working for the supernatural liberation movement, sedating supernaturals and ultimately delivering them to the laboratory, where they become guinea pigs for the vaccine. Then Sorcerer Dude inserts himself into the equation. Either he wriggles his way into Slam or he takes out Medina's usual drug supplier. He gives her drugs that will agitate the supernaturals in custody, making them everything from ill to crazy to psychotic. Why? Well, that was the first of many questions. He hadn't seemed surprised by the reactions to the drugs. Why would a supernatural intentionally cause a scene that risked humans discovering our powers? Sure, that's what Slam ultimately wanted, but this wasn't the kind of reveal that made us look like peaceful and productive members of society. Whatever the reason, he gives Medina the drugs. Then she picks us up following a call from Slam. He finds out. And he decides this would be a really, really good time to try that new spell he's been working on. Use Jamie and me to lure my mother, then conjure her into the world of the living. Why? An angel is always handy, Janie said. Even in a fight between demons. Especially if you're also half demon yourself. Eve gets hit up by more influence peddlers than any politician. I can see that, I said. With Balaam leading the pro-reveal. Sighed, even I'm useful. He made a personal appearance a few days ago. I turned to Mom. Turns out the reveal movement is harboring a couple of his lackeys. A real nice brother-sister duo named Sierra and Severin. Ice half-demons with a talent for torture. Balaam had them hold me hostage so he could propose an alliance. That son of a bitch. Mom's sword wobbled beside her, glowing bright blue. I heard he'd spoken to you, but taking you hostage. Eve? Jamie said. Can we hold off on threatening a Lord Demon? Even if he is your father? So he contacted you, too? I said. Or tried? Mom hesitated. It's okay, I said. I'm a big girl. I'm used to being second choice. And also being kidnapped as a way to get to you. Her expression made me regret saying that. I'm sorry, baby, she said.
I know you've gone through hell because you're my daughter.
I never intended that. I shrugged.
Honestly, the cost-benefit ratio comes out in my favor. I get a lot of mileage out of being your daughter and only the occasional threat on my life.
Even that's just in the last week or so. Which I suspect isn't coincidental. It's not.
The fates have always been able to keep this angel gig a secret.
If that's not the case anymore, something's broken down. She paused. Actually, lots of things have broken down. It's hell over there. No joke intended.
The movement, I said.
It's got the demons divided, and that's rippling through everything, isn't it? Not just the demons. The angels are split, too. The ascended ones, at least.
Are they supernaturals?
Most, but the divide isn't along those lines. Some former human and supernatural think exposure is the best thing for everyone. Others, like me, think it'll be a catastrophe.
So it's chaos, with the fates and everyone else trying to keep order and doing a damned poor job of it.
Balaam has had imps and demi-demons out for weeks, scouring the dimensions trying to find me. I've been slaughtering them left and right. But a full-blood angel saw me talking to one.
Next thing you know, the rumor's circulating that I'm a double agent for Balaam, which is what a lot of them believe anyway.
I remembered what Cimmerian said. They think you helped Leah escape, don't they? Jamie sat up. Seriously?
Oh, yes, you freed the bitch who tried to kill Paige, so she could go back to Earth and give it another shot.
Maybe take your daughter out, too.
According to their theory, I wasn't really all that upset about what Leah did with Paige. Considering Leah was working for Christoph, I probably had a hand in it so he could get custody of Savannah easier. Later, I came to feel a little bad about Leah getting a raw deal. So I agreed to free her for Balaam, to help this liberation movement, with her promise that she'd stay away from Savannah. When she reneged on the deal, I dragged her back to her hell dimension before she could tattle.
They believe that? I said. In the Angel Corps, the Ascendeds keep tallies of souls retrieved.
Like notches on our swords.
Tracile, she glanced at me, my partner, keeps another tally for me. Enemies made. By this point, the lists are about equal. And I'm very, very good at my job.
She pulled her feet up to sit cross-legged on the bed.
The fates know it's bullshit. But an angel was involved with Leah's escape. They know that, too. So they put me on the case, also knowing I'm pissed off and eager to clear my name.
All this means that there are multiple reasons why this sorcerer might have brought me over.
Maybe he wanted an angel for the fight.
Or he wanted an angel for a hostage.
Or he wanted Balaam's daughter.
Or I was getting too close to finding out who freed Leah.
Main point for now? He did bring me over.
We need to find out who this guy was, which isn't going to be.
I held up a wallet.
Dead sorcerer guy's wallet, complete with ID.
My mother smiled. Smart girl. I'm a licensed PI, Mom, even if I do spend more time behind the reception desk than in the field. All right then, Mom said. You and I can take showers, and then we'll hit the road. Jamie? You just keep on resting.
You don't need to wash that blood out of your hair.
It's red anyway. And I'm pretty sure that isn't puke.
Jamie was in the bathroom, slamming the door, before she finished.
Mom grabbed the motel stationery and started writing.
As soon as the shower started, she set the paper on the nightstand, got off the bed, and slung her sword onto her back.
Let's go, baby.
But, I glanced at the bathroom door.
Oh. Yes, we're ditching the diva.
I'd say she'll kill me later, but I'm pretty sure that's not possible, and even if it is, I'll only end up back where I was this morning.
Someone has to. Lucas has already sent a local operative.
That's what I was doing with her phone earlier, texting the motel address to him.
Now come on. Just a sec. We can't, she began. I grabbed Janie's cell phone. We may need this. Mom smiled. That's my girl, Dot. The Cabal operative was due to arrive in 5 minutes.
We were to meet him at the corner, or we could keep an eye on the motel until he arrived.
We didn't speak until we got there.
Then Mom said, I don't like tricking her either, Savannah.
I never said. I can see it in your face.
Yes, I would have rather just told her to stay behind, but as much as she bitches about staying out of the action, she'd never have agreed.
And if she came, she'd be likely to get hurt.
So it's better for her if we leave her behind.
Exactly.
And her lack of offensive powers means she's not much help in a fight, which means she'd just be an extra person to look after.
She exhaled. Do you want me to deny that, Savannah? I won't.
My main concern is her getting hurt. I checked my watch, then eased back under the shade of a tree, in case Jamie decided on an uncharacteristically short shower and looked outside for us.
You don't agree, Mom said. A bubble of panic popped inside me. Of course I did. I always agreed with my mother. She knew best.
She took care of. I took a deep breath and silenced 12-year-old Savannah. I agree in principle, but I wouldn't have handled it the same way.
Good, she said, so emphatically I jumped.
You aren't a carbon copy of me, Savannah.
I don't want you to be. I want you to be your own person.
In this case, I stick by my decision.
We agree to disagree. And we push on. Unless you want to. She nodded back toward the motel. I shook my head.
It's done now, and I'm guessing that's the Cabal guy's car turning the corner. The car did belong to the man Lucas had sent for Jamie. He was a typical operative, a completely unassuming guy who could probably win an ultimate fighting title with one hand tied behind his back.
We checked his ID. Lucas had texted Mom his details.
He'd also sent us a code phrase, which the guy repeated.
The operative didn't ask our names. Didn't display an iota of curiosity, except when he noticed the glowing sword on Mom's back.
Even then, all he did was blink. Mom said, "We're ditching our friend to go to a Dungeons and Dragons convention."
He didn't even smile. Jamie was going to love this guy.
And love us all the more, not only for deserting her, but for forcing his company on her.
He left.
We waited until he reached the motel door, then took off before the fireworks began.
Jamie.
Jamie stood under the shower, eyes closed, letting the steaming water massage her neck and back. It might be a cheap motel, but apparently, midday, no one was using the water and she got all the hot water she wanted. And she wanted a lot. Even after 20 minutes of scalding, she swore she could still feel blood and filth in every pore. She was not, as she always admitted, cut out for a life of adventure. Not unless it came with rich food and soft beds and perfumed baths.
And Jeremy.
After 4 years together, he was the key ingredient in her life, even if it did mean the occasional morning spent, drugged and sick, on a dirt and pest-encrusted prison cot. Thinking of that cot, Jamie emptied the rest of the mini shampoo bottle on her head. As she lowered her hands, she noticed dried blood deep under her long nails. With a shudder, she scraped it out and tried not to think of where it came from. When that failed, she played the "what I'll do when all this is over" game, which had gotten her through many an ordeal in the past. Jeremy had made her play it just last evening when she had been feeling helpless sitting around Cortez headquarters as everyone else raced off to action.
Italy, Jeremy suggested.
A week in an Italian villa, just the two of them.
Maybe more than a week, if they could both swing it.
That was usually the sticking point, their own schedules and responsibilities, Jamie's career and Jeremy's alphahood.
But they never complained or wished things could be different. They weren't kids.
They'd built their own lives before they'd met and they still led them, taking advantage of any time when those lives could intersect, which made them feel like kids sometimes, ducking out on their responsibilities to play hooky together. Those interludes would grow more frequent when he stepped down as alpha, and someday maybe they'd even live together, grow old together. But for now, this worked, and you don't mess with what works.
A distant knock startled her.
She turned off the water and listened. It must be housekeeping or pizza delivery. Hell, beasts and evil sorcerers don't knock, but she wasn't taking any chances.
The knock came again. "Is that our door?" she called. No one answered.
Jamie wrapped a towel around herself, stepped out of the tub, and cracked open the door. The beds were empty. She pushed the door. The whole room was empty. She heard a muffled man's voice outside. As she strained to listen, the phone by the bed rang.
She looked around. Weapon. She needed a.
She grabbed a glass from the sink and went to break it, then realized it was plastic.
Goddamn cheap motel, she cursed.
She looked down at her clothing, left in a puddle on the floor. She tugged out her belt and held it in one hand. As she eased from the bathroom, she clutched her weapon and prayed that Eve wasn't out there where she'd never live this one down. Eve still liked to remind her of the sock puppet incident, when Jamie had used a sock to hold onto a glass shard in case she needed to fight off a cult of crazed humans who'd discovered magic. Jamie had considered the makeshift weapon rather ingenious, but admittedly, it did pale next to Eve's sword. The phone was still ringing.
"Ms. Vegas?" The man outside the door called.
"Could you please answer that?"
Jamie looked at the phone.
She'd never heard of them being used as a method of instant death, so she crept toward the nightstand, gaze fixed to the door. Then, still holding the belt, she lifted the receiver with the same hand.
"Jamie?"
Just that one word and she dropped to the bed, sighing in relief, weapons falling. It was Jeremy.
"Jamie?" Are you there? Yes. Alone. In a motel room. With a stranger knocking at the door. Care to tell me what's going on? She tried to put a little edge in her voice, but she wasn't very good at edge. She was mostly just relieved to discover she wasn't going to need to defend herself, dressed in a towel, armed with a belt. When Jeremy explained that she'd been abandoned by her friends, and that Lucas had sent a babysitter, she did feel a spark of righteous indignation, but only a spark. Yes, it pricked her ego to be left behind, but she knew she was better off out of it. What did really annoy her, was that Eve hadn't given her the opportunity to make that decision herself. I know, Jeremy said when she complained. She felt this was better. Not better. Easier. She's quick to wield that damn sword, but not nearly so brave when it comes to personal confrontations. All those messy emotions. Blood is so much easier to clean up. Jeremy chuckled, that rich, deep chuckle that made her insides flip, and she yearned to just stretch out on the bed and talk to him. Forget everything that was going on. But there was still a man standing outside her door and she should probably get dressed before she let him in. Yes, I would prefer that, Jeremy said when she said as much to him. He might not, but I would. She laughed. All right, then. My adventure is over, thank God. She paused. But if you hear from Eve, you're mortally offended at being left behind. Exactly. The poor guy had been waiting long enough. So, wrapped in her towel, Jamie opened the door an inch, told the man she was just popping into the bathroom to dress, then scampered off. At least a minute passed before she heard the motel door close. Anyone smart enough to be assigned as her escort would have the sense to realize that a sneak peek at Jamie Vegas in a towel wasn't worth the risk of offending the werewolf alpha. She was almost finished dressing in her hastily wiped clothing when she heard another knock at the outside door. She frowned. The guard had come in, she was sure she'd heard him moving around the bedroom. A high-pitched voice. Mommy? Why's the door locked? A sigh from the bedroom. The guard called back. You've got the wrong room. Mommy? Louder pounding. Is that you, Mommy? Jamie threaded her belt through her slacks, then opened the bathroom door. The guard, a dark-haired guy in a suit, was staring out the window, his lips pursed. It sounded like a little girl, Jamie said. He glanced her way. It is. I'll get rid of her. But I'll ask you step back in there until I do. Jamie nodded and retreated. He waited until she'd shut the door. She heard him undo the chain. Who are you? A girl asked. Not your mommy. Now, if you've forgotten your room number, go down to the office. What did you do with my mommy? I heard her in here. Jamie sighed. The girl sounded old enough to know better, but she kept insisting that her mother was in there, and the more the guard argued, the more distressed she got. Jamie stopped fussing with her wet hair and reached for the door handle. She could clear up this mommy's voice problem by just sticking her head out. As she twisted the knob, the guard yelled, Hey! What do you think you're? I'm looking for my mommy. You've got her in here. I know you do. Get back here, you little. A growl. Then a gasp of pain. What the? A crash. Then the patter of footsteps on carpet. The guard's cry, muffled, then garbled. Jamie yanked off her belt, wrapped it around her hand, and turned the knob slowly, her bare foot braced against the bottom. She eased it open, just enough to peer through and see. Something flew at the door. It hit with a patter, like rain, some of it falling to the carpet. Bright red drops of blood sprayed across the wall and carpet. Jamie shut the door fast and locked it. Then she looked around frantically for real weapons. Weapons? Against something that was killing a trained Cabal operative? Her gaze rose to the window. Was it big enough? It better be. She wrenched the towel bar, stumbling back in surprise when it actually came free in her hand. Thank God for shoddy construction. She wrapped the bar in a towel to muffle the noise, then smashed out the window. She managed to get most of the glass cleared, then someone, or something, began yanking on the door. A quick sweep of the remaining glass and out she went, ignoring the slivers that bit into her stomach as she wriggled through. Had she been thinking, she'd have gone feet first. She didn't, and tumbled headfirst to the ground, managing to land in an awkward somersault and bounce back onto her feet. It wasn't exactly martial arts, but sometimes decades of yoga paid off. The motel backed onto a field, with boggy forest about 50 feet away. To either side, the building stretched out at least half the distance. The forest was really Jeremy's domain, not hers. She took a few running steps along the back wall, then saw a shadow stretching out from the far end. Another joined it. She spun, her back going to the wall. Through the broken window, she heard the bathroom door give way with a crack. She looked out across the weed-choked field to the forest. She took a deep breath, then she started to run. 9. We walked along the road, with Mom casting blur spells every time a car passed. Maybe a cello case, I murmured, eyeing the sword as she reappeared. Will I look like a cello player? Or an assassin hiding an automatic rifle? Valid point. My mother didn't look like an assassin, but she looked even less likely to set foot in a symphony hall. A hockey bag would work, Mom said as we continued on. Once, just after I got the Angel gig, I had to deliver a message to your dad at his hockey game, and we weren't exactly eager to share my new occupation with his teammates yet, so I hid it in his bag. My father plays hockey? Plays might be an exaggeration. More like watches from the penalty box. I laughed. That I can see. But, I looked at the sword. It's an angel sword, Mom. Stuffing it in a hockey bag just doesn't seem right. It's a tool, baby. One that come with some serious. Her face clouded for a moment, then she shook her head. Let's just say that while I've grown fond of wielding a 4-foot hunk of metal, I don't have a problem with stuffing the damn thing in whatever does the job. Irreverent, yes, but the fates expect no less of me. Okay. Well, a hockey bag might work, but your chances of finding one in New Orleans. You're right. A sports store is still our best bet, though. It was. I left her outside, went in, and returned with a bow case. We still weren't getting through any metal detectors, but Mom could walk around like a normal person, which meant, as Jamie warned, that she did bump into a few people before she got the hang of being corporeal again. I'd also bought myself a mock turtleneck tank top, which covered the cut on my throat. We took a cab to the dead sorcerer's place, which we got from his ID, along with his name. Sean Roberts. He lived in the French Quarter, in an apartment over a shop selling high-end masks. He didn't live alone either. He had a wife. And a Rottweiler. Both figured prominently in his wallet photos. Both were home, as a quick call from a pay phone confirmed. No, I hadn't asked to speak to the dog, but I heard it barking. And barking. And barking. Who the hell keeps a Rottweiler in an apartment? Mom fumed as we stood beside the building. And it's 2 in the afternoon. Shouldn't she be at work? We stepped back for a couple of drunken tourists with pink drinks in plastic cups. Mom stared after them, then grabbed my wrist to check my watch. Little early, isn't it? We're a block from Bourbon Street. Her face screwed up, as if she didn't know what difference that made. Then she winced. Damn, I really have been dead too long. Also been away from New Orleans too long. I kept wondering what that smell was. The faint traces of rotting garbage, urine, and vomit mingled with street cleaner. Eau de la French Quarter. And 4 things you probably don't smell in the afterlife. True. She took a deep breath. As disgusting as it is, it does bring back pleasant memories. I did a lot of business here in the old days. I loved New Orleans, almost as much as I loved Savannah, Georgia. I smiled. I remember. As for why Roberts's wife is home, I pulled a couple of business cards from Roberts's wallet. His wife's. Being a considerate husband, he must have handed them out for her. She was a baker. The work address matched their apartment. Damn, Mom said. We're going to have to lure them out. Question is, what would get both the woman and the dog? A whistle. Followed by a happy bark. I leaned out from our hiding place to see the woman in the photos walking from the building, the dog on its leash. Our timing is excellent, I said. I'd grabbed break-in supplies from the sporting goods store. Amazing what you can get there. Not exactly regulation cat burglar tools, but they do the job. I had rods that approximated picks, but Mom's unlock spell handled that. Then, as she stood watch, I rammed a pencil into the keyhole and broke off the tip. Adam's trick, I said. Makes it hard to open. It'll give us enough advance warning so we can escape. I have a perimeter spell for that. Which you can use. Never hurts to have backup. Inside, the place reeked of dog, the smell of fur and canned food, and the faint odor from a time or two when Rover must not have been let outside fast enough. Which made me think. We need to work fast, I whispered. She might just be taking the dog for a pee break. I took the computers. There were 2, both laptops, on desk shelves. The first started up fine, no password required. It was hers. The second was protected. I didn't have time to crack it. As it was a laptop, I couldn't easily snag the hard drive. I could take the whole thing,
but that would be noticed a lot faster than a missing hard drive. So I joined Mom in her search. She'd hit pay dirt.
A cell phone.
Roberts didn't have one on him when I checked, and I figured he'd left it in his car. This was an older model that he must not have been quite ready to ditch. The SIM card had been removed, but he had plenty of contact information saved on the phone itself.
Enough for us to track down whomever he'd been working with.
We took the phone and left. We headed for a coffee shop.
Easy enough to find in the French Quarter. I'd withdrawn cash near the sports store. Lucas had deemed it safe enough, as long as I promptly left the immediate area after I used the machine.
I'd given some to my mother so she wouldn't be wandering around with empty pockets.
Remember I used to do that? She'd said. Always made sure you had a few dollars in your pocket? I thought that was for emergency phone calls. You'd only need a quarter for that. I remember when I was little, I liked having some money on me. Made me feel safer. I'd never thought of it that way.
Even now, I wasn't really sure what she meant. I guess we'd had very different childhoods. I didn't know much about hers.
Just that when she'd left it behind, she left behind everyone in it. We picked a narrow shop that advertised slow drip coffee.
I had no idea what that was, but it sounded promising. As we went in, Mom pulled out a 5 and said, "My treat."
Not with that. She looked at the menu board and stared at it a moment. Swore. Then took out a 10.
"You go sit down," she said.
"I've got this."
"Okay, I'd like
mocha with whipped cream and sprinkles." She grinned. "Right?" I wanted to say yes. Damn it, I really wanted to, but my expression gave me away. "So what you drank at 12 is not what you drink at 21, right?" She said. No. Sorry. But if you get a chance to meet Adam, you can buy him a mocha. He loves the sweet stuff.
Her smile softened. "I hope I do get a chance to meet Adam, baby." I blushed and remembered our kiss after the bomb blast.
Did he mean it that way?
God, I hoped he meant it that way, even though it was a completely inappropriate concern under the circumstances. I took a deep breath and started to say I'd have an espresso, then remembered where we were and changed it to Café au lait.
Not my usual drink, but there's something about New Orleans that makes it the only choice for caffeine.
I went out the side door and found a table in the alley.
Mom arrived a few minutes later, with 2 café au laits and an assortment of baked goods. I figured you must be hungry. I know I am. She sat down.
Which feels really strange.
Took me a minute to figure out what it was. You don't get hungry, I take it. Nope. Never tired either.
She took a long drink of her coffee, then closed her eyes and shivered.
Damn, that feels good.
I've spent 10 years drinking coffee in the afterlife, feeling like there's something missing, but... She took a cranberry-studded cookie from the selection, and I bit into a red velvet cupcake. She waved at my choice. Some things don't change.
I smiled. Yes, I still have a sweet tooth. Just not for coffee. Okay, let's check out this cell phone.
She took it from her pocket.
I held out my hand.
She hesitated, then put it back into her pocket.
Not yet, she said. Jamie's safe.
We're safe. She took a sip of hers.
So tell me about Adam. I blushed again and shook my head. Nothing to tell.
Oh, there's plenty to tell. She tilted her head, studying my face, then gave a wistful smile.
I've missed so much, haven't I?
I wanted to say no, she hadn't, not really.
But that was silly.
Nearly half my lifetime had passed since her death.
I imagined what it would have been like if she'd been there. What would I have told her about Adam? Would I have sought her advice? Or would I have been terrified of it? Worried she'd say he was too old for me? That she might tease me and tip him off?
Except, if she had been there, the point would have been moot, because there would be no Adam in my life.
No Paige. No Lucas. No werewolf pack. No interracial council.
No cabals, except maybe the Nasts, and only because we'd be hiding from them, my mother trying to keep me safe, which meant keeping me away from the Nasts.
No Adam for me. No Christoph for her. A completely different life for both of us. A better life? It felt disloyal to admit that this life was better for me. Painful to admit it was also better for her. But it was. I'd said earlier that I wanted to ask if she was happy. Now, looking over at her, I didn't need to.
I'd always thought of my mother as a free spirit, loving to wander, needing to see everything, do everything, be everything. But now, as I looked back, I didn't see wanderlust. I saw an anxious restlessness that had kept her up at night, when I'd sneak in and find her staring out the window, only to turn and announce we had to leave again. There wasn't anticipation in her voice on those nights, there was regret.
She was different now. Grounded. Centered.
She was still constantly in motion, fingers rubbing her coffee cup, gaze surveying the alley. But it wasn't anxiety, just my mother's usual watchfulness.
Tell me about you, I said. About your new job. Being an angel. That's gotta be cool. I grinned. Considering the size of that sword, I'm guessing angelhood isn't about playing harps and listening to prayers. It's not. Glorified bounty hunter is more like it. We go after anyone and anything raising hell where they shouldn't be.
Imps and demi-demons, hell dimension escapees, general afterlife shit disturbers.
Which explains why you were hot on Leah O'Donnell's trail. So that happens a lot? Souls escaping hell? Not like that.
If they do escape, it's from a minor, temporary hell dimension.
More like a holding cell for folks who need a timeout before they're ready to join or rejoin afterlife society.
And they'd escape into the afterlife or some other realm on our side of the veil.
It takes serious mojo to come here, which is why the fates should have guessed Leah's escape wasn't an isolated incident. But you like the job? I said. You seem to be okay with it. The job's fine. It's the deployment I could live without. Deployment? Ascended angels are celestial soldiers.
Career soldiers.
We live in the angel realm, like a soldier lives in barracks.
Every now and then we get leave, but otherwise, it's a calling, not a 9-to-5 job.
But Christoph. You don't live with. I paused. No, wait. That's why Jamie says you're on walkabout when you're deployed. She can't contact you and he can't contact you. She nodded. 3 months on, 3 months off.
They started with 6 and 6, but I've renegotiated.
And that's the part you're not okay with.
Being separated from him.
We've learned to deal with it. I've learned to stop bitching about it. I like the job. Love it, though I hope the fates aren't eavesdropping on me admitting that. As for your father. Let's just say I go AWOL more than any other ascended.
Fortunately, my partner and I have the best soul-skewering record around, so as long as I don't flaunt it, the fates look the other way.
I leaned forward. Tell me a story.
She stopped sipping her coffee.
You
used to tell me bedtime stories.
Wild adventures of yours, suitably cleaned up, I'm sure. Tell me one now. From the afterlife. You don't have to clean it up anymore. She laughed. Actually, I might, since the one I have in mind involves your father. All right, then. An afterlife story. Once upon a time, your dad was in court, defending a half-demon who,
As she told me the story, I leaned back in my chair, coffee in one hand, cupcake in the other, and the rest of the world seemed to swirl away. The details of what she was telling me didn't matter. I was 10 again, curled up in bed, listening to my mother's voice. Whatever happened after this didn't matter either. For these few minutes, I had her back. Not Eve Levine, notorious dark witch. Not Eve Levine, daughter of Balaam. Not even Eve Levine, ascended angel. Just my mother. Me and my mom. After that, we got down to business. I wasn't familiar with Roberts's older model smartphone, but figured it out easily enough. Contacts, recent calls, emails, and calendar. Those were the things we wanted. Sadly, none of his contacts were marked evil Confederates in a plot to destroy life as we know it. There are a few possibilities in the calendar, I said. Seems he put in a lot of gym time. He didn't look like a bodybuilder to you, did he? Nope. Just your garden variety office drone, makes a pit stop at the gym once or twice a week to keep his spare tire at bay. He seems to have been meeting people at the gym. Which would be more helpful if he didn't refer to them by a single initial. And if he wasn't a salesman. Huge contact list? Bigger than mine. She smiled. If yours is anything like mine, that's big. Okay, another slug of coffee. Another blissful shiver, let's start going through that list. Wheel. My cell phone, well, Jamie's phone rang. Some god-awful 80s tune. Mom winced. I can change that, right? After 3 years of listening to it, please tell me I can finally change it. You can. Right after this call. It's Lucas. I answered with, so how angry is Jamie? Has she called you? There was a tightness to his tone that told me this wasn't a casual question.
She's okay, right? I said quickly. We checked the guy's ID, got the passcode, watched him knock on the door.
I mean, we didn't stick around to make sure he went in, but... Mom was leaning forward, frowning. I pulled the phone away a bit and turned up the volume so she could hear. Lucas said Jeremy had to speak to Jamie to get her to open up, but she did. The operative was supposed to take her to a hotel and call for further instructions.
After an hour, Jeremy grew concerned.
I told the operative to make sure Jamie got everything she needed, though, so I presumed they were.
Shopping. Yes. After another 30 minutes, Jeremy insisted I call our man.
Jamie may like to shop, but under the circumstances, she'd only pick up what she needed for a brief hotel stay.
So I called. The operative didn't answer. I left a message. It's been 20 minutes since. Not exactly time to call in the National Guard.
I suspected Jeremy was applying pressure, in his quiet but inescapable way.
Give me the hotel address, I said. We can pop by and see. No, you have already called. She hasn't checked in. Correct. Paige is running Jamie's credit cards now. I'm having the security department pull GPS records for the operative's vehicle. In the meantime, Jeremy would like you to return to the motel. 10.
Lucas had us pick up a rental car. All the paperwork was filled out in the Cortez Corporation name, so I just had to flash ID.
I drove. We really didn't want anyone pulling over my mother and asking for her license. Shit, she whispered as we pulled into the motel lot. A dark blue Toyota was parked in front of our room.
The same dark blue Toyota that the operative had been driving.
Mom was out of the car before I stopped.
She left her sword in the trunk and raced inside.
The motel room door was unlocked.
I was getting out when the car lurched, the back end rising. It thumped down so hard my teeth rattled. I hit the trunk release before the damn thing ripped through the metal. The sword flew case and all through the motel room door.
I tore after it. When I got inside. Blood.
Oh, God, there was so much blood. The operative lay on his back, arms raised to ward off something. His clothing was shredded, exposed skin mangled and torn, like he'd been attacked by. I had no idea what he'd been attacked by.
I dropped to look under the bed. Already checked, Mom said.
She stood in the middle of the room now, turning slowly.
I ran into the bathroom.
Checked there, too, Mom called.
I still looked.
There was nowhere else to search.
The bathroom was empty, but there were bloody footprints on the floor. Small sneaker prints. Mom. She came in.
I pointed at the prints.
Jamie must have put those sneakers back on, she said.
I moved my foot alongside one of the prints. Mine was nearly twice the size. As Mom crouched for a better look, I followed the prints into the bedroom and noticed as I did that the bathroom door knob was crooked.
Broken. Jamie locked herself in there, I said. Whoever killed the operative broke in and... I stopped.
There was a handprint on the outside of the bathroom door.
It was 2/3 the size of mine. There's a kid's handprint here, I said. How could a child?
Children, Mom said.
The prints are from more than one person. Ah.
She stopped and turned to the bathroom window as the curtain billowed.
She yanked it up. The window was broken out, jagged glass like shark's teeth in the frame. Blood-tipped shark's teeth.
She went out here, Mom said. I pointed to a small shoe print on the toilet seat.
And they followed. So did we. Star.
Directly behind the motel was a strip of scrubland that bordered a patch of forest. There was no sign of which way Jamie or her pursuers had gone.
Jamie was smart enough to head for the road. Had they let her? Or had they herded her into the forest? I was betting on the latter. I was right. There was a single overgrown path leading in. Fresh footprints in the soft earth. Vines and undergrowth trampled. We moved quickly and quietly, ears attuned. I picked up the occasional bird cry. That was it. How long ago had Jamie run? I didn't want to think about that. Of course, I still did. We'd been gone about 2 hours. 2 hours of running through the forest, fleeing her pursuers.
If she'd escaped, she would have found a phone and called Jeremy.
If she hadn't called. I jogged faster.
When the path branched, we couldn't tell which way they'd gone. The denser forest meant less undergrowth to break through and drier ground, which didn't hold prints.
We split up. I'd gone about a quarter mile when a figure burst from the forest. It was a girl. Really a girl, no more than 11. I knew we were looking for children, but I hadn't really believed it, certain there was another explanation. It was a child, snarling and snapping like a rabid dog, saliva dripping from her mouth, blue eyes flashing, her ponytail spiked with twigs and laced with dirt. Dirt crusted her skin and clothing. Dirt and blood. Some of the blood had to be hers, her face and bare arms were cross-hatched with cuts and scrapes. But there was too much to all be hers. I thought of that body in the motel room. The operative. The girl ran at me, and I instinctively started casting. I didn't consider my choice of spells. I just thought of that body and I cast from my gut. A demon reveal spell. The girl let out a horrible scream of agony that would have made me stop if it hadn't confirmed my suspicion. As I finished the incantation, I slammed into her. Her tiny body folded like a rag doll and crashed onto the ground. I winced, but I still dropped, straddling her, pinning her hands over her head as she writhed, eyes squeezed shut. Keeping your eyes closed won't help, I said. That scream told me I was right, demon. She opened her eyes. The blue had brightened to an orange-tinged red. She spat and howled and writhed. Savannah! Mom's voice. I heard her feet pounding along the path. Over here, I called. I got one. I kept my gaze on the girl as Mom came to stand beside me. It is a child, she whispered. Not exactly. Check out the eyes. Never quite seen that color, but it's definitely demonic. No, baby, it can't be. She's just a child. The Barithian treaty, she stared as the girl's eyes flashed. That's a demon. Yeah. The girl reared up, teeth bared and on a collision course with my arm. Mom caught her in a binding spell. Thanks, I said. I cast a demon reveal, which means my spells won't work on her for a while. Which is why you really shouldn't cast it if you suspect a demon. I knew what I was doing, Mom. I'd made the right choice, reveal the demon before risking harm to the girl. Just because I couldn't use spells on it afterward didn't mean I was defenseless. Mom crouched beside the girl. I don't understand. The Barithian treaty, she moved behind the girl and pinned her shoulders. Okay, I'm going to release the spell so we can talk to her. Oh, and the eye color? That means it's not really a demon. More of a demonic entity. You won't have had any experience with these guys. Strictly Hell Dimension dwellers. At least until now. She snapped the binding spell and the girl started gnashing her teeth and kicking. We had her securely pinned, and when she realized she wasn't going anywhere, she settled for hissing, eyes pulsating between red and orange. Where's Janie Vegas? Mom said. The girl spat. Mom pinned one shoulder with her knee instead, and lifted the sword over the girl's head. You know what this is? The girl chortled. Yes, but you cannot use it, Angel, or you will kill the child. How did you get inside her? The Barithian treaty forbids demonic possession of children. Treaties are for cowards. The Tengu are not cowards. How did you possess humans at all? I said. Only full demons can possess living. Nothing is as it was. Everything is as it should be. Or soon will be. Forget the how, Mom said. We want Janie Vegas. The woman you were chasing. We know who we chase. Tengu are not fools. While the others pursue chances, we wait and we watch for opportunity. Then we strike. She lunged, teeth sinking into my arm. Mom hit her with an energy bolt. She let go and fell back, screaming. You hurt the child, the girl whispered. You hurt the child. Yeah, well, you know what would really hurt the child? Mom put her other knee on the girl's shoulder, then wrapped both hands around the sword and leveled it over the girl's chest. You will not, the girl chortled. I know you will not. It is forbidden for your kind to kill an innocent. Who said anything about killing? Mom lowered the sword to the stomach and used the tip to pluck up her shirt. Then she lowered it within an inch of the girl's bare skin. All I need to do is cut a hole big enough to rip you out of there. Skewer you on my sword and you're trapped. The girl closed her eyes. When she reopened them, they were blue again. She looked up at Mom. What? Who are you? She saw the sword and screamed. Nice try, Mom said. She lowered the tip until it brushed the girl's skin. The girl let out a howl of pain and terror as the skin blistered. PL please, she sobbed, looking at me. Don't let her hurt me. I hesitated and my grip loosened.
The girl pulled one hand free and I lunged to grab it, but she only clasped my arm, finger shaking as tears streamed down her thin face.
Please, she said. I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. I'll be good. Just don't let her hurt me anymore. Mom? I said. What if? Cast your spell again, baby. I did.
The girl squeezed her eyes shut and tried to hold in her shriek as the reveal burned through her.
Like I said, Mom muttered. Nice try, demon.
She touched the sword to the girl's stomach. It blistered on contact, a fiery red splotch that made my stomach churn.
Yes, blisters, a burn, maybe a cut, it would all heal. I'd think nothing of doing it to an adult.
Only this wasn't an adult, and even if the child couldn't feel it now, she would once the demon left.
Mom caught my attention and cast a privacy spell, so the demon wouldn't overhear. That's why they possessed children. I know this isn't easy, baby. It's not supposed to be. That's the point. I nodded.
My mother dragged the sword tip along the girl's stomach. No pressure applied, but the skin broke anyway, blood oozing up.
You hurt the child. The demon shrieked. You must not hurt the child. No, I hurt you. And I'm about to hurt you a whole lot more if you don't. She got away. The necromancer. She did escape us. Then why are you still here? Silence.
Mom drew the sword back along the shallow cut.
The demon writhed, then spat. She is here.
The Tengu can smell her.
But we cannot find her. She hides. Mom's exhale of relief was so deep the sword shuddered, making the demon yowl.
She raised it off the girl's skin.
Okay, I said. So we need to find. In a moment, Mom said. Jamie's safe.
She's found a place to hole up.
We need to ask a few more questions. But.
She lowered the sword again. As the demon squirmed, so did I. Yes, we had questions, but the main one had been answered.
The rest we could figure out on our own. Who sent you? Mom asked. Nobody sent us. We saw opportunity. We acted. The Tengu are not slaves.
No, but they are bootlicking toads.
You saw an opportunity to grab Jamie. And do what? Who wants her?
You were going to turn her over to someone.
Who? Mom?
She lifted a finger from the sword, telling me to wait.
Mom, they don't want Jamie. That's not the opportunity they saw. It's you. They came for you. Jamie's just a means to an end. Mom turned back to the demon. Is that right? You saw me materialize and you came for me. You went after Jamie to get me. Who? The demon let out a wail so high-pitched it made my ears hurt.
Then the girl's body went slack, head lolling back.
Eyes closing. Here we go again, Mom muttered. Tengu do love drama.
The girl's eyelids fluttered. Then they slowly opened.
She blinked. Frowned. Looked around at the treetops. Then at the sword. What the hell? The girl said.
She followed the sword up to my mother's arm, then to my mother, still kneeling on her shoulders.
What the hell? The girl struggled, kicking and hitting and swearing a blue streak.
Not exactly the language you'd use if you were trying to impersonate an 11-year-old. One look at the girl's ragged clothing, though, and you knew she wasn't just some random child plucked from the schoolyard.
She was a street kid. This time it was Mom who cast the reveal spell. The girl didn't flinch, just keep struggling and shouting obscenities. Mom eased off the girl's shoulders, lowering her sword and holding the girl by the arm instead.
The girl let Mom help her up, then took a swing.
Mom lifted her sword and said, sweetie. I'm not your sweetie, the girl snarled. If you brought me here for some perv, you'll be sorry. I've got friends, you know. They have blades and...
As she twisted to talk to my mother, she winced.
She pulled up her shirt. What the hell? You cut me. And burned me. You can't do that. I've got rights.
Yes, you do, Mom said, keeping her grip tight on the girl's arm.
I'm sorry you got hurt. We didn't mean it. But someone gave you something, drugs or something. You attacked a friend of ours. I didn't attack any goddamned.
The girl stopped. She stared down at her blood-speckled shirt. Then she lifted her hands. Her nails were crusted in blood. Her eyes widened and the tough little girl fell away, horror filling her face.
It wasn't your fault, I said quickly. Whoever gave you the drugs is to blame. And our friend is fine. But there are other kids out here. Your friends maybe. They got the same drugs. I'm going to take you someplace safe and...
The forest erupted as 5 kids swarmed in, surrounding us.
I grabbed the girl and pulled her against me.
My fingers flew up in a knockback, but the girl yelped and flung herself away, disrupting my spell.
Leave me alone, she said. These are my... One of the kids let out a banshee howl and flew at the girl, his hands curved into claws. I pulled her out of the way just in time and kicked, catching him in the thigh. He crumpled, gnashing his teeth, lips drawn back in a grotesque, inhuman snarl. The others hovered there, circling us, growling and eyeing the fallen boy, uncertain. Mickey, the girl said. It's me, Sarah. He pushed to his feet, lips still drawn back.
His dark eyes flickered, then flashed orange.
Sarah stumbled back against me.
I put my arm around her and held her there.
It's okay, I murmured. It's the drugs. I glanced over at Mom. Can we dispel them? Not without the ritual.
She hefted her sword.
Or this.
You kill the children if you use that, the boy Mickey said. He was no more than 14, with a scarred lip and uneven cornrows.
The oldest of them.
The others watched him, waiting for a signal.
Okay, Mom said to the boy. So I can't use the sword. I saw what you did to that guy in the motel. I'm not stupid enough to fight the lot of you.
So, if you let my daughter and the little girl go.
Mickey cut her off with a sneering laugh. You think the Tengu are fools?
You would not give yourself to us so easily.
We will not let your daughter go.
They say she is valuable, too. You will wait here with us until the necromancer is found.
Then you will come with us or we kill all the children. One by one, we kill them. The girl started to scream. It took me a moment to realize why.
I guess that's what comes from living my life. I hear a threat and it rolls off me until there's a good reason to suspect it may be serious. I put my arm around the girl as Mom pretended to negotiate with the leader. He said. Sarah's thin body shook so much she could barely get the words out.
He's going to kill us. Mickey's going to kill us. He doesn't mean it. It's the drugs. We won't let anyone hurt you.
I want to go, she whispered.
Please, can you make them let me go? Just hold on.
I know how to, she whispered something I couldn't catch, her voice too clogged with tears and snuffles.
I bent down. What's that? I said I know a way we can. She motioned me down so she could whisper in my ear.
I leaned over.
We can. She grabbed my hair and sank her teeth into my neck, just above the bandage. I flung her away. She stumbled back.
A flap of my skin hung from her teeth. Blood dripped down her chin. Her eyes flashed orange. I lunged, grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, and threw her toward the others just as the boy behind me charged. Mom slammed him with a knockback that sent him flying sideways. I grabbed his arm and yanked him aside, giving us a clear path out. When a girl tried to run in front of us, Mom hit her with an energy bolt that dropped her, howling and clasping her stomach.
Another raced forward. Mom brandished her sword. You don't think I'll use this to protect my daughter? She said. Try me.
They stopped. The one behind her crept forward.
My hand shot out. A knockback spell hit the kid so hard he sailed into a tree.
Go, Savannah, Mom said, her gaze on the kids.
Use your sensing spell to find Jamie, then get out of here.
Savannah, she didn't look over at me, but I felt like I was 10 again, when we'd been walking back from dinner, and a group of supernatural thugs stepped into our path.
She'd been right to send me away then.
But I wasn't 10 now, and even with my sporadic spells, I could fight.
Hadn't I just proven that?
We can take them, I whispered.
2 are already injured.
The children shuffled forward.
Stay where you are.
Mom said, her sword cutting through the air. The children hissed and snarled, but their gazes followed the sword, and they stopped moving.
You saw that operative, Mom whispered back. That was a supernatural. A trained guard. We're not.
One of the boys charged.
I launched a knockback.
It failed and I was about to jump forward when Mom swung her sword.
The boy was still at least 5 feet away.
A warning strike, I thought, but then the tip sliced through his shirt and an orange glow oozed through.
Mom deftly skewered the demon and yanked the sword back. The boy collapsed.
The Tengu was impaled on Mom's sword, a glowing miasma of red and orange, rolling on itself, a glimpse of eyes and teeth and claws appearing, then vanishing so fast they seemed a trick of the mind. The sword sliced the orange and red cloud in two, a shriek rending the air, then fading as the two halves evaporated. I looked down at the boy, still on the ground. His chest rose and fell. Unconscious. There was a line of blood on his shirt, but a thin one, a flesh wound.
Anyone else doubt I'll use the sword? Mom said.
The children had gone still. I need you to get Jamie, Mom said to me.
There might be more of them out there. She needs help. I'll be fine. She was right. The first Tengu's scream had brought others running, but that didn't mean there weren't more still searching for Jamie. Okay, I murmured. Thank you, baby.
I backed away until I was sure Mom had the mob of demon children under control.
Then I loped down the path. 11. One advantage to being in the forest?
I knew my sensing spell was working.
In the police station, a negative result could mean either the place was empty or my spell failed. The forest is never empty.
I got back plenty of small blips.
It didn't work every time.
In fact, it fizzled more often than it sparked. But as I searched, I stopped casting it every few feet and used the spell judiciously. I picked up one ping that was larger than a rabbit, but not big enough for Jamie. It could be a deer, but I hadn't seen any signs of them, so I guessed it was another child. I steered clear.
No sense fighting if I didn't have to. The Tengu inside Sarah said it could detect Jamie's scent in the woods.
That could mean she'd buried herself under leaves, as we tried with the sword.
But diving into rotting vegetation would definitely be Jamie's last choice.
I had a good idea what she'd done.
It was a simple ruse that wouldn't fool most humans, but the Tengu weren't accustomed to tracking anyone in our world.
So I walked with my gaze on the treetops.
Sure enough, I caught a glimpse of something burnt orange. Jamie's blouse. I squinted harder. Her face peered out between leafy branches 20 feet up. She didn't say anything, just eyed me and reached for the branch above, as if ready to climb higher. I'm not possessed, I said. Paige had me take an extra dose of anti-possession tea when I was in Miami.
She came down about halfway, then settled into a why, they're still around.
One passed by just a minute ago. Mom's holding most of them at bay. I can handle the stragglers. She's the one they really want anyway. As usual.
Tell me about it, Jamie muttered as she lowered herself another branch.
We don't need anti-possession brews. We need anti-Eve brews. She paused, sighed, then said, she's okay, right?
She was last time I saw her, but I'd like to get you someplace safe and go back to help her.
Right. Sorry. You're lucky that ruse worked, I said. From what I recall of Tengu folklore, they're supposed to be avian spirits.
Like birds of prey, which would mean they'd be accustomed to looking for victims on the ground. I wasn't sure how true that was, but it had worked, so I wasn't arguing. As she slid down, a nearby shriek sent her tumbling to the ground.
I backed her to safety between me and the tree.
A ragged girl about 13 stood on the path. Her mouth opened so wide her jaw cracked as she shrieked again.
She's calling the others, I said. We need to get out. Another girl joined the shriekfest from the opposite end of the path.
I grabbed Jamie, pushed her into the forest, and we ran. Not my best idea ever, as I realized about 10 seconds later.
It was boggy ground and we slipped and slid. The Tengu ran as fast and sure-footed as antelope.
I herded Jamie left and circled back to the path. We just hit it when the thunder of footsteps had me pushing Jamie into the forest again.
Wait. She said.
She gestured and I followed her finger to see the blue glow of my mother's sword. A second later, Mom appeared, mere steps ahead of 3 Tengu-possessed children. One of our pursuers burst from the forest. My hand flew out, hitting her with a knockback before the first incantation word left my mouth.
Head back to the motel, Mom shouted. I'll be right behind you. Is it this way?
I sure as hell hope so.
It wasn't. Not exactly anyway. After about 5 minutes, we could see a road ahead.
We ran to it and found ourselves about a quarter mile up from the motel.
One car passed us as we ran and it didn't even slow down. A guy in the motel parking lot did notice us.
He was halfway out of his car when we roared around the corner, raced to our rental, and hopped inside, Jamie and me in the front, Mom in the back. He stared at the kids pursuing us, took in their blood-flecked clothing and scratched, bloody faces, hopped back into his pickup, and went in search of more amenable lodgings. I put the car in reverse just as 2 kids launched themselves onto the trunk.
Another flew onto the hood. The others went for the side windows.
You know, I think I'd had this nightmare, Jamie said, as they banged and howled and plastered their bloodied faces against the glass.
Except with zombies. Close enough, I muttered. Hold on. I gunned it in reverse. I guess I should have paid more attention in physics class.
The one climbing onto the roof shot over the car, but Sarah, still on the trunk, flew backward. I hit the brakes before I ran her over. I knocked the gearshift into drive, hoping I had enough room to turn. The kid who'd flown from the roof leaped upright in my path.
I checked the rearview mirror. Sarah had wobbled to her feet, holding onto the trunk for balance. Another boy climbed onto the roof. Son of a bitch. I said. Why do they have to be children?
For the same reason you aren't hitting reverse and saying to hell with it, Mom said. The kid in front is bigger, Jamie said. He can handle the impact better.
Great, I said.
We've gone from don't hurt the kids to which one will get hurt the least.
Ease forward, Jamie said.
Knock him down carefully.
Run him over. But gently, I muttered and gently pressed the gas. The kid on the roof started jumping up and down. A girl took a running leap onto the roof and did the same, setting the car rocking. Just keep, Mom began. Jamie screamed as her window shattered.
A boy reached in and grabbed a handful of her hair. Mom caught the kid's arm and twisted until he howled and let go, but another was already reaching through.
A crash.
Something struck the side of my head so hard I saw stars.
A brick dropped beside me.
Hands reached through the broken driver's window.
I hit the gas.
The hands grabbed the wheel and yanked, and the car shot up over the sidewalk and crashed into the motel. I turned to launch a knockback or anything else, but the kid suddenly sailed backward. He landed on the asphalt and lay there, not moving. I looked over at my mother, but she was helping Jamie fight off the kids. One of them went flying. This time, I saw him hover in the air, thrashing, as if something was holding him up. Then his head shot back and he screamed. The scream died mid-note and the boy collapsed to the pavement, unconscious.
Ah, a little deus ex machina, Mom said as the boy who'd grabbed Jamie's hair also went flying. Or angel ex machina. It's Tracile, Jamie said. Or I think so. Can never tell with the full bloods. All I see is a glowing silhouette.
It's him, Mom said.
No other full blood would bother.
She leaned out the window and yelled.
Better late than never. I think he just gave you the finger, Jamie said. Mom laughed. Put it in gear, baby.
He can handle this and we don't want to be around when the desk clerk realizes he's got unconscious street kids in his parking lot. I put the car in reverse. Sarah was gone now, running across the lot to escape her fate.
We passed her and peeled out of the parking lot. So those were Tengu, I said as I drove.
I've heard of them, but not much.
Like you said, they don't cross over. No, Mom murmured. Not usually.
They can, though, under special circumstances.
A ritual? She shook her head. War. The Tengu are harbingers of war.
When we were far enough from the motel to be sure we'd lost the Tengu, Jamie called Lucas and put us on speakerphone. I explained what had happened. For the second time that day, I rendered Lucas speechless. So the Tengu do not appear to be directly connected to the sorcerer who invoked the Hell Beast, he finally said.
Right.
They apparently saw Mom cross over and they came for her, but it's a completely separate shitstorm. I don't know if you wanted us to do anything with the poor guy in the motel room.
No. If we have unconscious children in the parking lot, you need to stay away.
I've already sent a message to divert part of the security team from the police station, but under the circumstances, I'm not sure they'll make it before someone discovers the operative's body.
Another voice came on. We can still handle this.
2 more teams are on their way to New Orleans, 1 security detail and 1 media cleanup team.
Hey, Benicio, Mom said. It's been a while.
It has, he said.
I'd say it's good to hear you, Eve, but I'm back and causing trouble already. I know. So what do you guys want us to do? I asked. Hole up? Come to Miami?
I'm not going to Miami, Mom said before they could answer. We've identified the sorcerer and we have a list of potential contacts. I've got a contact of my own here who can go through that list and pick out the supernaturals.
That's my next stop, Dot.
Lucas and Benicio wanted her in Miami.
Preferably in an impregnable cell, I think. Mom argued that her contact wouldn't speak to anyone else. Take Jamie to Miami. Take me to Miami. Leave Mom to face any potential kidnappers alone. If she wasn't putting anyone else at risk, that was her choice. They agreed on the last part. I didn't.
Mom needed someone to watch her back. That didn't sit well with either Mom or Lucas, but they eventually agreed to a compromise.
Jamie would leave.
I'd stay, but only until they sent in someone with no personal connection to my mother, maybe Clay and Elena, to take over. I agreed to that, and we headed to the regional airport where the Cortez jet was about to land. Before Jamie left, I gave her a few minutes alone with Mom. They both said they didn't need it, joked that they saw each other too often as it was.
But I insisted.
In all those years that they'd worked together, that they'd been friends, as I now realized, they'd never actually inhabited the physical plane together. They hadn't met until Mom was long dead. To say my mother was not the hugging type is an understatement. Growing up, I don't think I ever saw her make affectionate physical contact with anyone except me. But now, when I stepped away to give them that moment alone and they embraced, I saw how much it meant, and not just to Jamie.
Mom stayed until the jet lifted off.
Then we took my new cell phone and left the damaged rental car at the airfield for Benicio to deal with. He'd rented us a small Mercedes, which was probably his idea of an economy vehicle, expendable, should we destroy it, too.
12. Mom's old contact lived in a trailer park just off the I-10.
I figured he'd been displaced by Katrina and still didn't have a home, but Mom said no, Toby had always lived in a trailer. If I hadn't known this area had been spared by the hurricane, I'd have been sure this particular trailer had been swept away by the floods and dragged back.
It certainly looked that way.
It even seemed to have mud spatter, until I got close enough to see it was rust.
A lot of rust. One window was boarded up.
The roof sagged at two corners. A single hinge held the screen door in place. Where other trailers had nice grass front yards and even flower beds, this one had mud, with beer cans piled as statuary. Otherwise it was a decent trailer park. Respectable enough that we felt comfortable leaving the Mercedes in the visitor's lot, though Mom did cast a security spell on it. We didn't worry about sneaking up on the derelict trailer, the remaining windows were dark with blackout blinds.
What's his type? I asked as we approached. Blondes, I think.
You're safe.
I gave her a look.
He's an Enduro, she said.
Mid-grade fire half-demon. You know how to handle that, I take it? I do.
Good. She walked up to the side of the trailer, put her fingers to the aluminum, and rubbed, as if clearing a peephole through dirty glass. That's exactly what she was doing, except as an Auspicio half-demon, she could see through more than just glass. She shaded her eyes and peered through.
Then she repeated the process further along. He's home, she murmured. Watching TV. I'm going to have you head around the back. If I'm right, another boarded-up window doubles as an escape hatch. Got it.
I found the boarded window and waited while Mom knocked at the door.
A minute passed. Then the wood over the window opened.
A bald guy with glasses poked his head out.
Hello, I said. Toby stopped. Blinked.
Glanced back toward the front of the trailer.
No, you're not seeing double, I said. My mother is still at the front door.
His eyes widened, magnified by his thick glasses.
Shit.
He swung at me, fingers blazing. Those glowing hands would have worked better if I hadn't grown up around Adam. A sharp sideswipe to his forearms knocked them down and knocked him off balance. As he tumbled from the window, I grabbed him by the collar and hauled him upright.
Got him. I called. Mom rounded the corner.
Toby had been struggling, but he went still when he saw her.
Eve, he said. I thought it was, he glanced at me.
I didn't get a good look, and I know your daughter is supposed to resemble you, so I figured that's who was at my door.
You know I don't talk to anyone without an introduction. That's why I bolted. If I knew it was you.
You'd have bolted faster. You thought you got off easy, she said as she set her sword case down. I died right after you buggered up our deal with the St. Clouds.
You got to keep the money, and I was dead and couldn't object.
Surprise.
I didn't renege on the deal. I was going to give you the money,
Which is why I hear you already had your truck hitched to your trailer, ready to skitter off for parts unknown. Until I disappeared and you figured you were safe to wait it out.
Okay, so you're back. I don't know how. Wait, you were never dead, were you?
It was all a ruse because the Nasts finally caught up with you.
Damn it. I mean, it's good to see you, Eve.
I'm sure it is. Now get your ass inside before you finally give the neighbors an excuse to get your shitbox evicted.
Like many things in the supernatural world, appearances were deceiving.
Open the door to Toby's crappy trailer and you walked into a little mudroom that looked as decrepit as the outside. Close the external door to prying eyes, open the inside one, and it was as if you'd been transported to a luxury Soho loft. The place must have been professionally decorated. Postmodern high-tech, which is probably not a design category,
but that's what it looked like to me. Paige would be in heaven.
The decor wasn't her style, but the hardware would set her drooling.
Even I felt a little dampness in the corners of my mouth.
It was as if Toby had walked into the top electronics store in the country, plopped down a no-limit credit card, and said, "Give me the best of everything." Soft music drifted from every corner of the trailer.
Lights clicked on as we walked through.
A desktop TV-sized computer screen tickered stock prices while a printer noiselessly spit out pages in a growing pile. The lights seemed to lead us in, illuminating our path, then lowering as we sat on the sofa.
The TV volume turned up automatically.
Toby tapped one button on the side of the sofa and the TV flicked off, the music died, and the lights came on full.
I tried not to be impressed.
"Okay," he said as he turned to my mother. He looked down at the bow case, which she'd tucked into the shadow of the sofa.
Blue light emanated through the zipper. Ever seen those crime scene shows? I said. Where they use glowing devices to detect blood? Makes cleanup a whole lot easier. He tried to laugh. Didn't really manage it. Okay, Eve, I owe you money. It was 10 grand, right? 20. Plus interest. He nodded and hit another button. A laptop rose from the coffee table.
So, if we calculate interest based on the past decade's rates.
We calculated based on my rates. Remember what those were? That's ridiculous. No one would ever borrow money at that cost.
Which is why I never had to lend any. You can go ahead and do the calculations if you like, but I can probably save you some time with an alternate offer.
I'll waive the debt for information.
He hesitated, clearly trying to figure out what could possibly be worth that much.
Did you know you have a group kidnapping supernaturals in New Orleans? Mom said. Shipping them off to be lab rats? What? His eyes bugged. No. Seriously? I
know you've made a deal to keep them from dragging your sorry ass down there, too.
Not like they'd want it anyway.
Over the years, you shot yourself full of too many drugs to be a viable subject.
But you are useful as another kind of rat. The sort that will turn over any supernatural he owes money to. Toby's jaw worked. Then he said, I haven't turned anyone over.
They came to discuss the local wildlife and I suggested a few names of black market entrepreneurs who could reasonably be arrested and disappear quietly, and if they owed you money or had invested with you.
Well, then you'll look after their money until they return. Nice scheme. Too bad it went all to hell. What? Lab blew up this morning.
I waved at his laptop.
Check the news.
He did, tapping away as Mom talked. So the lab's gone, Mom said.
Not like they would have been getting more subjects anyway. You know Officer Medina? Nice lady. Not too bright.
Someone switched the sedatives for stimulants or hallucinogens. One of the first supernaturals to get the new batch was a werewolf.
Wanna guess how that worked out? Toby's expression said he'd rather not. Medina's dead.
So's the rest of the staff, plus the inmates. Now, I don't know how long it'll take for folks to realize an outpost cop shop has been destroyed, but it's going to happen soon. The question is whether a Cortez Cabal cleanup crew can get done first.
Cortez. Oh, you love the Cortezes, don't you? And they love you right back.
Imagine how happy they'll be finally having an excuse to haul your ass to Miami.
It's a beautiful city.
Not sure you'll get in much sunbathing, but I hear they have skylights in their cells.
Actually, they don't, I said. No? They're underground. Which is never a good place to be in Miami. Benicio swears they take every precaution, but if there's hurricane flooding, what do you think they're going to save down there? The archives or the prisoners? True, Mom said. Look, Toby said.
I supplied Jackie with names, not drugs.
Jackie Medina, I asked to be clear, and he nodded. The Cortezes aren't going to care, my mother said. Not if it gives them a chance to get you off the street. You're screwed, Toby. Or you are without my help.
Because the guy who gave Medina the drugs also cast a very special spell.
She reached down and cracked open her case. Light flooded out. You see, Toby, you were wrong. I haven't been hiding out. I've been dead. Until a sorcerer crossed me over, I was walking around the afterlife. And I was carrying this. She pulled out her sword. Toby jumped back, knees knocking his laptop and sending it toppling as he scuttled onto the sofa.
Mom swirled the sword, the blue steel leaving a swath of light.
Do you know what this is, Toby? One hint, it's not a lightsaber. I don't. Take a guess. She grabbed it by the blade and held it out to him. Better yet, take a hold. Try it out. He reached for the pommel. When his fingers touched it, he let out a shriek and fell back, his hand raised. Blisters popped up on every fingertip. Holy Mother of God, he whispered. So you're a religious man? That's good. Makes this easier. If this sword just burned a fire demon, I'm sure you can guess what it is. And that this, she grasped it by the pommel, then tossed it up and caught it by the blade, is not a party trick. All this is to say that I can protect you from the Cortezes. And that you might be wise to help the cause by giving me the information I need. Toby took one more look at the sword and decided he was feeling chatty. Mom settled back onto the sofa, leaving the sword glowing on the coffee table as a reminder. I know Roberts, he muttered when Mom finished explaining and identifying the culprit. Should have turned his name over to Jackie. I would have, too, except that he has a wife and an ex-wife and a kid, so someone would miss him. You had contact with him? Me and Roberts don't travel in the same circles. He was one of those guys who pretends he's too good for us. Squeaky clean. Only he wasn't, was he? Damn it. If only I'd known. He cost me a sweet income stream. Jackie paid $1,000 for every name. He cost her a lot, too, I said. Her life. I'm sure you're upset about that. It took him a moment to find the right expression of regret. Then he gave us everything he knew about Roberts, which wasn't much. It wasn't until we handed over Roberts's contacts list that we started getting somewhere. Oh, yeah, I know a few of these guys. He rattled off names and supernatural types for a half-dozen of Roberts's entries. 2 were in the business of providing basic services for fellow supernaturals. This guy's a doctor. Toby pointed to a name on the list I was writing. Charges more than a frigging private clinic, but he's good. Discreet, too. So's she. He pointed to the only woman's name on the list. Amanda Griffin. What's she do? Hook her. For guys who don't want to worry about hiding their powers. Amanda's a real sweetie. Says most supernaturals want to do more talking than screwing. They just like being able to talk freely. Which is a shame. She's a good talker, but she's even better at screwing. Aha. Well, Robert seemed to need a lot of talking. If she's the A in his calendar, they were chatting a few times a week. Son of a bitch, Toby muttered. Amanda never even told me she was seeing him. She knows I would have liked some dirt on the guy. Would have paid well for it, too. You did say she was discreet. Sure, but we could have blackmailed the bastard real good. I looked at Roberts's calendar. I don't have a lot of experience hiring hookers, but I'm going to guess 3 times a week is a bit excessive. Bit expensive, too, Toby said. Amanda ain't cheap. We continued down the list. There was another possibility or two, but none whose initials matched appointments in the calendar. Amanda it was then. When we were done, Mom picked up her sword. Find some rope, Savannah, she said. W.H. what? Toby said, starting to rise. Why do you need rope? Mom pointed the sword at his throat and he fell back into the cushions. I've told you my secret, Toby. You know that I'm back in what I am. That's very valuable information. After you double-crossed me the last time, I don't trust you. But you didn't need to tell me. I'd have listened to your offer without knowing you're an angel. Ha! My mistake then. But, since you do know, I can't have you running around. You'll need to wait here for the Cortezes. His voice went shrill. You promised to protect me from the Cortezes. No, I said I could. Not that I would. You bitch. He started to leap up. One wrist flick of the sword and he sat back down. You set me up. Just returning the favor. Savannah? I'll get some rope. We had to settle for extension cords and electrical tape, but they did the job. Then I called Lucas and told him where Toby was. They'd have a lot of questions for him, questions better answered in Cortez custody. That's why Mom played the angel card, an excuse to have the Cortezes take him even after he'd fulfilled the bargain. Of course, since she had the big, glowing sword, she didn't need an excuse, but that wouldn't have been fair. In my mother's world, playing fair is important, even if her definition of it is a little malleable. When we got back into the car, I said, we need a disguise. Mom looked over, brows lifting. Either we disguise ourselves or we have to leave a trail of bound and gagged supernaturals in our wake, I said. Which could be appropriate, considering half the supernatural population of New Orleans seems to be eyeball deep in this shit.
But the next person who recognizes you might escape before they're in our sights. Not in my sights, she said.
I have superhuman vision, remember? I gave her a look.
Yes, I take your point, she said. I don't disguise easily and I suspect you don't either, but I may have a solution.
I've picked up a few tricks on the other side. Let's just hope they work.
The trick was a modified glamour spell. The normal one allows the caster to take on the appearance of another person, but it only works if the target expects to see that other person. Mom's modification was actually an older version, predating the spell we used, and didn't require expectation to work.
I'd heard of it before.
Even seen it in a grimoire, an old spellbook, at Cortez headquarters.
But it required that most troubling of special ingredients, human sacrifice.
It took an average of 100 iterations for a witch to master the spell.
Even the Cortezes hadn't taught anyone to use it since before Benicio's time.
The cost-benefit ratio was just too high. Fortunately, Mom had learned the spell to help her celestial bounty hunting duties, which meant no body count. There's no way of killing someone in the afterlife. So Mom could cast the spell without a corpse.
Or she could in the afterlife. Here? She wasn't sure.
Also, it was difficult to test, because even after she cast the spell, she looked the same to me. So we accosted a few unsuspecting passers-by, which left some people in New Orleans wondering about the crazy women asking what color their hair was. But the spell had worked.
We glamored ourselves based on 2 photos from Glamour, appropriately enough.
We picked the 2 most average-looking young women in its pages, which still meant we were well above average. As for clothing, we outfitted ourselves in jerseys, sneakers, and jeans.
2 students, pretty but non-threatening. Star. We almost missed Amanda.
When we arrived, she was leaving, gym bag in hand. She looked to be in her early 30s, with soft features and sleek, shoulder-length ash-blonde hair.
She was dressed stylishly and conservatively, in slacks, boots, and an Oxford shirt.
Put a crop in her hand and she'd look ready for a day of riding.
Horses, I mean.
Not the kind of riding she apparently did for a living.
I strode up behind her and said, Amanda? Amanda Griffin? She turned. Looked me up and down, expressionless. Yes? I wiped my hands on my jeans.
Sorry, I'm just a little nervous.
I'm Brianne White.
I go to Delgado with my friend here, Sammy.
Someone gave us your name and,
Her brows arched.
Amused. If you're looking for a little college experimentation, honey, I can give you some names. That's not my thing. Experiment? I let out a high-pitched giggle. Oh, no. Not that. I mean. Mom leaned over and whispered to me. Oh, right. Okay.
I cast a nervous look around, then lit a light ball in my palm.
Ah, I see, Amanda said.
Right. So, we're new to town and we heard about this stuff going on, and this guy we met, Sean Roberts, he said you could.
Don't lie, Bree, Mom whispered.
When I looked over, she leaned in and mock whispered.
She can check on that.
Tell the truth.
Okay. Right. I wiped my hands again.
So Roberts wouldn't tell us where to find you, but he sent us to this guy named Toby.
He didn't want to help us either. But then Sammy, I cast a knowing look at Mom. She kinda convinced him.
I'm sure she did, Amanda said. And I'm sure it wasn't hard. Look, girls, whatever you heard. We know about the supernatural freedom.
Liberation, Mom whispered. Right. Supernatural liberation movement.
They recruited a couple of our friends who go to UCLA. Our friends want us to join, but we're not sure if it's a good idea.
It's not, Amanda said. I exhaled. Whatever you're doing, we can help.
Sammy here, they say she's a conspicio, but we think she's an auspicio.
She can do the X-ray vision thing. That stopped Amanda in her tracks. She waved to the wall of the building. That's the super's apartment. Look inside and tell me what she's doing. Mom walked over and cleared a peephole.
I don't know where she is, but there's a guy inside. About 300 pounds, surfing porn, wearing only his. No, I don't think he's wearing anything.
That's good, right? I said.
I mean, not about the naked guy, but Sammy's power.
It would be useful, right?
Amanda shrugged, but her eyes glittered.
And the blinding power? I can cause temporary blindness, she said. It only lasts a few minutes, but it's handy. I bet it is. I can help, too, I said.
I know witch and sorcerer magic up to the 3rd level, and it usually works.
A dismissive nod my way. Amanda laid a hand on Mom's arm. How about I skip the workout today and treat you girls to a drink? There's a nice little place down the road. Very private. 13. I got a text from Elena while we were still walking to the bar. Their plane had landed and they were ready to take over as Mom's bodyguards. I texted back to say we'd made contact, and I needed to play this through. Amanda led us to a neighborhood pub, already dark inside and reeking of hops. We took a booth in the back and Amanda explained the situation. If I were her, I'd have gone with a whole lot less detail for potential recruits. But that's what happens when you launch a revolution with no previous revolutionary experience. It all seems like a grand, adventurous game. You'll be cagey, of course, because it's top secret stuff. But when you have a reason to spill, like trying to woo an Espicio half-demon to the cause, you're happy for the opportunity to prove how terribly clever you all are. Amanda's group was anti-slam. I'd suspected that because Roberts had switched the drugs, but to be honest, I couldn't see the advantage of feeding stimulants to werewolves for either side. Now, as Amanda explained it, I understood, they were idiots. Their scheme only proved I was right about their lack of experience with this whole revolt business. I'm sure the plan made sense to them, but to anyone who's seen the dark side of supernatural life, it was a very, very stupid idea, guaranteed to go horribly awry. See, the plan was this. Controlled outbursts of supernatural activity, Amanda explained. This SLM group is trying to persuade supernaturals that coming out of the closet is a good idea. But it's not. We know that, don't we? Mom and I nodded. The problem is that a lot of supernaturals aren't so sure. They think of how much simpler and better life would be if they didn't have to hide their nature, and they tell themselves humans wouldn't react that badly. I mean, the Inquisition is over. We nodded again. But our argument is that humans wouldn't be less frightened of witches and half-demons than they were in the past. As it stands, they simply don't believe we exist. If they knew otherwise, it would be just as bad as the witch hunts. Telling supernaturals that doesn't do any good, though. They need demonstrations. Controlled outbursts of supernatural activity, Mom said. Exactly. You may not be aware of this, but SLM is operating in New Orleans. Heavily operating. We heard they've been using supernaturals in law enforcement to arrest and sedate other supernaturals. Then they take them to a facility where they brainwash them. Not exactly. We need to find that facility, she said. We've located an office they're using for local recruitment, but it's not the laboratory. So they do have an office in New Orleans, Mom said. That's what our friend said. It's on Gray Street, isn't it? She shook her head. McNally. But that's just for training. We need the lab. We're getting close, though. In the meantime, we managed to get one of our people to replace the drug courier. He has provided an officer with drugs that will lower inhibitions instead, making supernaturals more likely to use their powers, Mom said. Amanda beamed. You catch on quick, honey. So, as we speak, there are a few imprisoned supernaturals who are going to decide they really don't want to be imprisoned and forget that they shouldn't use their powers to escape. We're about to see some serious fireworks. Oh, they'd gotten fireworks. And when they realized it, they'd understand just how stupid it was to plan a supernatural outburst. Next, Amanda asked about us. We expanded on our fake bios, chattering away until her cell phone rang. Hey, she said as she answered. I was just thinking of you. I've got 2 new recruits here and I wanted to swing by an intro. She paused. Her face screwed up, like she'd heard wrong. What? Another pause. Then, holy shit. She swallowed. You're joking, right? A pause. No, of course you wouldn't. But are you sure? Maybe Roberts. She blinked. Sucked in breath. Then she listened, just listened, her gaze blank, head nodding, and murmuring okay, under her breath. Toby? She swallowed. Are you? She caught herself this time. Sorry. So Roberts is dead and Toby was seen being loaded into. She caught herself again as she looked up at us, feigning shock as we listened in. I'll be right there. She stood, pawing through her purse for cash, murmuring, I have to leave. Is something wrong? I said, rising, too. Maybe we should. Mom caught my hand under the table and squeezed tight enough to stop me mid-sentence. I stood my ground, giving her a look. Amanda was too flustered to notice. Mom shook her head. I glowered at her, but didn't trust a privacy spell. So I sat waiting until Amanda was out of earshot. We should go with her, I said. I can talk her into taking us along. They'll be distracted by this. It'll be easy to get information. Yes, but we don't need it. This chapter of their movement is about to implode and they'll be too busy picking up the pieces to escort recruits to a new chapter. But she told us where to find these slam people. That's what I need to do right now. Infiltrate them while they're busy cleaning up a big mess of their own. And find out exactly what they've given Bryce. I swallowed. Bryce. Right. I nodded and stood. Let's go. She caught my hand again. I'd like you to go to Miami. Elena and Clayton are here now. They can watch my back. I stiffened at that. As my mother, she wanted to shuttle me off to safety, even if it meant she might be taken back to the afterlife before we could see each other again. And yet, from her expression, so carefully blank, I knew she was hoping I'd refuse. That I'd give her a reason why I should stay. So I said, I know these people. They took me captive. I've met the leader and all the key players. You need me with you. She shook her head. I can manage, baby. You'd be safe in Miami. It's what they'd want. Paige, Lucas, Adam. I'll call them from the car, I said. I won't fight them to stay, but I'm not leaving unless they insist. She hesitated, then nodded. As we walked to the rental, I checked my phone and found a message waiting from Adam. Just one line, would love to talk. I stared at that message. Just 4 words that could mean only, hey, I'm bored, give me an update. Except that when Adam did mean that, it's exactly what he wrote. This was different. This was more personal isn't the right phrase. Adam has been part of my life since my mother died. He's been my friend for years. I've told him things I've never told anyone else and I think he's done the same with me. It's always been personal. But this, it seemed different. I wanted it to be different. That's a given. I'd been waiting all these years for it to become something different, but nothing ever changed between us until this morning. Had it really been just this morning? It seemed like a week ago. But this morning, Adam had kissed me and it hadn't been just a peck on the cheek. Not a I'm happy to see you didn't perish under a pile of rubble kind of kiss. It had been a real one, the kind I'd been dreaming of since I was 12 and he walked into my cell to set me free, and burned my name in a heart on my prison wall. Burned his name on my heart, too. It figures, doesn't it? Finally get to kiss the guy, and before you can find out if he really means it, you're whisked away. Thrown in jail. Escape jail. Escape a hell beast. See your mother resurrected from the dead. Escape demon-possessed children. Terrorize an informant. Have drinks with a hooker. Rush off to infiltrate enemy ranks before they skip town. It's like the universe is conspiring to keep us apart, even if it had only been, I check my watch, less than 10 hours. I thought of calling him instead of Lucas. But this was work and Lucas was in charge, and passing along a message through Adam wasn't just cowardly, it was unfair, asking him to make a decision about my safety. So I just texted him back, we'll call as soon as I can. As soon as I hit send, I realized that wasn't enough. So I sent a second one, can't wait to see you. I hit the button. My fingers were trembling, heart thumping, as if I just texted a declaration of undying love. I flexed my fingers and swallowed, and stared at that damn screen, waiting for the bleep of a return message, telling myself he probably wouldn't even get it until he had a spare minute and... The phone blipped. The message appeared, ditto. Ditto? I whispered, a laugh caught in my throat. Seriously? Ditto? A second blip. A smiley face. I muttered under my breath, calling him a few names, even as I couldn't wipe the smile from my own face. Adam? I nodded as my cheeks flamed. Mom smiled at me, then steered us into the parking lot. I called Lucas. While he wasn't thrilled with me staying, he understood that this operation had a better chance of success if one of the infiltrators actually knew the parties involved. Proceed with caution, but proceed. We were in another coffee shop, sitting in the window, watching a couple approach. They weren't walking hand in hand. He didn't have his arm around her waist. No outward sign that they were indeed a couple, unless you looked closer and noticed their hands brushing as they walked. Mom leaned over the table. Gotta admit, as good as Clayton Danvers looks from the other side, he looks even better in person. She paused. Just don't tell Elena I said that. Another pause. Or your father. I smiled. Nothing wrong with window shopping when you aren't looking to buy. Elena's used to it. Clay's the one you don't want noticing you checking him out. He does not take that well. Just ask Cassandra. Mom made a face. Vampires. Clay and Elena walked in. Both are blonde with blue eyes.
Both were dressed in jeans, sneakers, and t-shirts, none of it less than 5 years old.
It didn't matter.
They still looked like they stepped out of a magazine spread for outdoor living, fresh scrubbed, athletic, and attractive. Both were on the far side of 40, but blessed with a werewolf's slow aging and fast metabolism.
I stood and waved. Clay noticed first. He gave me a blank look.
When I smiled and beckoned him over, he scowled and looked away, and I had a moment of consternation before I remembered we were still in disguise. Across the table, Mom chuckled.
You're so right.
There's a man who does not appreciate attention, even from cute girls. Elena looked over at us, and after only a moment's pause, smiled and whispered to Clay.
His scowl vanished.
I moved over beside Mom and let them take the booth seat across from us.
Good disguises, Elena said. Thank you, I said. And, as a bonus, I got to see how Clay acts toward the rest of the population. That scowl? Really not attractive. Elena laughed. I think that's the point. Clay snorted and took the biscotti from my plate. Hey, I said. Can we go back to being rude and dismissive? At least I get to eat my food, then. He broke off half. I reached for it. He handed it to Elena.
I'll go get us more, Mom said, waving me out.
Coffee for you guys?
Yes, but let Savannah grab it, Elena said.
She knows what we like.
Elena handed me a 20, but that was the extent of her asking.
I didn't take offense.
I'm pleased that she treats me as part of the pack.
I'd grown up spending summers at Stonehaven with the pack, and I understood the mentality.
Children are pampered and cosseted, which is wonderfully safe and cozy, until you hit the age where you balk at that coddling. That's when you begin the transition to an adult pack member, which means, since it's a hierarchical structure, you start at the bottom.
As alpha-elect, Elena could order anyone except Jeremy to get her coffee.
As I left for the counter, I heard Elena introducing herself and Clay, and I kicked myself for forgetting that they'd never met my mom. Mom must have said hi through Jamie before, but that wasn't the same thing. When I came back, Elena's face was grave, her eyes troubled. Even Clay, sitting back, taking the beta position, looked concerned.
Mom's voice held an odd note of uncertainty. What's up? I said.
They looked up, as if startled.
I set the coffee and biscotti down. Seemed like an intense conversation. I looked at Elena. You didn't just send me away to get coffee, did you? She met my gaze. No. I wanted to get your mother's opinion of this mission. Elena doesn't like it, Clay said. I agree. This psycho de Rice wants you for his collection, Savannah. You've already escaped him once. Now you're going back? So you think Giles really is de Rice? Does it matter?
Even if it's not the guy who slaughtered children a few hundred years ago, it's still the guy who's been slaughtering supernaturals today.
Elena cut in. I've told Benicio and Lucas my concerns, and they've assured me that the risk is minimal. They trust that your glamour spell will hold, and if anything goes wrong, we'll be ready to go in. You'll also have Eve there, with her sword. I'm still not happy, but your mother has explained why you need to be there. She took a sip of her coffee, then set the mug down. I'm going to ask that you keep this mission brief, though. We'll find the building. You'll infiltrate it. You'll get a few details. And then you'll exit, pronto. We will, I said. We only had the street name of the meeting place, which would have been a lot more useful if it was a short street. We split up, and started at opposite ends, searching for an office front that screamed activist cell inside. None did. It was just a boring street of boring low-rise office buildings. As we walked, Mom used her auspicio powers as discreetly as possible to peer into buildings, but saw nothing. Then a van turned into a lane a block away. A plain white panel van. Just like the one Slam had used to transport me from their meeting hall.
I told Mom this as I propelled her along the sidewalk.
We broke into a jog.
When we reached the lane, we heard a man's and a woman's voice, and the hair on my neck rose before I even consciously recognized them.
Severin and Sierra, I muttered.
The twins were Giles's enforcers. I'd first encountered their work at the home of a supernatural named Walter Alston. Giles had wanted Alston to summon Lucifer.
He couldn't. Severin and Sierra had made sure he was really certain of that by torturing him to death. Fire is an amazing power, but for sheer nastiness, there's nothing like an ice demon. So these are the two who are working with Balaam? Mom said. The bow case glowed blue, the light seeping out.
She looked perfectly calm, but that sword was better than any mood ring.
Yes, I said. If we can grab them, I say screw infiltration. Agreed.
I motioned to the narrow lane where they'd driven the van.
We took another step.
Then, from down the lane came a gasp of pain.
An oath. Sierra snarling, get her.
A young woman raced out in her bare feet, a cord dangling from one wrist. She veered our way, almost crashing into us.
She stopped. Our eyes met. Mascara ran down her cheeks.
One of them was marred by a white line where the skin had been frozen. When running footsteps sounded behind her, I knew what I should do.
Grab the girl.
She wasn't going to escape the twins, they were too close behind. Stop her and hand her over and win ourselves an introduction. But I thought about what had remained of Walter Aston, eyes gouged out, fingers and teeth lined up on the desktop.
I froze. Mom yanked the young woman off her feet as someone came barreling around the corner.
It was a nondescript guy a few years older than me.
Severin.
He skidded to a halt when he saw Mom holding his target.
This yours? Mom said.
I'd never seen anything faze Severin, the guy really did seem to have ice water in his veins, but when he saw Mom holding the girl, he blinked. Then he stared.
Her glamour's gone, I thought. Oh, shit. If mine is, too. Sierra rounded the corner.
She looked straight at me and my gut clenched, ready to launch a spell. Annoyance flickered over her features, then she turned to Mom. That's ours, Blondie, she said.
I exhaled in relief. I know, Mom said. I was holding it for you.
She looked at Severin.
Where do you want it? We came to see Giles, I said. We have information for him. No one sees Giles, Sierra said.
Skip that part, Mom said, her gaze still on Severin.
Where do you want your captive?
Preferably before she has the sense to scream and draw a crowd.
The girl's eyes widened.
Before she could utter a sound, Mom clapped her free hand over her mouth.
Severin grinned. Sierra scowled.
Take her over there, Sierra said, waving toward the van, with the others. As we stepped into the lane, we saw two guys helping other captives out of the van.
A third man headed our way. I glanced at Mom. Back to Plan A. So you came to see Giles, Severin said as he followed Mom.
The third guy backed up to the door and helped the other two herd the captives into the building. As we walked, Severin made no effort to help Mom with her charge, just followed along behind her, seeming to enjoy watching her maneuver the struggling young woman as casually as if she were carrying a bag of trash. As they walked, his gaze dropped to her ass.
Sierra's eyes narrowed and she sent ice daggers into Mom's back.
I'd suspected her relationship with her brother broke the oldest taboo, and that look pretty much confirmed it.
I cleared my throat. That's right. What's your name? Severin asked Mom.
Sammy, Mom said.
And my friend there is Bree.
We're students at Delgado.
Some friends from UCLA told us about you. When we got some information you might find useful, we decided it was time to meet Giles. If you have information, you'll tell us, Sierra said. No one talks to. What's your power? Severin cut in, still addressing Mom. Half demon, I'm guessing. Fire? Ice? Vision. He laughed. Right. I'm an Auspicio. Now Sierra laughed. A daughter of Balaam? Bullshit. I tensed and looked at Mom. Mom tossed me the young woman. Hold this.
She strode to the van, peered through the metal side, and described what she saw. Then she walked to the door the others had gone through. She waved aside the guy at the door, looked through the steel, and described what she saw.
Then she turned on Severin and Sierra, and waited.
Holy shit, Severin said.
Not possible, Sierra said.
There are exactly 3 Auspicios living and we know where they all are.
Do you? Mom said. Seems Lord Balaam doesn't track his conquests as carefully as he should. Now even Sierra stopped scowling. I'm sure she was thinking of how delighted Balaam would be if she presented him with this gift. A long-lost child. Ready to join the fight when his granddaughter was being such a bitch and refusing him. Sierra waved for the guy at the door to take the girl from me. He did, then radioed inside for someone to come get her. So what's this news you need to tell Giles? Sierra asked. Do you know Toby White? Mom asked. Their expressions said they did. Sean Roberts? She said. Same reaction. What about them? Severin said. I'm not sure if you've been listening to the news, but there was a problem at a cop shop just outside the city. A problem involving a whole lot of dead bodies.
One of them was Sean Roberts.
And White? Sierra asked. A different but connected issue. Severin swore under his breath. We'll take you inside, Sierra said.
If Giles is there, he might talk to you.
He might not. Either way, remember that he's a very busy man. 14.
As they let us through the side door, I surreptitiously texted Elena to let her know where we were. Mom was busy explaining the bow case she'd put it down to deal with the girl, and only now did Severin and Sierra notice. Mom said it was exactly what it looked like, a bow. We'd been on the way to her archery class when we decided to swing past the meeting house and scope it out, and just happened to catch the escapee and win an introduction. Was it a good excuse?
No.
But if we were trying to smuggle in weapons, we'd do something a little less obtrusive and a little more deadly than a bow.
When we got inside, I looked around.
The last time I'd been in a slam meeting house, what struck me most was how serene it was.
Like what I'd imagined from a cult or a commune. Throw a bomb in the mix and that serenity gets blown to hell. People darted from one door to another.
I heard voices raised in irritation, in anger, in anxiety. Somewhere someone was shouting that he didn't give a shit if it wasn't possible to clear out in 2 hours. Make it possible. When Sierra and Severin came through, people slowed down and lowered their voices, clearly trying not to get noticed.
As soon as we passed, the chaos rose in their wake. Finally, we reached the one silent door in the hall. Sierra knocked. A woman cracked it open from inside.
She was about my age, and so mousy she made the twins look like supermodels.
Veronica Tucker, better known as Roni.
Roni had been my first introduction to slam, back when I'd been solving the murders Leah had committed. She'd been a witch hunter who just happened to be in town at the same time. There were no such coincidences, of course. She'd hunted me, then pretended she'd been set up, to lure me in and hand me over to Giles.
He's not seeing anyone, Roni whispered. You'll need to.
Severin slammed his open hand into the door, sending her stumbling back. Sierra pushed through and shoved Roni aside when she squawked. The room was small and empty.
Sierra headed to a second door. She rapped on it, and waited for a yes? Then blocked the opening so I couldn't see inside. There are a couple of new girls here. They. Recruits? A woman said. In this mess, you bring us recruits?
No, Sierra said, her voice chilly.
I bring you information. Potentially important information. Giles?
The girls say that trouble at the police station has something to do with Sean Roberts and Toby White.
Do you want to speak to them?
Yes. Giles's voice. Of course. He murmured something, presumably to whoever else was in the room.
A moment later, 3 people came out. I recognized 2 from when I'd been held captive.
The third, a dapper man in his 50s, was a stranger.
He stopped and gave us the once-over.
My dears, he said, extending a hand.
May I be the first to welcome you to the cause?
He turned to the doorway.
Giles? If you need someone to show these lovely young ladies around.
I have better uses for your time, Gord, Giles said dryly, still from the next room. I'll see you as soon as I'm done here. They left. Severin held the door and waved Mom inside.
I followed. The door closed behind us, Severin and Sierra staying in the hall. At first I didn't see Giles.
Then I spotted him at a table, papers strewn before him. He rose and stepped toward us, hand extended, a welcoming smile on his lips.
Giles Reyes.
Or, if the stories were correct, Gilles de Rice, a French nobleman who'd ridden with Joan of Arc.
That military service was not, however, what put de Rice in the history books. He was tried and convicted in the deaths of at least 40 children.
I knew the stories of what he did to those children.
I won't repeat them.
It is enough to say that now, seeing him for the first time since I'd heard whom he claimed to be, the first thought to enter my mind was I could kill him.
If I could manage to touch him without throwing up. And that's if I could kill him at all.
He claimed to be immortal, and we had Cassandra Ducharme's eyewitness account of him 70 years ago to support that claim. All I could do was try to see him as the man I remembered, Giles, leader of Slam, nothing more.
Just a well-dressed guy in his 30s, bearded, dark-haired, and dark-eyed. You're clearing out? Mom said. Can't say I blame you. I heard about the lab.
His eyes darkened, annoyance creasing the corners of his mouth.
Well, we're making some changes at least. You say you have information for me?
His gaze moved back to his papers, as if he'd already decided that nothing we could tell him would be worth his undivided attention.
I answered before Mom could.
I'd spent enough time with Giles to understand the man a little. He could play the friendly, unflappable leader, but poking him, as Mom had, was like prodding a resting cobra.
We do, sir.
I'm sorry we've come at such a bad time, but we do think this is important.
Do you know Toby White and Sean Roberts?
I have worked with Mr. White. My sources suggest Mr. Roberts is a supernatural who doesn't believe in my cause.
I suspect you're here to confirm that? Roberts was part of a group who hijacked your arrangement with Jackie Medina.
They plan to teach supernaturals that revealing themselves is a very bad idea.
Now I had his full attention. He motioned for us to sit. I told him a little more about the anti-reveal movement.
No additional names or details. I didn't care if they were idiots. I wasn't sicking this psycho on them.
Sierra mentioned something about a police station?
He said when I finished.
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about this incident. What can you tell me?
I reiterated pretty much exactly what Lucas had said was on the news. Then I said, one of the bodies found was Sean Roberts.
He hasn't been identified yet, but he was there. So was Jackie Medina. It was that station? He pushed to his feet. Sierra!
She opened the door.
Why wasn't I told that Jacqueline Medina's police station was in the news? Jacqueline. Officer Medina?
We weren't aware it was hers, sir.
That's not an excuse, I know. We'll get someone investigating immediately.
Yes, you will. She closed the door.
Giles turned back to us. What more can you tell me? We also thought you should know about Toby White.
He's been picked up by a cabal.
Giles's mouth closed in a firm line, as if he was fighting to keep from venting his frustration on us. First, members of the Interracial Council blow up his lab.
Then this anti-reveal movement takes out a police station under his control. Now the cabals were in town, snatching up supernaturals.
It had to feel like he was getting it from all sides.
I knew how he felt.
Which cabal is responsible? He asked.
I only heard that he was picked up before the police station incident even hit the news, meaning one of the cabals knew about it, and may have been responsible for making sure it wasn't even bigger news.
Sierra! He called again, bellowing now. She opened the door. Sir? These young women have been very helpful. Please have Severin escort them to Odeli. They'll join her team in Atlanta.
He abruptly murmured his thanks to us, a duty his manners wouldn't let him avoid. Then he stood, telling Sierra, get Gordon and the others back here immediately and bring everything we've got on this police station business.
We were dismissed. Severin led us deep into the building to a tiny lounge where he said Odeli would be meeting us.
He seemed inclined to just hang out with us there, asking Mom what she was studying in school, how she liked New Orleans. For a minute there, I could almost forget he wasn't just a normal guy, until Sierra came and hauled his ass off to discipline the vanload of captives they'd brought in. I was really hoping they'd just leave us there, unguarded and alone. They did, but not before Sierra warned us that the door was about to be locked and couldn't be opened by spell power. If I tried, we'd find ourselves in for a little discipline.
A young couple was passing in the hall as Sierra led her brother away.
Holding the door open, Severin called them over. Neither was much older than me, the guy light-haired, broad-faced and smiling, the girl tiny, with dark hair and a noticeable baby bump. Their hands were clasped, fingers entwined.
You guys are with Odeli's team, right? He said.
Sure are, the guy said.
Just waiting to ship out. Anything we can do for you? Actually, yes. We've got a couple of recruits who'll be joining you. Stay with them until Odeli gets here.
Will do, the guy said. I heard you caught the traitors, the girl said as she joined us.
Good job. I can't believe they turned on us like that.
2 of them were members of our team.
I never suspected a thing. No one ever does, Sierra said. That's why we have to be vigilant. The young couple nodded. Severin and Sierra left, closing the door behind them. The guy told us his name was Jake, his pregnant girlfriend was Lori.
Mom and I introduced ourselves, then we all settled into chairs to wait.
Did you say something about traitors?
Mom said after a few minutes of silence.
Were those the ones we saw Severin and Sierra bringing in? Lori said.
They were members of the movement.
Or so we thought. Then after the lab blew up, they tried to make a run for it.
It didn't take long to figure out why.
They set the bomb.
Apparently, they were cabal plants.
So Slam was blaming its own members for the bombing?
Technically true, one of their own had set it off, but she was only following protocol to avoid exposure and had died herself.
Would Giles really blame innocent members to keep his group from knowing what really happened? Or were they not so innocent? Had that blast made them rethink their commitment and try to break from the group?
This place is hopping, Mom said.
Did they bring you all in because of the bomb?
Oh, no, Jake said.
We were already here, training and getting ready to deploy.
That bomb just means we've bumped up the schedule.
The mission begins tonight.
Lori and I were two of the first to join and, I'll be honest, there were times when we weren't sure it would happen.
But Dials has done it.
He's perfected the serum and he's about to usher in a new age of supernaturals.
Jake patted Lori's stomach. Just in time, too. Lori blushed. By the time our baby comes, things will be different. That's why we joined. To give our child a better life.
One where he won't need to hide his powers. I looked at them, their fresh scrubbed faces glowing, and I didn't see brainwashed kids. I saw two normal young supernaturals, in love, having a baby, genuinely doing what they thought was right for their child. If I told them to run, they'd think I was the deluded one.
You said the serum is perfected? Mom said. That's the immortality serum, right?
Right, Jake said. Lori leaned forward.
Can you believe it? Immortality?
She laughed softly. When Giles first told us how old he is, we didn't believe him.
We figured it was a recruiting gimmick.
But then when we saw how hard he was working on this serum, we started realizing he was serious.
But he discovered the cure for mortality centuries ago, didn't he? I said. If he's immortal himself. But it wasn't something he could duplicate. Not on a large scale anyway.
That's what we'd figured. I was going to bet his own immortality had something to do with the kids he'd killed in the 15th century. Not something easily repeated, but he must have had ideas how it could be done by other means and had been trying for centuries. When Cassandra met him during World War II, he'd seemed to be experimenting with some kind of zombie and vampire hybrid.
So this plan, Mom said. Tell us about it. And I think that's all our new recruits need to know right now, said a voice from the doorway.
In walked a tall, dark-skinned woman.
Jake and Lori rose. We followed their lead.
Hey, O'Delly, Lori said, her smile unsteady. Severin said Bree and Sammy are joining us in Atlanta, so I figured it was okay to explain.
It is. O'Delly clapped a hand on the younger woman's shoulder. But I think we can save the rest for the trip. It's going to be a long drive to Atlanta and we really do need to be going. She moved closer to Lori and lowered her voice. Are you sure you're up to it, honey? Lori nodded. I want to be part of it.
Her job keeps her on the sidelines, which means I'm fine with it, too, Jake said, putting his arm around her waist.
O'Delly turned to us.
Okay, girls. I know we're moving fast here, but we're going to need to hold off on the chit-chat until we're in the car. She turned to Mom.
Sammy, is it? Then to me. Bree? We both nodded. O'Delly patted our backs one with each hand and propelled us to the door.
Welcome to the team, girls.
We're about to make history. 15. On the way outside, O'Delly explained step 1 of the plan, getting to the van that would take us to Atlanta. Unfortunately, it wasn't as simple as walking out the door and climbing in.
For one thing, as you may have noticed, we're a little short on parking space here, she explained.
We have cars in a public lot a block over, but these vans?
Let's just say they aren't something we want to leave in a public lot.
They're rolling command posts for the first wave of missions, Jake said.
All our gear, our communication equipment, everything we'll need in Atlanta.
Including the serum? I said. O'Delly shook her head.
That's too valuable. It will be delivered separately, by Giles himself.
So where is the van? Mom asked. In a warehouse here in New Orleans. Mom looked at me. That didn't exactly narrow it down.
All I could do was try to send a quick update text and trust that Elena and Clay could follow.
The 5 of us squeezed into a mid-size car. I was in the back with Mom and Jake.
I'd hoped to get a chance to text some details to Elena and Lucas, but Jake gallantly offered to take the middle spot and nothing we could say would sway him.
Texting was out.
Instead, we spent the ride retelling our story to O'Delly. In turn, she told us her background, a high school teacher from Atlanta, and her supernatural type. She was a tempest wrasse, a storm demon, like Adam's stepfather.
Jake and Lori were both shamans.
In a fight, then, O'Delly would be the one to watch. I hoped for more details on the mission. Mom and I had no intention of actually going to Atlanta, but we were so close to hearing their plans that we couldn't back out until we did.
Yet we arrived at the warehouse without learning more. I expected to go to the edge of town.
Instead, we ended up just north of the French Quarter, in the Bywater district by the Press Street railroad tracks. There were warehouses here, very old ones, dating back at least a century or two, probably from when the wharf had been busier. A lot of them had been remodeled, replaced by lofts and funky galleries. But there were still sections of old warehouses. And that's where we headed, taking a narrow road into a nest of warehouses that looked as if they might have been slated for demolition pre-Katrina. Now, since they'd been spared, they were left standing until the city could better support more lofts and galleries.
Another car was already there. The other half of the team. As we pulled over, O'Delly pointed to the 3 people waiting beside it. Will, a dark-haired guy in a leather jacket, was a Nintendo half-demon, which meant he had the power of enhanced hearing. Andy, a heavy-set woman in her early 30s, was a necromancer. Peter, maybe a few years older than me, but already balding, was a magician. The only one with real offensive powers was still O'Delly. That realization helped me relax a little. We parked and got out. New recruits? Will said, striding forward. What the hell is Giles doing giving us new recruits now? We needed to replace Lance and Marg, O'Delly said. A few of the group shifted uneasily at the names. I was guessing those were the 2 who'd supposedly turned out to be cabal plants. So replace them, Will said, with proven members of the group. Sammy here is an Auspicio. Giles feels she will be an invaluable addition to the team. Her supersight plus your superhearing, Jake said with a grin. Gotta admit, that's a great combo. And Bree is a witch. That adds something we didn't have either. He put his arm around Lori and turned to the warehouse. There it is, folks. The first big step. Who's ready? I know I am. It was a nice try, but Will wouldn't be deterred. He demanded to know more about who we were and where we came from and what on God's earth made anyone think we could be trusted. All perfectly valid questions, since no one had dug very deeply into our cover stories. Giles hadn't even asked where we'd gotten our facts. Will had a right to be concerned. But one look at the faces of the others told me no one else cared. Giles said we were in, so we were in. When Will kept pressing for details, O'Delly shut him down. This was her mission. Giles put us on her team. That was all he needed to know. We started toward the warehouse. I have the keys, so I'm driving, right? Jake said. And Lori rides shotgun? Of course, O'Delly said. That will be much more comfortable for her, I'm sure. Oh, that's not why he's asking, Lori said, grinning Jake's way. He needs his navigator or we'll end up in the Gulf. The guy has absolutely no sense of direction. Mom laughed. I know someone like that. Lori looked back at her. Has he ever gone for ice cream at the corner store and come back 2 hours later with a melted mess in a bag? Hey, I wasn't lost, Jake said. I knew the corner store didn't have your favorite. I felt a spray of something on my face. Then Andy screamed, and something hit the back of my legs. I went down face first. As I fell, I tried to twist, but Mom landed beside me, her hand smacking the back of my head, as she yelled, down. Peter had dropped right in front of me. I looked over at him and for a second my brain didn't register what I was seeing. There was something covering his face. No, there was nothing covering his face. He didn't have a face. I touched my cheek and pulled back my finger. Blood. I'd been sprayed with blood. What kind of spell could? Lori fell to her knees, screaming and clutching her shoulder. Blood oozed from between her fingers. Jake dropped beside her. Get. Mom began. Lori jerked forward, hands flying out. Red blossomed on her chest. Not a spell. A gun. I looked around, but saw nothing, just us and the cars and a few buildings at least 50 yards. Sniper, Mom whispered. Stay down, baby. Please stay down. I cast a cover spell, We need to get inside, I said. We can inch toward the warehouse. Okay. Just stay on your belly. I'll cast blur spells as we go. We started backing up. Jake was dragging Lori, screaming for someone to get help, call 911, anything. Mom's hand tightened on my arm. You can't help them, she said. I looked around. Andy stood there, looking dazed, even as another bullet whizzed by her. Oli will lay on his stomach, a few feet away, partially hidden by a rusted oil drum. We need to tell them to get inside, I whispered. No, they'll draw fire. I could pretend she meant if I tried to help, they could draw fire to us. She didn't. It was like back in the jail, when Jamie and I let the witch Kieran leave, knowing she'd clear the way. Get inside. I shouted. It's a sniper. You need to get in the warehouse. No. Will yelled. In the cars. Get in the cars. We'll be trapped in the warehouse. A sniper can see you in the cars. You need to. The cars. He cut in. Everyone in the cars. He drowned me out, and sure enough, Odelli and Andy started for the cars, Odelli in the lead. Then a bullet took her out. Andy froze and looked both ways. She took one shaky step toward the warehouse. No. Will yelled. Andy, run for the cars. Damn it, he was going to get them killed. No time to argue. I didn't see which direction Andy chose. We reached the warehouse door and Mom yanked me inside and slammed it shut. 16. Jake was already inside the warehouse, bent over Lori. I knelt beside her and felt for a pulse. There wasn't one. I crouched there, staring down at her lifeless body, her swollen stomach. Jake was sobbing that we needed to call for help, someone had to call for help, his voice barely audible now, just repeating the same loop. A car door slammed. Then I heard a shout, so hoarse I couldn't tell if it was Andy or Will. A moment later, someone hit the warehouse door, as if falling against it. Let me in, Will croaked. I've been shot. Mom cut me off, shoving me behind the door. Stay there. Will pounded now. Open up. Damn you, open the door. I stumbled to the wall and plastered myself against it. I checked my cell phone. No service. Of course. Blocked, I was guessing. If you're going to launch an ambush, you're going to be smart enough to keep anyone from calling for help. Staying behind the door, Mom opened it. She didn't help Will in, just waited until he staggered through, then slammed it shut. I've been shot, you bitch, he muttered, cradling his arm. That's no reason to let the rest of us die with you. Not when you were the idiot who told them to get in the cars. I don't hear an engine running. Can I presume Andy won't be joining us? They got her. Shot through the car window, right? I said as I cast a light ball. He glowered. Are you going to help me or do you want me to grovel first? Neither, Mom said. Savannah? Get in deeper. I'm putting a perimeter spell on the door. Then we'll need to scout for more entry points. Savannah? Will said. I thought her name was. Mom snapped our glamour spells. Or I presume she did, because Will's expression went from what the hell? To what the hell? In an eye blink. I know you, Will said, staring at me. You're Lucas Cortez's kid. Mom's eyebrows shot up at that, but she only said, go deeper, Savannah. Now. I crawled back to Jake, ignoring Mom's protests. I touched his arm. She's gone, I said. He shook his head, tears falling on Lori's body. She can't be. You know she is, I whispered. And you know she wouldn't want you to sit here, waiting to get shot. I don't care, he whispered. I looked down at Lori and I thought of her in the meeting house, talking about a new life for their child. That's all they wanted. All any new parents want, I suppose. Lori and Jake weren't stupid. They weren't evil. They were just two kids, not much older than me, in love, having a baby. They joined to secure the future of that baby, no matter how misguided that was, and now the child would never be born, and I think, of everything that happened, all the tragedies I'd seen since I met Giles, this was the worst. The one that made me want to run outside and scream, I don't care what all of you want, look at what you're doing. Instead I took a deep breath and told Jake, she'd care. She'd want you to live. You know that. I took his arm. He let me lead him away. If you've seen one warehouse, you've seen them all. Well, not exactly, but when you run with the crowd I do, you see a lot of abandoned or little-used warehouses. They're the hideout of choice for supernaturals up to no good. This one looked like all the rest, a huge cavernous space filled with crap. You're Savannah Levine, Will said, following us as I pushed aside a box to clear a path. You work for Lucas Cortez. He's your guardian. Savannah Levine, Jake whispered, as if to himself. Your dad was Christoph Nast. It's bullshit, Will said. Your mom tried to scam the Nasts by claiming you were Christoph's daughter. Excuse me? Mom walked out of the darkness, bow case in hand, the glow seeping through. I didn't ever claim Christoph was her father. Will gaped as she strode past him and Jake to catch up with me. You're Eve Levine? I looked at Mom. I think that's the first time you've ever been identified after me. I've been dead too long.
She waved at a pile of refuse. You boys crawl in there and hide, since you seem to be pretty much useless otherwise.
Savannah and I will secure the building. They must be surrounding it now. Taking their time because we're trapped.
When Will opened his mouth, I expected him to say that's why he'd advised against coming in here.
Instead, he said, so she's not a nast, right?
That isn't exactly important right now, but because I hate being called a gold-digging slut, I'll confirm it.
She's a nast. Now hide. Will look like someone had hit him in the gut.
Mom waved for me to join her as we circled the perimeter. There weren't any windows, which made it safer for us. We walked quickly along the walls, taking turns casting sensing spells.
There was no one out there. Not yet.
As Mom said, we were trapped, so they were taking their time closing the net. Mom took her sword from the case and slung it on her back. It won't help against guns, but it's easier than lugging it around.
She left the case on a crate. Now, we need to figure out how to get a message to. She stopped. Cell phones. Have you called? No service. That's the first thing I tried. Right. She shook her head. I really have been dead too long. I'm sure Elena saw what happened. I only hope they didn't get grabbed by whoever's out there. Oh, we know who's out there.
Benicio Cortez decided not to let us handle this after all.
Lucas would never. Benicio would. And he'd go behind Lucas's back to do it.
I'd like to think Benicio would never order a team to open fire while I'm in the vicinity, but it's never wise to presume on your importance to him.
But I could presume on the importance of someone else.
If he puts me in danger, he loses Lucas as heir, I said.
That he can't risk.
With Hector and William dead, he's only got Carlos, who'd find a way to overthrow him then run the cabal into the ground. My mother made a non-committal noise in response. We continued our rounds. There were 2 more exits, 1 small door and 1 set of big, drive-in ones.
Both locked. Both guarded, according to Mom's sensing spell. Okay, I said as we came around to the front of the warehouse again. I say we use the van. Break out the doors and keep going.
I'll drive. I'll drive.
You'll be in the back. With the others. I don't give a rat's ass about. I do.
Not enough to risk my life, but enough to take the time to tell them to get in the van.
I looked at her. I know that's not what you'd do. She patted my back. Like I said, you're not me and I don't want you to be.
We'll spare the extra minute to get them to the van.
Jake's got the keys anyway. Now. Mom yanked me behind a pile of planks.
We peeked out just as light seeped through the darkness ahead, the door opening.
2 figures entered.
When the door shut again, everything went dark. I could hear the faint shuffle of their footsteps.
How could they see? Without Mom's sword, we'd be blind. There weren't any night vision spells. Night vision goggles.
First sniper rifles, now high-tech surveillance gear. There was no way the anti-reveal folks were that well equipped.
A cabal would be. The Cortezes certainly were. Was I wrong about Benicio? No.
Lucas says never underestimate his father's capacity for duplicity, but nothing was as important to Benicio as his cabal, shortly followed by his youngest son. I may doubt Benicio's affection for me, however much that stings, but I don't doubt Lucas and Page's. Betray Lucas and Page's trust by sending in snipers without warning me, and Benicio would lose Lucas and ultimately his cabal.
Could Carlos be behind this?
He was pretty inept, but he had his supporters, those who'd rather have a guy in charge that they could control.
They might do this for him.
Then blame Benicio, and drive a wedge between him and Lucas. For now, it didn't matter who these guys were, only that they could be from a cabal, meaning very well armed and very well organized.
To the van, then.
First, though, to Will and Jake. We weren't getting far without those keys. We also weren't getting far with that big-ass sword glowing like a neon sign on Mom's back. I can do that, she said when I suggested a blur spell. But it's still going to show in the dark.
I should go back for the case.
She squinted into the gloom of the warehouse.
The glow doesn't penetrate far, I said. Just use the blur.
She shook her head.
You go.
I'll distract and slow them down.
No. Yes.
Her tone changed to one I remembered well, the one that said I wasn't having cookies before dinner and if I kept bugging I wasn't having cookies at all.
I'll be right behind you, baby.
Remember, the worst thing they can do to me is send me back where I came from.
She touched my cheek. As much as I love being here with you. You want to go back? She blinked. I didn't mean that. Only that. Yes, Mom. You want to go back? Not this second, but eventually. I managed a wry smile. I'm a big girl. I can handle that. Your life is there. Dad's there. She paused. I don't think I've ever heard you call him that. I hadn't. But from the look on her face, I should have. Even if Christoph wasn't Dad to me, that is what he was to her, father of her child, love of her life. She loved me, too, but he was there and her life was there, and she knew I was fine without her. We were fine without each other. This is my fault, she said. I should have made you leave with Jamie. I was being selfish. I wanted more time with you. I hugged her. I'm sorry, baby, she whispered. I shouldn't have let you stay when it wasn't safe. I wouldn't have gone. I pulled back and kissed her cheek. Try not to get killed too quickly, okay? I could do with a little more mom time. I paused to clear my clogged throat. But I'll understand if I don't get it. She squeezed me. I'll always find a way to stay in touch, no matter what happens. Good. Another moment, lingering there, hugging each other. Then she sent me on my way. 17. We should have left a trail of breadcrumbs. All I had to see by was a light ball the size of a spark. I didn't want to risk a bigger one. As for how Mom would distract our attackers, I expected a whole lot of banging and shouting and maybe some shooting. I heard nothing. Not even the sound of footsteps, which meant they weren't coming after me. Whatever she was doing, it was working. I found Jake and Will after only checking 2 refuse piles. I motioned for silence, then whispered our plan. You can stay here if you want, I said. When that van leaves, they'll figure we're all in it. I need a doctor, Will said. You're going to get me out of here, then you're going to take me to a clinic for half-demons over on. You're not giving orders. Did you forget about these? He dangled the keys he must have taken from Jake. I snatched them from his hand. Thank you. Now come with us or stay behind. Your choice. He came. So did Jake, who was still too lost in grief to question anything. As we crept along, I felt a tingle vibrate down my spine. It felt oddly like a perimeter spell being triggered. Except I hadn't said any. Mom had, along with a howl reverberated through the warehouse. A werewolf? Will spun on me. Did you bring a werewolf? I slammed him face first to the floor. No, it's not a werewolf, I whispered in his ear. Now zip it. A werewolf would have been nice, especially if it was one of the 2 lurking outside. But the howl was coming from the trigger hallucination Mom had set up at the rear entrances. An apparition of a hellhound. Stay here, I whispered. I crawled forward with my light spark. Both guys followed. I considered locking them and binding spells, but that would zap too much of my limited power. I didn't need to go far anyway. We were closer to the back than I'd thought, and within a few feet I could make out the very dim outline of shapes moving in the near dark. I looked around, then ducked behind the closest piece of whatever and extinguished my spark. The guys stayed close. The whatever that we'd taken refuge behind seemed to be broken crates. I leaned out and tried to get a better look at the intruders. If they were from the Cabal, they'd be in uniforms. Intra-Cabal regulations. Each had to wear a distinguishable uniform, so they could be identified by another Cabal if they bumped into each other on a mission. Presumably, it was to keep them from killing each other, but I suspect the Cabals only agreed to it so they wouldn't accidentally slaughter their own men. These guys were shapeless black wraiths against a dark gray landscape. I needed light. I calculated angles and trajectories and potential outcomes. Then I launched a small light ball in the invader's path, but drew it toward me instead of whipping it away. They saw it. And I saw them. I pulled back behind the crates. It's a Cabal. The Cortezes? Jake whispered. They came after you, right? I nodded. What? Will said. No, it can't. Can't what? I said. Can't be the Cortezes, . I just mean, you might be making a mistake. It might not even be a Cabal. I know the uniforms. Those are the Cortezes. Will struggled to keep his breathing steady. Sweat trickled down his face, glistening in the dim light of my spark. It's okay, I said. I can handle this. It's a mistake, they didn't know I was here. I just need to tell them it's me and you'll be safe. Will leaped up to run. I grabbed the back of his shirt and slammed him to the concrete floor.
Then I straddled his back and pressed my palm against his shoulder, the one that had been shot. He started to yelp, but I stifled it. "Keep your mouth shut or I press again," I whispered.
"The Cortezes will come running. You really don't want them to come running, do you? They won't hurt us, right?" Jake said. "We're with you. You're okay." "Will? He's not so okay, considering he's the one who set you up." "What?" Jake said. "He cut a deal with the Nasts. That's who he thought was out there. That's why he wanted you running for the cars instead of into the warehouse. To make it easier for them to pick you off. Then he came in here after us so he could keep an eye on us. That's why he got so worried when he found out I was a Nast. They might not be so willing to pay the big bucks if they find out one of the dead is Thomas Nast's granddaughter." "So you knew?" Jake said. "I figured it out when he didn't like the idea that it's the Cortezes out there." But Will's plan hadn't failed. Not entirely. The security team combing the warehouse? It was the Nasts. I just didn't want him yelling for help. I could tell him the Nasts would never let him walk out of here alive, but he wouldn't believe me. "What do we do?" Jake whispered. "Find me something to bind him with." I saw a spool of wire to the left. "If you can't find it, I'll use your shirt." He nodded and took off. I winced at the patter of his sneakers, but everything else around us was silent, the security team long gone. "Just bind Will and..." The crack of a rifle. Then a thump, off to the left. Where I'd sent Jake. As I rolled off Will, I strained to hear. Will did, too. With his super hearing, if there'd been anything, even the rasp of Jake writhing on the floor, he'd have heard it. Instead he gave a satisfied little grunt. Jake was dead. I shouldn't have let him go. God damn it, I shouldn't have let him go. Focus. Don't think about Jake. Think about myself and how the hell I was going to get to that van. Will stiffened. He tracked a noise. As I lifted my head, I saw something moving across the floor. A red spot. My tiny light ball? No, that. I lunged out of the way just as the dot from the rifle sight began to creep across me. A crack, so close it made my ears ring. The shot hit Will in the side and sent him smacking into the crate, the box tumbling, the crash drowning out everything else as I leaped up, hunched over, ready to run. Stay where you are. A voice barked. A gun barrel rose from the darkness. I turned to run. A figure stepped from the shadows behind me. Another to the other side. A fourth. For masked and armed gunmen, their weapons trained on me. "I'm Savannah Levine," I said, the words spilling out so fast they were barely intelligible. "The Cortezes know I'm here. Sean will know I'm here. My brother. Sean Nast. Please let one of you be on Sean's side. Let one of you at least believe he'll be your next CEO. I don't care whether you think I'm his sister or not. He thinks I am. That means something." Silence. Then one gun dropped. Two more inched down, uncertain. The fourth didn't budge, but the gunman shifted his weight, his face mask turning toward his comrades. The squeak of another pair of booted feet approaching. The officer who'd lowered his gun turned toward the newcomer. "Sir, it's..." "Shit." The newly arrived officer muttered the word under his breath. Then he pulled off his mask. "Miss Nast." The one who hadn't lowered his gun made a noise deep in his throat and shifted again. The senior officer's glare shut him down. I recognized the officer. His name was... Damn it, I couldn't remember. Lucas always said it was important to know the names of everyone in a cabal. It was a lesson he'd learned from his father, and one Sean emulated. Treat your employees with respect, starting with learning their names. As sweat dripped down my face, I really wished I'd listened. When 4 armed security officers surround you, knowing the name of the guy in charge made a big difference. Hello, I said. "We met in San Francisco." He nodded. Not rude. Not friendly either. Just polite. A couple of years ago, there'd been some security threat against the Inner family, so Sean had to bring 2 extra guards on our weekend riding trip. This guy had been one of them, which made him Sean's man. He had to be, if he'd called me Miss Nast. God, I hoped he was. He motioned for the others to lower their guns. "We're on the same side," I said quickly. "This guy," I pointed to Will, dead on the floor. "He was your contact. I'd infiltrated the group. The Cortezes know about it." He lifted his hand, cutting me off, then turned to the others. "This is level 4 security, boys. I'm going to need to take Miss Nast outside. I want you to continue combing the building."
As he waved them off, he took my elbow and whispered, "Hurry." We got about 5 paces before a voice said, "Captain Kaufman?"
"Who do you have there?" Kaufman froze.
He started to tell me to run, then snapped his mouth shut. I couldn't run with armed men behind me.
Kaufman's gaze dropped in unspoken apology as he took hold of my arm.
"Sir," he said.
"It's Savannah. Levine."
The man standing 10 feet away didn't wear a uniform.
Didn't carry a gun. He didn't need to. It was Joseph Nast. 18. Joseph Nast. My father's brother.
My uncle, though he'd never admitted as much. We'd only glimpsed each other in passing, his look always freezing any greeting, friendly or sarcastic, in my throat. I got that same look now, a slow once-over of distaste and contempt.
"Savannah," he said. "Can't stay out of trouble, I see."
You've put yourself in a very dangerous position. Consorting with known terrorists. Running through a dark warehouse, where no one can be expected to see who you are. You've caused enough trouble for my family, Savannah. Your paternity claims sully my brother's reputation. The fact that Sean believes them makes my father's chosen heir look gullible and weak.
Now turn around. No.
I said, If you're going to shoot me, you'll do it looking into my eyes, which tell you exactly who my father is, as much as you might hate to believe it.
He didn't look me in the eyes.
He couldn't because I was right. My eyes were his eyes, Nast eyes, that unmistakable bright blue.
Get on your knees, Savannah.
Sir, Kaufman stepped forward.
You can't. You and you.
Joseph pointed at 2 of the others.
Take Captain Kaufman outside. Hand him over to Anderson.
He's being charged with insubordination. No. Kaufman moved to my side as his 2 comrades stepped forward.
I won't stand by. Joseph's energy bolt knocked Kaufman off his feet. Then you won't stand by. You too, take him outside.
But he's right, said a voice in the darkness.
You can't do this, Joseph. And you won't.
Mom stepped up behind Joseph and put her sword tipped to the back of his neck.
Can you feel that?
To his men, she said, I'll have his head by his feet before anyone can pull the trigger.
Lower your weapons.
Don't you dare, Joseph shut up as the sword dug deeper.
Lower your weapons.
When one raised his rifle, Mom kicked Joseph in the back of the legs, then lunged and cleaved the officer's arm off at mid-bicep. It happened so fast that he just stood there, watching the gun tumble to the ground in his severed hand. Then he started to scream. I hit Joseph with a knockback before he could rise. Mom planted a foot on his back and nudged the sword tip along his spine, positioning it between his ribs. Then she nodded toward the injured officer, his screams now reduced to shocked heaves as he frantically tried to staunch the bleeding. Someone might want to help him before he bleeds out.
Kaufman was the one who went to his aid.
The others just stood there, gazes fixed on the glowing sword. One crossed himself and whispered under his breath. Yes, the sword is what it looks like, she said.
And I'm who I look like.
She leaned over Joseph, who twisted to stare up at her, as shocked as the injured officer.
Hey, Joseph.
I'd say Chris sends his regards, but he won't be happy about this.
He really won't be happy. Now, Savannah and I are going to walk away in.
I can't let you do that, ma'am, said a voice behind us.
Floodlights flicked on and we saw another half-dozen armed men surrounding us.
The officer in charge stepped forward.
I'm going to ask you to remove that sword and let Mr. Nast up. I'm only going to ask you once. I'm not. Mom?
She glanced over. A half-dozen rifle scopes dotted my chest. She cast a quick blur spell, and I cast a cover spell as I hit the floor. Don't you dare threaten her, Mom said.
Do you know what this is?
She lifted the sword, her foot still planted on Joseph. As half the men flinched, she said, Yes, you do. You've sure as hell never seen one, but you know exactly what it is, and you know that if you touch my daughter, you won't just lose an arm. I will cast your soul into the deepest, darkest hell dimension, and no one on the other side will stop me, because if you fuck with me, you are damned.
Eternally damned.
A few of the rifles dropped. The rest wavered.
Lower your guns, Joseph said. Savannah Levine is under the protection of my nephew, Sean, and I cannot allow her to be harmed.
The officers who'd heard a very different story 2 minutes ago shifted uncomfortably, but kept their mouths shut.
However, Joseph continued.
Miss Levine is also under the protection of the Cortezes, which makes her presence here interfering with a Nast operation in contravention of intracabal law.
Both Savannah and her mother will be taken into custody. Like hell, Mom said. Joseph looked her right in the eye. Whatever she read in that stare made her swallow. Before she could speak, there was a commotion to the side. 2 more officers walked toward the circle of light, staggering slightly as they dragged in a man in a t-shirt and jeans, unconscious, head slumped over. In the dim light, all I could make out were muscular biceps and light hair, and I thought Clay. Then they took 2 more steps, coming closer to the light, and my heart rammed into my throat. I jumped up, breaking the cover spell, ignoring my mother's shout. The 2 men dropped their captive. He hit the floor hard, a dead weight, forehead cracking against the cement. I grabbed Adam by the shoulders and flipped him over. His face was battered, bruises purpling, eyes swollen shut, his nose now bleeding from hitting the floor. We found him sneaking around, one said. Seems he burned a hole in the wall to get in. He resisted arrest. You bastards, I snarled. When one grinned at me, I leaped up. Mom started for me, but could 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 for me,
but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but could for me, but